One encyclopedia of armored terriers. In an internet cafe somewhere, Duanmu Yan was sleeping soundly in front of the computer. The computer screen that had not been turned off seemed to be playing a TV series. The name of the TV series could be vaguely seen as The Last Lord of Southern Tang. Hey, your time is up. Under the push of the network administrator, Duanmu Yan, who had been working all night, woke up from his sleep. Do you want to add time? I see you are here every day. What do you do? If you don't add time, I will shut down the computer. The network administrator asked in confusion. Duanmu Yan wiped the corners of his eyes with sleepy eyes, yawned, slightly moved his arm that was a little uncomfortable, and then made an OK gesture to the network administrator, yet. After getting off the computer, picking up his backpack, Duanmu Yan ran to the window to breathe fresh air and stretched. Touching his empty pocket, he was a little depressed when he remembered the landlord's urging before. Alas, it seems that I have to find a job. After leaving the internet cafe, Duanmu Yan walked straight to his sidecar. He got on the motorcycle, put on a helmet, turned the key, and the roaring motorcycle quickly disappeared in the traffic. Just after returning home, Duanmu Yan suddenly noticed someone sneaking around his door. He quietly came to the door and suddenly opened it. Ma Lingling was startled by the boy who suddenly appeared. Facing the other party's eyes that were looking at the suspicious person, Ma Lingling hurriedly said, "Excuse me, is this the home of teacher Duanmu Gu Shang?" While speaking, Ma Lingling also poked her head inside. Looking at the girl in front of her, Duanmu Yan was a little puzzled, but still nodded. "Yes." "Then, who are you?" Ma Lingling blinked, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. "His son." "His son." Duanmu Yan nodded and hummed. Seeing that she had not found the wrong person, Ma Lingling's eyes lit up. Introducing herself, "Oh, I'm a mystery lover. My name is Lingling, and I've always admired teacher Duanmu very much. Because he solved many strange cases. But, he's gone." Ma Lingling carefully glanced at Duanmu Yan's expression. Then she said, "So, I want to come here to mourn." As she spoke, she walked into the yard. The yard was full of packed packages, and it looked like they were moving. "Hey, there's nothing in it." Duanmu Yan called out to the curious girl in silence. Scratching his head, he said, "Well, I'm sorry. I have something else to do, why don't you go first?" "Wait a minute," Ma Lingling stood there and asked tentatively. "Haven't you ever thought that teacher Duanmu's departure might be related to Oxer?" When she heard this, Duanmu Yan raised her eyebrows. She stepped forward, frowned and asked, "What do you want to say?" Ma Lingling crossed her arms and raised a finger. "I just want to find out the truth about teacher Duanmu's murder." Duanmu Yan looked her up and down in silence. "Just you?" Ma Lingling was furious when she noticed the other party's questioning eyes. "Don't underestimate me. My reasoning ability is very strong." Duanmu Yan sneered and shook her head. "You still don't believe it?" Ma Lingling was almost angry. "Then find a question to test me." Duanmu Yan was just about to ask her to leave quickly and stop making trouble here. But she saw the girl's stubborn eyes. "Go quickly." "Okay, you wait." Soon, Duanmu Yan, who had returned, threw a roll of newspaper in his hand to Ma Lingling. "Try it." While talking, the two of them were suddenly stunned. They saw a magical light curtain suddenly suspended in front of them. Ding dong! Armor Encyclopedia is loaded. Seeing this strange thing, Duanmu Yan and Ma Lingling looked at each other, their faces were full of confusion. What the hell? Armor Encyclopedia. Armor. Ma Lingling's expression moved. Could it be related to the armor summoners such as Nawa armor? Duanmu Yan frowned and looked at her. What are you talking about? Armor One World. ERP base. Miajan's eyes widened, and she read word by word. Armor Encyclopedia. Dongshan turned around the light curtain with some curiosity. He even stretched out his hand tentatively to touch it. But the place where his fingertips touched was just air, nothing was touched. This mysterious light curtain that suddenly appeared seemed to not belong to this dimension. It can be seen, but it cannot be touched. Zenon looked thoughtful. Could it be that this thing was also left by the Light and Shadow village? Is it for the purpose of assisting the summoner of the Light and Shadow armor? Miyajin shook her head. It doesn't look like it. And there is no record of this kind of thing in the handed-down materials. Dongshan said, it's useless for us to be anxious now. Since this thing appeared in front of us, it must have its purpose. We can only wait and see now. The Shadow World Base. Looking at the mysterious light curtain floating in front of him. The low voice of the Shadow King, who was covered in a black robe, sounded. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that there is such a thing in the world. The ugly general below rubbed his hands and said flatteringly, Master Shadow King, this is a good opportunity. Maybe we can find the descendants of the Light and Shadow village through this thing, and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. Armor 2 World. Inside Huan Teppanyaki Restaurant. Yuriki, Yuki, Zinki. Huanying pointed at Xiao Tian and the other two one by one. I believe I can find the thing soon after I find you three. Xiao Tian grabbed his things and was about to leave after listening to Huanying's story with a frown. I don't know what you are talking about. I won't rent this house anymore, so. However, before Xiao Tian finished speaking, a magical light curtain suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at the light curtain that suddenly appeared in front of him, Xiao Tian looked surprised and doubtful. For a moment, he forgot to leave. Xiao Gang pointed at the light curtain in front of him curiously and turned his head to ask Huanying. Huanying Zia, did you also make this thing? Huanying, who was still thinking about the origin of the light curtain, rolled his eyes when he heard Xiao Gang call him that. What Huanying Zia, it's so ugly. I am a secret practitioner. And I don't know how this thing appeared. Zia Fei looked at the words on the light curtain intently. Armor Encyclopedia. Is this thing related to our armor summoner? Huanying nodded solemnly, although the origin of this thing is not clear yet. But based on the intuition of a secret practitioner, I have a hunch that this thing may help us find the Shura armor. To General Duanmu's first appearance, everyone is puzzled. There are other worlds. Under the gazes of all the members of the armor universe. Some were shocked, questioning, or expectant. Changes began to appear in the light curtain. A line of large characters with flying dragons and phoenixes appeared. Armor Encyclopedia Issue 1, General Duanmu's debut. All viewers can communicate by sending barrages. Looking at the title displayed on the light curtain, especially the two words Duanmu. Duanmu Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a little painful for no reason. He suddenly had a very bad premonition in his heart. Could this so-called General Duanmu be referring to himself? Ma Lingling on the side also blinked her big eyes like a deer. She stared at Duanmu Yan for a while. What are you looking at? Duanmu Yan said a little uncomfortably. I'm not the only one with the last name Duanmu in the world. Ma Lingling smiled mischievously. I didn't say it was you. Why are you so anxious? Armor Universe, ERP Base. General Duanmu. Miyajin muttered, thinking wildly. Could it be that in ancient times, the ancestors of the Light and Shadow village had a general? But there is no record of it in the data. Keep reading. Zenon said. Since it is his first show, it must be his first transformation. Then we will know his specific identity and the armor he summoned. That's right. Dongshan nodded. Maybe we can find his descendants based on his appearance. In this way, we can have another partner. Armor 2 Universe. Welcome to the Teppanyaki restaurant. Wow, there is a general. This armor summoner is really a hidden dragon. Xiao Gang had an expression of I don't understand, but I am shocked. He threw all the game consoles aside, staring at the light curtain. With the mysterious light curtain, who would still play game consoles now? Xiao Tian, who was sitting next to him, was also confused and didn't know what he was thinking. Huanying, didn't you say that the three of us were the ones you were looking for? Who is this Duanmu who suddenly jumped out? At this time, Xiaofei didn't care about bickering with Xiao Gang, but just looked at Huanying with a puzzled look. This? I don't know much about it. Huanying scratched his head, his face full of confusion. Wait a minute, I'll ask a king, maybe he has some clues. Just as Huanying was frantically contacting Qing Zizai, the video screen began to change again. The video is about to start playing. All viewers can communicate by sending barrages. After the two lines of text disappeared, the originally dark screen slowly played the picture. Then, the narration began to sound. Duanmu Yan, the son of Detective Duanmu Gu Shang, found that the disappearance of Xiao Wei, an actor in The Last Lord of Southern Tang, was suspicious. In order to solve the case, he went to the scene of the incident with detective enthusiast Ma Lingling, police officer Shi Lei, and Xiao Mi to investigate. Officer Shi, I can tell you now that Xiao Wei will appear soon. Ma Lingling, who had already made some discoveries, said confidently. And, just like the plot of the TV series, he will appear in the downtown area. However, Officer Shi Lei did not believe her little girl's inference. You have watched too many TV series. Shaking his head, Officer Shi Lei walked away. Hey! Ma Lingling was furious and looked at Duanmu Yan for help. Duanmu, I said. Duanmu Yan said speechlessly, didn't you see that the people were all taken away by thunder? Ma Lingling said unconvincedly, what if I'm right? Suddenly, her eyes turned, and she had an idea about Duanmu Yan, and smiled cunningly. If I'm right, you will agree to everything I say in the future. Duanmu Yan rolled her eyes and complained, how can there be such a spirited person as you? Kai Universe. Miyajin coughed awkwardly, it turns out that this general is not the general I thought. I said why there is no relevant information. At this time, Dong Shan asked curiously, Miyajin, can you find the Duanmu Yan and Ma Lingling who appeared in the video? If General Duanmu refers to this Duanmu Yan, then he is very likely the descendant of the Light and Shadow village we are looking for. Okay, I'll check it out. Miyajin nodded, and her fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard. However, the system data showed that there was no such person. What's going on? Miyajin exclaimed. Could it be that this Duanmu Yan is not from this world at all? As soon as the voice fell, Zinan himself felt that this guess was a bit absurd. Armor 2 Universe. There is no clue about this Duanmu Yan. Huanying shook his head and said distressedly. Even a king and his friends have no relevant records. Even a king suspects. The scenes shown in the video are not from our world at all. At the end, Huanying's face was full of disbelief. What? Not from this world? Xiaogong's eyes widened, excited and curious. Could it be that parallel universes really exist? Not only are there other universes, but there are also armor summoners in other worlds. This is really cool. Originally, Xiao Fei, who was also excited, suppressed his excitement as soon as he saw Xiao Gang's appearance, and said without missing any opportunity. Don't be as excited as a monkey. Now is not the time to study parallel universes. The most urgent task is to determine whether this Duanmu Yan is an armor summoner. If so, what is his armor? Xiao Gang nodded first, then reacted and glared. Who is the monkey? You arrogant guy, I have tolerated you for a long time. Looking at Xiao Fei and Xiao Gang who started to fight and play around. Xiao Tian and Huanying looked at each other, their faces full of helplessness. Seeing that he and Ma Lingling really appeared in the video, Duanmu Yan was confused and embarrassed. What is going on? Why did I appear in this video inexplicably? Suddenly, Duanmu Yan seemed to remember something. She hurriedly looked at Ma Lingling beside her. Didn't you just say something about armor? Do you know this thing? Faced with the inquiry, Ma Lingling was also confused. I just know some information about the armor. As for why it shows the two of us, I don't know. As she said that, Ma Lingling's detective brain began to work quickly. However, it seems that the picture shown above seems to be our future. Reading books every day in the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 3. This summoner is really lame. Novice transformation is complete. Chapter 3, This summoner is really too bad. Nawa's transformation is complete. The future. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Yan, who was a little anxious, calmed down instantly. Perhaps the truth about his father's death can be found through the above information. With this idea in mind, Duanmu Yan began to watch the video carefully. Back to the video. Where is your home? In the evening, Duanmu Yan rode his sidecar with Ma Lingling on the road. Just as he passed through a tunnel, a strange sound suddenly came from inside. Looking at the big truck across the middle of the tunnel, Duanmu Yan slowed down and stopped. What's going on in front? As he spoke, he adjusted the lights to shine forward. Roar! On the big truck, a jackal monster wearing armor and standing up suddenly roared loudly. It's Oxer. Seeing the monster clearly, Ma Lingling, who was sitting in the pocket of the person next to him, exclaimed, with fear written all over her face. Oxer! Duanmu Yan was also shocked. It's really Oxer. Seeing this Oxer jump off the roof and pounce towards them, Duanmu Yan quickly turned the car around and ran back. Oxer screamed, It's Oxer, what's wrong? Don't try to escape. The wolf-like Oxer glared. 2 balls of dark green energy beams suddenly shot out. Boom! Boom! With 2 huge roars, the whole tunnel was violently shaken. The gravel flew, and the smoke and dust scattered. The motorcycle driven by Duanmu Yan and the others was immediately forced to stop. Seeing the monster approaching step by step, Ma Lingling kept urging, Duanmu, hurry up. No. The car won't start. Duanmu stood up and pedaled hard, but the motorcycle just wouldn't start. No, run away. The wolf-shaped Oxer smiled grimly, since you have seen it, don't even think about leaving. Armor Universe 1. After a short brainstorm, Zinan, Miyajin, and the other 2 finally accepted the fact of parallel universes. After all, even such absurd things as the Armor Encyclopedia have appeared. It is reasonable to have a parallel world again, right? At this time, the 3 of them widened their eyes and stared at the monster in the video without blinking. Oxer. Is this the name of the supernatural beast in that world? Hearing Dongshan's voice, Miyajin shook her head. Fingers quickly tapped the keyboard and soon got the results of the analysis. She compared the information on the screen and said, although they are all monsters, but the energy reactions of supernatural beasts and Oxer are completely different. They are 2 different species. Armor Universe 2. FK. Run. What's the matter with the motorcycle? Get out of there quickly. Seeing that Duanmu Yan and Ma Lingling were about to be caught by this monster called Oxer, Xiao Gang was so excited that he wanted to rush in and drag the 2 people away. In his excitement, he directly launched the first bullet screen. Xiao Gang, I am so anxious to see this, the nether demon is almost catching up, what are these 2 people hesitating about? A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. His action immediately blew up all the lurking audience. Ma Lingling, what is the netherworld demon? This is Oxer. Kunzhong, what is the netherworld demon, Oxers? Are you talking about this monster? Yuzu, what are you talking about? And this monster, is this a movie? Just as the audience of the Armor Universe was sending barrages in surprise, the scene in the camera turned. Wait a minute, Duanmu, wait a minute. Seeing Oxer approaching step by step, Ma Lingling not only did not run away, but stood there and took something out of her bag. Found it. Duanmu, take this. While speaking, Ma Lingling took out the Nawa armor summoner from her bag with a look of joy. What is this? Looking at this cool-looking device, Duanmu Yan was so curious that she forgot to run away. This is the Nawa armor summoner. Go and defeat him. Ma Lingling put the Nawa armor summoner into Duanmu Yan's hand without giving him any time to discuss. Listen to me now, put the summoner in front of you. Wolf-shaped Oxer's dark green eyes emitted a chilling cold light. He snorted coldly, do you still want to struggle to the death? Duanmu Yan followed Ma Lingling's instructions and hurriedly put the summoner on his waist. As the summoner was placed, an energy belt automatically unfolded and wrapped around his waist. Duanmu Yan was greatly surprised. What is this? Why is there a belt here? Ma Lingling saw that he finally put on the belt, and quickly took out her mobile phone and read it to him. Press the key now, and then shout Nava of Flame, devour the power of fierce flames, merge. Duanmu Yan was a little confused, and stammered, Flame, Nava of Flame. Devour the power of fierce flames. Watching Duanmu Yan clumsily transforming in the video, all the audience were also confused. Zinan, is this guy the armor summoner in this world? Xiaofei, is this the summoner of Nava armor? It's so lame. Xiaogang, this. I feel an awkward atmosphere coming across the screen. Huanying, tisk tisk, so this is the armor summoner from another world. Compared with him, Xiaofei and the other three are not considered problem boys. Xiao Tian. Watching the unbearable performance in the video, Duanmu Yan was embarrassed to death. According to the development in the TV series, shouldn't the superheroes be very handsome when they transform for the first time? Why did he become so lame? What's more terrible is that it seems that the audiences in other parallel universes have seen it. This time, it has become a social death event at the cosmic level. Just when Duanmu Yan's toes were about to be dug out of the villa, he finally completed the transformation in the video. Merge. With Duanmu Yan's shout, the blazing flame energy crossed the universe and descended on him, transforming into a set of gorgeous red armor. As soon as the Nawa armor came out, a huge flame energy shook Oxer away. Falling heavily to the ground, the embarrassed Oxer was full of disbelief. How is this possible? Seeing the gorgeous armor suddenly appear in the video, the audience who were still complaining suddenly widened their eyes. Xiaogang, damn! Is this the Nawa armor? It's much cooler than some cocky guy's Fei Ying armor. Xiao Fei, what are you talking about, you unevolved gorilla? Xin Nan, the power of swallowing fierce flames, is it also a fire attribute armor? Duanmu Yan, ahem, although I don't know what this armor is. It looks like I'm going to win this time. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 4 It's on fire. The slightly green General Duanmu's first battle. Seeing that the Nawa armor had completed its transformation, wolf-shaped Oxer's fighting spirit became even stronger. Damn it! It's actually an armor with molten flame energy. Watch me blow you up! Wolf-shaped Oxer roared and rushed towards Nawa armor. While waving the sharp claws, large sparks were scraped on the body of Nawa armor. The inexperienced Duanmu Yan felt dizzy when he transformed for the first time to participate in the battle. The whole person was thrown out like a spinning top. While waving his arm, he unconsciously rubbed the armor on his leg. The next second, Duanmu Yan's right palm suddenly ignited a blazing flame. It's molten flame, long time no see. Wolf-shaped Oxer stared at the flame with a sinister look. It seems that he has suffered a loss at the hands of the flame before. Armor Universe. It can actually summon flames directly. This Nawa armor is quite something. Xin Nan said in surprise. As a summoner of fire armor, he can feel the huge energy contained in the flame. Mei Zhen's eyes lit up. I didn't expect Duanmu Yan to be able to successfully exert the power of the armor in her first transformation. This talent is quite high. Shadow Realm Base. Such pure fire energy. There was a trace of shock in Yingba's eyes. This kid can burst out such a powerful force in the first summon of armor. It is really not to be underestimated. Fortunately, he is not in our world, otherwise he would be another strong enemy. Kai-er universe. Xiao Fei said with a smug look, although whether it is from the rhythm of the battle or the skills, this guy's performance is a mess. But he is not too stupid to discover the true power of the armor so quickly. Xiao Gang was amazed. You can summon a ball of fire with a wave of your hand. This ability is too cool. Xiao Tian also had a trace of expectation in his eyes. In this way, maybe we can really defeat this Oxer. However, Huan Ying seemed to have noticed something and frowned strangely. Just when countless viewers were surprised by Duanmu Yan's performance, the next scene in the video surprised everyone. Seeing his right hand being covered by a ball of blazing flames, Duanmu Yan's eyes almost popped out, and he was panicking and shaking his arms desperately. It's on fire, on fire, on fire. Seeing this scene, countless viewers were instantly petrified. Kai Yi Universe. Puff. Dong Shan spit out a mouthful of water and almost choked to death. Ha ha ha, this Duanmu Yan, ha ha ha. We thought he was still a genius and could exert all his strength in his first transformation. I didn't expect that it was just a blind cat that met a dead mouse. This is too funny, ha ha ha. Listening to Dong Shan's laughter, Xin Nan on the side touched his nose awkwardly. Damn, it's too hasty. You shouldn't have jumped to conclusions so early. Shadow World Base. Watching Duanmu Yan in the video, constantly swinging the flames in his hands, Shadow Tyrant, who was sitting in the shadows, was silent. At this moment, a piercing low laugh came from below. Hey! Ha ha! Feeling a murderous gaze coming, the ugly general who was originally covering his mouth and laughing immediately stopped talking. Armor Universe 2. Listening to Duanmu Lei constantly shouting fire, fire. Xiaofei, who had just praised and agreed with him, quickly picked up the cup and drank water tactically. However, when he noticed Xiaogong's teasing gaze, Xiaofei couldn't hold it anymore. He complained in anger. This Duanmu Yan is such a fool, he was actually scared by the flames he summoned. It's really embarrassing for us armor summoners. Just when the audience was laughing at Duanmu Yan's magic operation, in the video, he punched Oxer and sent him flying. Such a powerful force. At this time, Duanmu Yan didn't seem to expect that this armor was so powerful. He clenched his fists eagerly. In that case, I won't be polite. As he spoke, he swung his right hand and rubbed a ball of fire on the armor on his leg. Come on, here, and here. Duanmu Yan was like a child who had just got a new toy, constantly experimenting. Soon he had 2 balls of fire in his hands. Feeling the explosive power of the 2 balls on the front of his fists, Duanmu Yan smiled lightly. For you. He suddenly clenched his fists and pushed forward. 2 huge and hot fireballs blasted out instantly, roaring towards Oxer. Boom! In an instant, the hot flames illuminated the entire tunnel. With a huge roar and explosion, the wolf-shaped Oxer flew backwards. Like a blue rag bag, it fell to the ground with a bang. Wait for me! The severely injured Oxer staggered to his feet, leaving only a defeated declaration, and fled in a hurry. Seeing the other party's fleeing figure, Duanmu Yan did not chase him. He gently placed his hand on the summoner at his waist. Nava armor. With a bright flash of fire, the Nava armor worn on him turned into a ball of fire and disappeared. Ma Lingling ran over happily. How is it? I said it was very powerful, right? Kai-san Universe, Duanmu's old house. Duanmu Yan coughed lightly. Although the process was a bit tortuous, fortunately I still won. Ma Lingling covered her mouth and laughed. How dare you say that? You are afraid of the flames summoned by your own armor. Duanmu Yan quickly changed the subject. Well, look, the video has started again. Back to the video. The facts are indeed as Ma Lingling expected. Early the next morning, Xiao Wei, who had disappeared, really appeared in the downtown area. At the same time, Ma Lingling revealed the mystery of Xiao Wei's disappearance in front of Duanmu Yan and others. It turns out that all this was directed and acted by Xiao Wei and his agent. In fact, Xiao Wei was not missing at all. He used light and props to deliberately create the illusion of disappearance in order to hype the news. Faced with the facts revealed by Ma Lingling, Xiao Wei's agent snorted coldly. Even if you are right, what can we do? We didn't commit a crime. We just did a little magic and hyped the news. At this time, Officer Shilei received a call. The call said that Xiao Wei's competitor Jimmy was kidnapped in the bathroom of Xiao Wei's house. When Xiao Wei heard the voice on the phone, his face changed instantly. Ma Lingling said, Xiao Wei, the truth cannot be hidden. When your plan started, you were afraid that Jimmy would know and then expose you. So, you kidnapped him. But you didn't expect that his assistant told me quietly. Nonsense. Xiao Wei stood up suddenly. He is my best partner. I'm afraid he is also your number one enemy. Ma Lingling said firmly. After the broadcast of Southern Tanghaozu, his popularity continued to rise. And some netizens think he is the real male no one. You should be jealous of him from this time. But when you started preparing, he actually... You are too controlling. Xiao Wei exhaled suddenly, and a faint green light emanated from his eyes. Ah! With a roar, he exuded a thick ominous black aura. The whole person instantly turned into a wolf-shaped oxer. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 5 Lava Defense. Flame Attack. Molten Sword. Seeing that Ma Lingling in the video really solved the case and forced Xiao Wei to reveal his true identity. All the audience were shocked. Ma Lingling, how about it, Duanmu? It's easy for me to catch him. Duanmu Yan, you are awesome this time. Ma Lingling, hee. Xiao Gang, I didn't expect that something as dangerous as Oxer was actually transformed from a human. Miajin, it seems that the water in this world is deeper than I thought. Huanying, such a strange power, this is the first time I have seen it. Kun's Hong, it's really scary, there are such monsters, fortunately it's not the world I live in. Xiao Gang, my friend, you are too happy too early, aren't you curious at all, why this light curtain appeared in front of you? Kun's Hong, hey? What do you mean? Xiaofei, don't you understand? This means that there are such monsters in your world, but you just haven't encountered them. Xiao Song? Just as the audience was communicating with the barrage sent by the audience, the completely crazy werewolf Oxer flew up to the sky, broke through the ceiling, and escaped. It was Oxer. Looking at the werewolf Oxer who escaped again, Ma Lingling's face was full of worry. What? Officer Shilei was a little confused at first, and then he slapped his head. I will be meritorious if I catch this. While speaking, Officer Shilei, who was eager to make merit, chased him directly. Hey! Seeing that Officer Shilei wanted merit but not his life, he ran out in a flash, and he couldn't be stopped. Ma Lingling and Duanmu Yan could only follow him helplessly. The two followed the trail and soon came to a park. At this point, the clues were interrupted. Neither Officer Shilei nor the werewolf Oxer were seen. Duanmu Yan put her hands on the pergola and looked around. Let's go over there and look for it. Over there? Okay, All right. However, as soon as the two finished speaking, a sharp cry came from behind. The werewolf Oxer, who was hiding in the tree, suddenly jumped to the ground. The werewolf Oxer looked at the two people angrily. It's all you two who are doing bad things. These two guys not only beat him up yesterday, but also ruined his plan today. It's really hateful. The more he thought about it, the angrier the werewolf Oxer howled and pounced on him with his claws waving. Lingling, get out of the way. At the critical moment, Duanmu Yan hurriedly pushed Ma Lingling away and faced the werewolf Oxer alone. Looking at the werewolf Oxer who was staring at him fiercely, Duanmu Yan was frightened and became very alert. Without the armor, he couldn't stop the other party's sharp claws. At this time, Ma Lingling suddenly threw her bag over. Duanmu, bag, take it. Duanmu Yan's eyes lit up. And he quickly grabbed the small bag thrown to him, and took out the Nawa summoner. With this thing in hand, he felt much more at ease. Exhaling lightly, Duanmu Yan's mouth curled up slightly, and he put the summoner directly on his waist. Nawa of flame. Swallow the power of fierce flames. Merge. As a burst of exciting BGM sounded, Duanmu Yan completed the fusion transformation again. The gorgeous and hot Nawa armor appeared again. Looking at this annoying guy appearing again, the werewolf Oxer roared. I'll make you look good this time. The broken wolf claws on the back of his hand swung down. However, the Nawa armor that successfully transformed easily blocked his attack with just a raise of his hand. You are so vain and you don't want to see others do good to you, Oxer, I will teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he punched the werewolf Oxer in the chest with great force, knocking him back with one punch. Nawa armor took a step forward and rushed forward again. His sharp fists and kicks kept hitting the opponent. After being hit several times, the werewolf Oxer also learned to be smart. He deliberately showed a flaw. Finally seized the opportunity to swing his claws and grabbed Nawa armor's chest fiercely. Bang bang! With two roars of steel colliding, two balls of burning sparks burst out of Nawa armor. Under the heavy blow, the body involuntarily retreated backwards. Seeing that Duanmu was about to be at a disadvantage, Ma Lingling on the side hurriedly glanced at the operation guide on the mobile phone, and then shouted. Duanmu, that, lava defense. Fierce flame attack. Got it. Nawa armor nodded slightly, then rolled over and dodged the opponent's attack. With both hands moving forward, a fiery red energy shield blocked in front of him. Melting flame defense. Werewolf Oxer waved his claws in disbelief, but a huge force rebounded from it. He staggered. Nawa armor rubbed his right hand on his leg with ease, and a ball of blazing flames instantly appeared in his palm. Fierce flame attack. He clenched his palm fiercely, and the surging flame energy instantly gathered on the top of his fist. Nawa armor took a step forward and punched the werewolf Oxer in the abdomen. Ah! Werewolf Oxer screamed and flew high like a kite with a broken string. Then he fell heavily on the big tree behind him. Bang! The big tree that the two people were hugging groaned, and countless leaves fell down. The werewolf Oxer, who was dizzy, climbed up from the ground in a rage. I'm so angry. The injuries on his body stimulated his madness even more. Two vicious wolf eyes suddenly burst into scarlet blood. At this time, in a corner of the park, a middle-aged man wearing a hat and sunglasses came out. So charming! The cold-blooded man who suddenly appeared, while eating a lollipop, picked up a strange-shaped gun and aimed it at the werewolf Oxer. Soon the words "Successful Collection" were displayed on the virus collection gun. Duanmu old house. Seeing this scene in the video, Duanmu Yan was shocked. Someone is deliberately collecting Oxer virus. It's really crazy, what on earth is he going to do? Ma Lingling on the side pursed her lips tightly, and suddenly had a bad idea in her heart. At this time, the battle in the video has entered a white-hot stage. As the battle progressed, Duanmu Yan became more and more adept at using the Nawa armor. just when the degree of fit between the two sides reached a certain height. Duanmu Yan suddenly had a blessing and figured out how to use the weapon. Looking at the weapons and equipment on the armor panel, Duanmu Yan's face was full of surprise. This is Molten Scale Sword? Great! With the thought, a raging fire suddenly ignited in Nawa Armor's right hand. Nawa Armor reached into the flames with his left hand, and slowly pulled out a blade covered in flames. He stroked his palm, and the flames hovering around the molten scale sword instantly dissipated, revealing the gorgeous and cool blade inside. Seeing such a cool way to summon weapons, the summoners in other armor worlds were envious. P.S. Let me briefly talk about the rules for adding more chapters. 5 chapters a day is a minimum, 1000 flowers plus 1 chapter. 100 evaluation votes plus 1 chapter. 3 rewards of any amount plus 1 chapter. 5 monthly votes plus 1 chapter. 10 comments plus 1 chapter. Data is very important during the new book period. I hope all readers can vote for more data. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. 6. The first battle was a success. Oxer, just wait and see. Kai Universe. ERP base. Watching the Nawa armor becoming more and more skilled and powerful, Zenon said in surprise. This Nawa armor is quite powerful. The way of controlling and releasing skills is also quite special. With one move of the arm, it can summon an energy defense wall composed of flames to rebound the enemy's attack. Touching his nose, Zenon was rarely depressed, as a summoner of the same fire armor. Why is his attack method so cool? Kai Universe. Welcome to Teppanyaki Restaurant. Watching the Nawa armor in the video summoning the molten scale knife from the flames in a very cool way, Xiao Gang was envious. Damn! This is too cool. The special effects are directly maxed out. Pulling weapons directly out of the flames is just like the big boss in the game. This summoning method is too much for my taste. Hearing Xiaogong's admiration, Xiafei on the side said a little sourly. What's so great about it? It's just a bunch of fancy stuff. Every second counts in battle. With this weapon summoning skill, I can even kill a ghost demon. Having said that, it's not hard to see from Xiaofei's sneak glances at him from time to time that he was also envious of the cool performance of the Nawa armor. Xiaofei's insincere behavior made Huan Ying laugh. Facing Xiaofei's sour words, Xiao Gang just laughed haha. So, soon there was another commotion in the Teppanyaki restaurant. Back to the video screen. With a weapon in hand, the combat effectiveness of the Nawa armor sword. Flame slash. Holding the knife with both hands, the Nawa armor turned around and swung it. The cool blade flashed a fiery red light in the air. Swish! After being hit by this move, a lot of sparks immediately appeared on the chest and abdomen of the werewolf oxer. He wailed and was chopped to the ground directly. Nawa armor chuckled, swung his arm, and the molten scale knife in his palm immediately turned into a ball of fire and disappeared. So that's how it is. Duanmu Yan seemed to have a new inspiration. He rubbed a ball of fire on his leg with his right hand, and then slightly bent his body and raised his right foot, and wiped his right hand towards his leg. In an instant, the blazing flames were wrapped around his right leg. Flame kick. Nawa armor leaped up, kicked high and kicked hard, and kicked the werewolf oxer in the chest. Ah! The werewolf oxer had no power to fight back at all, and was kicked directly into the pool in the park by this powerful kick, causing a large splash of water. Looking at the wet and embarrassed werewolf oxer, Duanmu Yan joked, "How is it?" As soon as the voice fell, a battle prompt popped up again on the operation panel inside the armor. Looking at the information displayed on it, Duanmu Yan's eyes lit up. Oh! So that's how it is. He was like a child who had just gotten a toy. He immediately followed the instructions with great interest. With his 5 fingers open, 2 balls of blazing flames instantly appeared in his palms. Nava armor clasped his hands together and crossed them downwards, an endless flame energy shone through his body. Melting flame spiral fist. With a strong kick of his feet, Nava armor flew high, and his fists were clenched at his waist. The next second, the fists that gathered surging energy continued to bombard and hit. The extremely hot and fierce whirlwind of flames roared like a fire dragon and rushed towards the werewolf oxer. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, countless water splashes rose into the sky. A large piece of black smoke continued to drift, and the werewolf oxer was directly blown into pieces, revealing Xiaowei inside. With the end of the battle, Nava armor also turned into a ball of fire and disappeared. Looking at Xiaowei falling into the water, Duanmu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and completely relaxed. Duanmu, you are so awesome. Ma Lingling, who was hiding on the side, ran over with a smile on her face. At this time, Officer Shilei also arrived late. After handing Xiaowei over to Officer Shilei, the two left the park and returned to Duanmu's old house. After returning home, Ma Lingling suggested that Duanmu Yan become the summoner of Nawa armor and work with her to eliminate Oxer. After a moment of silence, Duanmu Yan refused. Forget it, I don't want to go on like this. I haven't even solved the house yet. House? Ma Lingling was a little confused. What does this house have to do with the summoner? Duanmu Yan changed the subject. By the way, what are your origins? How do you have a summoner? Ma Lingling's eyes dodged for a while. Friend, yes, my friend gave it to me. My friend used to be the summoner of Nawa armor. Later, because of physical discomfort, he could no longer summon. At this point, Ma Lingling's expression was gloomy. So, he wants me to find someone trustworthy to replace him. Duanmu Yan lowered her head and did not agree immediately. I'll think about it. Duanmu Yan. Ma Lingling pouted dissatisfiedly. You said that as long as I solve Xiaowei's case, you have to agree to whatever I say. Duanmu Yan had a headache. I did say it, but... that's it. You have to keep your word. Without waiting for Duanmu Yan to refuse, Ma Lingling directly put the summoner in his hand. Duanmu Yan looked at the summoner in his hand, sighed slightly, but did not refuse again. At this moment, he did recall the figure of his father who had gone away because of investigating Oxer. Thinking of this, Duanmu Yan's eyes gradually became firm. Oxer, you wait. I will definitely find out everything. As Duanmu Yan's voice fell, the video screen slowly dimmed. This time's famous scene inventory is over. Looking at the Nawa armor summoner in Duanmu Yan's hand, Ma Qingshan's expression was a bit complicated. After a long time, he exhaled a foul breath. Duanmu Yan, the new summoner of Nawa armor. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse for Lingling to give it to you. Suddenly, a sharp pain spread from his heart. Ma Qingshan covered his chest with a distorted face. I hope you don't become like me. Armor Universe 2. Looking at the gradually darkening video, Huanying nodded his chin and analyzed it seriously. Although it is not the same as the armor in our world, the strength of this Nawa armor is quite strong. The power of swallowing fierce flames. Xiao Tian muttered softly, and suddenly said, maybe in addition to the flame Nawa, there are other elemental armors. Yet. Xiao Gang nodded, that makes sense. Xiaofei pouted, compared to this, I am more curious about the origin of this so-called Oxer. I always feel that there is a huge conspiracy behind this. Kai Universe. Flame Nawa Armor, Summoner Duanmu Yan, Ability. Out of professional habit, Miyajin tapped the keyboard lightly and recorded the armor information of this other world in the computer. Although they are in different worlds, the power system is also different. But the other party's power display form may be a certain inspiration to Xinan and the later armor summoners. As the general manager of the armor warriors, Miyajin can be said to be quite conscientious. Looking at the silent light curtain, Dong Shan folded his arms and sighed, although I can see the armored warriors of another world. But it seems that this can't help us find the next descendant of the Light and Shadow Village. As soon as the voice fell, Xin Nan suddenly spoke. Look! The video seems to have been updated. Dong Shan's eyes lit up and he immediately moved closer. However, after he saw the title of the new video, he subconsciously looked at Xin Nan. Both of them had a strange look on their faces. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 7. The first meeting between the Flame Dragon and the Wind Eagle. The Flame Dragon Knight appears. Zinan and Dong Shan stared at the title in the video. They didn't expect that just a few words would actually lead to another armored warrior. And it was the armor from their world. A few lines of big words suddenly appeared in the originally dim video. Armor Encyclopedia Issue 2, The First Meeting of Flame Dragon Armor and Wind Eagle Armor. Welcome to Teppanyaki Restaurant. Flame Dragon Armor, Wind Eagle Armor. Xiao Gang patted his head and sighed. It's really interesting. I just finished watching Nawa Armor, and then Flame Dragon Armor and Wind Eagle Armor popped up again. As he said, Xiao Gang looked at Ying Ying and asked curiously. Sister Ying Ying, are these two armors what you are looking for? Huan Ying shook her head and raised a finger. Unfortunately, no. And didn't I say that? You and Xiao Tian are the ones I'm looking for. Xiaofei picked up the teacup and took a sip. Flame Dragon, Wind Eagle, this doesn't sound right with Nawa. It seems that this is probably another armor warrior in another parallel world. Yo! Xiao Gang said very exaggeratedly, I didn't expect our young master to use his brain. A hole. If you have the guts, say another word. Kai-san Universe, Duanmu's old house. This Flame Dragon Armor and Wind Eagle Armor are not related to you, right? Duanmu Yan poked Ma Lingling's arm. I haven't heard of it. Ma Lingling frowned and shook her head, these two should not be the armors of our world. Armor warriors in parallel universes. Duanmu Yan's eyes lit up. Then I have to take a good look. Tianatian Hao Group Headquarters Building. Li Xiaozhou scanned the video with a cold gaze, and after noticing the words on it, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his serious face. Armored warriors from other worlds. I wonder what the monsters in their worlds are like. Li Xiaozhou drank the red wine in his hand. I hope it can bring me some inspiration. Kai Universe, Shadow World Base. It is said that there are a total of 5 sets of armor circulating in the Light and Shadow Village. After the Flame Dragon armor, there is another set of Wind Eagle armor. Yingba's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Although he has always taken it as his mission to destroy the armored warriors, he knows very little about the information of the 5 sets of armor. After a little thought, he instructed the Ugly General below. Ugly General, remember to record the 2 armor summoners that appear in the video later. Hearing this, the Ugly General below immediately replied respectfully, Yes, Lord Yingba. While the two were talking, the picture in the light curtain suddenly jumped. The video is about to start playing. Then the same narration as before sounded again. It is said that there were 5 villages in the world that could summon powerful armor. These 5 villages were collectively called Light and Shadow Villages. However, with the changes of the times, the Light and Shadow Villages that had guarded the earth countless times began to decline. But as long as the blood inherited by these villagers is still there, they can summon powerful Light and Shadow armor again through the power of Light and Shadow Stone. Therefore, the evil forces hidden in the darkness are also making every effort to find the descendants of these Light and Shadow Villages. This time they are targeting Wu Kidong, the descendant of Wood Shadow Village. As the voice of the narration fell silent, a large number of bullet comments suddenly floated out like snowflakes. Xiaosong, Light and Shadow Village? I didn't expect that there was such a secret hidden in our world. It's so exciting. Xiaosong, haha. Once these news are reported, our magazine will definitely make a sensation across the country. Duanmu Yan, is this the setting of the armor hero in the parallel universe? It's a bit complicated to transform through some kind of light and shadow, stone and blood. Xiao Gang, has it protected the earth countless times? Cool. Huanying, it seems that the history of armor in this world is much longer than I thought. It actually started in ancient times. Dongshan, damn, these damn supernatural beasts really set their sights on Kidong. Just as many viewers were sending bullet comments to communicate. Wu Kidong, who was wearing glasses, was already targeted by a supernatural beast. The blue sea cucumber-like beast roared, strode across the road, and rushed towards Wu Kidong. While walking, the wounded part of the evil ginseng beast's waist kept dripping with smelly green mucus, which looked extremely disgusting. Seeing this terrifying monster approaching him step by step, Wu Kidong hurriedly picked up the book on the ground and wanted to leave. However, when he turned around, the evil ginseng beast had come behind him. The hideous mouth instantly sprayed out a disgusting green mucus. Wu Kidong shivered with fear, and hurriedly raised the book in his hand to block in front of him, and thus escaped. Just as the evil ginseng beast waved its claws and wanted to kill Wu Kidong, suddenly a figure appeared in the video. Xin Nan saw that the beast was about to hurt humans, and hurriedly took out the armor summoner and put it on his wrist. Then, he quickly took off the energy chip hanging around his neck and inserted it into the summoner. Flame Dragon Armor. As Xin Nan's voice sounded, the fiery red light and shadow stone originally stored in the base research room began to burst out with infinite light. Then, the satellite device far away in outer space began to charge quickly. And suddenly a huge energy beam burst out and shot towards the Earth. Armor Fusion. Accompanied by a burst of exciting BGM, a fiery red energy beam fell on Xin Nan's body. The next second, the gorgeous and domineering flame dragon armor was worn on him. Seeing this scene, the audiences of other armor worlds were all stunned and shocked. Duanmu Yan, damn! Is this true? He actually completed the transformation by transmitting energy through a satellite? Ma Lingling, isn't it too exaggerated? Is he so powerful? He even has an independent satellite? Xiao Gang, wow! Is this the flame dragon armor? It looks so handsome, and it's not worse than the Nawa armor at all. Welcome, it's incredible. Is this the armor warrior in this world? It's really amazing. Xiao Fei, although the strength is not clear yet, this transformation method is too pretentious, right? There must be a mine at home, and he actually used a satellite to transform. Return to the video. Your bad luck has come. The flame dragon man swung his right hand, and a series of clicks sounded. Then the flame dragon man jumped high, and the whole person was like a big bird, and instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and appeared behind the evil ginseng beast. The right foot with huge power kicked hard on the back of the evil ginseng beast. A large piece of sparks instantly emerged, and the evil ginseng beast screamed and was kicked far away. The flame dragon man landed steadily on the ground and shook his wrist again. Show what you can do. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 8 Zinan, as long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Seeing that the flame dragon warrior stopped the evil ginseng beast, Wu Kidong quickly dropped the book in his hand and ran back. At this time, Dongshan just rushed over and hurriedly comforted him. Why is it you, Dongshan? Seeing the familiar Dongshan, Wu Kidong finally caught his breath and felt much more at ease. Behind the two of them, Xiao Song, who was jogging all the way, was holding a camera and taking a lot of photos of the flame dragon warrior and the evil ginseng beast in battle. 8 Days Editorial Department. How come I'm in the video? Xiao Song was stunned when he saw himself holding a camera in the video. Originally, he was thinking about making a fortune quietly mastering the first-hand exclusive information, and then surprising everyone. Unexpectedly, the plan was stillborn before it even started. Xiaosong, who was a little depressed, suddenly changed his mind. Hey, that's not right. Since I appear in the video, it means that my plan is feasible. Maybe in the future, I will really make the magazine popular with the exclusive news of Armor Hero. Thinking that he might become the editor-in-chief of the magazine in the future. Serve as the CEO, marry a beautiful and rich woman, and reach the peak of his life. Xiaosong was happy for a while. However, before he was happy for a few seconds, Xiaosong's face suddenly changed. Wait. Since the audience in other universes can see the video, doesn't that mean that the dark forces behind these superpowers have also noticed me? FK. When he thought of the possibility, a hideous superpower would come to trouble him immediately. Xiaosong's face turned green. At this time, he looked at himself in the video and kept moving forward. Xiaosong wanted to rush in and slap himself twice. Back to the video. Evil Ginseng Beast is no match for Flame Dragon Warrior at all. After feeling the shocking pressure of Flame Dragon Warrior, the arrogant and insolent Evil Ginseng Beast unconsciously retreated behind him. The only wisdom he had was constantly warning. He would die. Once he fought with the red armored warrior in front of him, he would definitely die. The Evil Ginseng Beast wanted to escape from this dangerous place. But he could not ignore the order given by Shadow Tyrant. Just as it was hesitating, the Flame Dragon Warrior had already attacked it. The Flame Dragon Warrior threw a heavy punch and hit the Evil Ginseng Beast's shoulder hard. It staggered. The Evil Ginseng Beast, which was hit hard, was also aroused to madness. At this time, its brain, which was smaller than a peanut kernel, could no longer care about escaping or the mission. It now had only one thought, that was to make the red guy in front of it look good. With a roar, the Evil Ginseng Beast began to attack the Flame Dragon Warrior. However, it still overestimated its own strength. Its claws, which were invincible against ordinary people, were like toys in front of the Flame Dragon Man's armor. The attack it had high hopes for was easily blocked by the Flame Dragon Man. The Flame Dragon Man shook his hands slightly, and the Evil Ginseng Beast opened its middle door. And then the violent fists blasted down like a storm. Even though the Evil Ginseng Beast had thick skin and flesh, it screamed in pain after such a combo. Seeing that the Evil Ginseng Beast was about to launch a counterattack, the Flame Dragon Man flicked his wrist and kicked him to the ground. Watching the Flame Dragon Man in the video, who was as easy as beating a sandbag, the audience also looked at him sideways. Duanmu Yan, this Flame Dragon Warrior is so strong. This supernatural beast has no power to fight back at all, it is completely crushed. Malingling, wow! I didn't expect the armored warriors in the parallel world to be so powerful. Xiao Gang, such fierce fists, one after another like a volcanic eruption, so exciting. Xiao Fei, this strength is really good, half of my skills, but not elegant enough, no sense of rhythm. Xiao Gang, wow, I didn't expect our young master to praise people. It's really funny, not elegant enough? With your skinny body, he can beat you to pieces with one punch. Xiao Fei, BD, who are you calling a skinny dog? You, an unevolved savage, dare to say that to me? Huan Ying, can you two stop arguing? Huan Ying, one is brainless, one is unhappy, and the other is a dull person, what kind of problem children are they? Oh my god! I guess I am the most miserable secret practitioner in history. Xiaoshin. Just as the audience was complaining, the battle between the Flame Dragon Warrior and the Evil Ginseng Beast also came to the final moment. At this time, the Evil Ginseng Beast had run out of tricks. Facing the pressing Flame Dragon Warrior, it could only spray green mucus through its mouth parts to try to block it. However, these highly corrosive mucus had no effect on the Flame Dragon Warrior at all. The flame dragon warrior did not even shake his body, but just slightly turned his head to avoid the mucus attack. Whoosh! The flame dragon warrior dodged again with a tilt of his head. Whoosh! This time, the flame dragon warrior did not even dodge. Looking at the flame dragon warrior who was walking towards the monster step by step, with a sense of oppression in the hearts of the audience watching the video. A feeling of respect for a real man should be like this, invincible, and hot. However, the next second, this lofty admiration immediately fell to pieces. It was seen that when the flame dragon warrior in the video came close to the evil ginseng beast, he suddenly jumped up and jumped high, as if he was going to launch a fatal attack. However, there was only a whoosh. The flame dragon warrior, who was originally full of style, was hit by the mucus, a lot of sparks came out, and the plane crashed at the speed of light. Seeing the flame dragon warrior falling to the ground in a mess, the audience was stunned and stunned. The flame dragon warrior himself took advantage of the situation to turn over, patted a piece of dust and stood up without saying a word. The main point is that as long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Seeing this scene, several viewers of the Armor universe burst into laughter. Xiao Gang, ha ha ha, this is too much, right? It crashed quickly just after taking off. This technique must have been learned from Lao Ma, I am laughing to death. Ma Lingling, Puchi, ha ha ha. I can't help it either. This flame dragon warrior has an inexplicable sense of contrast. It's so interesting. Ha ha ha. Huanying. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. I thought Flame Dragon Warrior was a cold character, but I didn't expect him to be funny. Ha ha ha. Xiaofei, haha, I want to laugh like crazy. What I like most is to see others fail. It's so funny. Zinan, ahem, you guys, that's almost enough. It's just a small mistake. Is it necessary to laugh so loudly? Kai Universe. After sending a barrage with a hot face, Zinan stood up suddenly. I'll go to the bathroom. Yeah. Dongshan lowered his head, with one fist against his mouth, as if he was thinking about something. Miyajin looked at the teacup on the table expressionlessly, as if he was going to see flowers. Zinan glanced at the two of them and then closed the door. As soon as the door closed, a burst of laughter came from inside. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that Xin Nan had such a side, it made me laugh to death. It's so interesting, Xin Nan, who usually doesn't talk much, is unexpectedly funny at this time, haha. Listening to the laughter inside through the door, Xin Nan almost dug out the villa with his feet. He swore that he would never pretend to be a big shot in battle again. Reading books every day is fun during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 9 Film industry exposure. Maybe we can check the clue of high electricity consumption. Back to the video. Yanlongxia seemed to feel a little embarrassed, and put his right hand directly on the device on his waist. With a slight twist, he summoned his weapon. With the Tai Chi disc in the middle of the belt, a red light flashed. A huge weapon card was projected in front of Yanlongxia. Yanlongxia clasped his hands forward and grabbed this strange weapon. Flame Blade. This knife was born from the ancient Kyunkan Sun and Moon Blade of the Dragon Kingdom, but it is much more gorgeous and exquisite than it. The blade is fiery red. Both sides are sharp edges, and only the middle can be held. From the shape, it can be seen that to control this knife, you must have a certain strength and skills. And Yanlongxia is undoubtedly a good player. The flame blade is as easy as a finger in his hand. Every time he swings it, he can draw a gorgeous knife light. Along with the knife light, there are large sparks and wounds on the mutant beast. After a few rounds, Yanlongxia beat the evil ginseng beast to death like chopping melons and vegetables. Yanlongxia enjoyed beating monsters, and Xiao Song, who was taking pictures at the side, also enjoyed taking pictures. So, the world where only the evil ginseng beast was injured was achieved. The audience was all crying out for the evil ginseng beast. Xiaofei, tisk, tisk, too cruel, beating it would be fine, but they actually took pictures while beating it. Kunzhong, I can't bear to watch it. If this monster can talk, I will scold them. Xiaogang, oh, I can't bear to watch it. I suddenly feel that this monster is very pitiful. Dongshan, it's indeed a bit too much, especially the guy who took pictures, he just took pictures right in the face of the other person. Xiaosong, ahem, how is it too much? This is called preserving the first-hand information of the battle. This is a very important job, okay? After a while of ravaging, looking at the evil ginseng beast that took in less air than it exhaled, Yanlongzia seemed to have a change of heart, and finally put his hand on the other side of his waist, intending to give it a quick death. Yanlongzia twisted the device on the upper left, and a red word printed with / was projected in front of him. Then, Yanlongzia held the flaming knife in both hands and gently slashed across the red copybook in front of him. Demon slash! The moment the blade touched, the entire copybook was like a lake, and immediately ripples were raised. The extremely huge and explosive red energy gushed out from the copybook. And then it was all absorbed and swallowed by the flaming knife. Yanlongzia held the flaming knife with red light in both hands, and then suddenly slashed it diagonally. Shua! An amazing fiery red blade light instantly shot out. With a dull cracking sound, the powerful blade light shattered countless stone slabs on the ground. Plowed a fierce gully. Then, carrying endless energy, it instantly slashed on the chest of the evil ginseng beast. Ah! The evil ginseng beast let out a shrill scream, and was directly branded with a deep mark by the blazing fire energy, freezing in place and unable to move. Seeing that the evil ginseng beast was hit by his ultimate move, the flame dragon warrior had a thought. And the flaming knife suddenly turned into red light and disappeared. Then, he flicked his wrist and squatted slightly. A series of flaming whirlwinds began to roll up gently under his feet, climbing and entwining towards the hands of the flame dragon warrior. Flame fist. When the energy accumulated to the peak, the flame dragon warrior flew up and slapped the copybook with the word fire printed on it with his left palm. He clenched his right fist and rushed down, and with one punch, the evil ginseng beast was blasted into slag all over the sky. With a violent explosion, where the evil ginseng beast was originally standing, a card was suspended. The pattern on it was the evil ginseng beast. The flame dragon warrior, who never looked back at the explosion, turned his head slightly, picked up a corner of the card, and placed it in front of his belt with ease. The next second, the Tai Chi wheel in the center of the belt quickly turned, and a golden energy dragon roared out and hit the card. As the sealing process ended, the entire card turned into light spots and was swallowed up by the belt. Seeing this, countless viewers also felt quite novel. Duanmu Yan, it turned into a card after being defeated. Could it be that these so-called supernatural beasts are all transformed from cards? Malingling, after being destroyed, Oxer will be peeled off from the human body, but this supernatural beast will be transformed into a card and suppressed and sealed. Although they are both monsters, they are completely different. Huanying, from this aspect, the supernatural beast is somewhat similar to the nether demon. Miajin, nether demon. Qingzai, this so-called netherworld demon, which is the monster on our side, is almost equivalent to the supernatural beast in terms of positioning. The difference is that they are all intelligent and much more difficult to deal with. Dongshan, I see, it seems that where there are armor warriors, there must be dark forces. Back to the video screen. As the flame dragon warrior eliminated the supernatural beast, the camera also turned. We came to a dark cave. This is the Shadow Realm base, where the Shadow Tyrant is. This fire armor has appeared again, and it seems that this time his skills are even better. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in the Shadow Tyrant's voice. He didn't expect the flame dragon warrior to grow so fast. After only 2 or 3 battles, he grew from a rookie to the point where he could easily defeat the supernatural beast. If this continues, it will sooner or later become their biggest worry. Shadow Tyrant muttered, "The battle between light and shadow is about to begin. It's been thousands of years since we've settled this account." Humph. Shadow Tyrant stood up and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. "Today I'm going to turn those armors into ashes." At this time, General Joe said with some worry, "Lord Shadow Tyrant, I remember you once said there were 5 sets of armor in total. If other armors appear, that would be troublesome." Shadow Tyrant snorted coldly, "Don't worry about it, I have my own way. Erase the memories of those descendants and destroy the armor." These 2 strategies must still be carried out at the same time. General Joe bowed and said, "Yes." While speaking, Shadow Tyrant clenched his hands. A large amount of electricity around was instantly extracted by him. The huge amount of electricity energy turned into a deck of energy cards, suspended in the air. After Shadow Ty made a brief selection, he took out 2 cards from it and put them into the machine. "You two, show me your best." With the roar of the machine, 2 new super beasts slowly took shape in the device. Looking at these 2 super beasts, Yingba was full of confidence. This time, he can easily kill the descendants of the Light and Shadow village. Seeing this scene, many viewers were shocked. Dongshin. It turns out that these super beasts were all created by this guy called Yingba. Zinan, is this guy our ultimate goal? Xiaogong, good guy. I just called him good guy. It turns out that these monsters are all artificially created. This old guy must be the big boss. Xiaoshan, it can be seen that the manufacture of these super beasts is inseparable from electricity. If we follow this clue, we should be able to find his lair soon. Yingba? I guess it. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 10 A flash of one hand stunned everyone. Outrageous satellite transmission. Watching the video, his nest was easily exposed. Yingba was a little confused. Then a huge anger filled his heart. Damn video! Yingba grabbed a glass test tube in front of him and threw it towards the light curtain. Bang! With the sound of glass shattering, the test tube directly penetrated the light curtain and fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. Facing the intact light curtain, Yingba was so angry that his teeth itched and he was very aggrieved. Damn it! At this time, the ugly general on the side hurriedly persuaded. Master Yingba, since our base has been exposed, let's evacuate here quickly. Now is not the time to fight with those armors. Yingba blew 2 heavy breaths from his nostrils. Suddenly grabbed the ugly general, opened his bow left and right, and slapped him twice. Pa! Suddenly, 2 crisp sounds of flesh hitting resounded throughout the base. It's you, the idiot, who exposed my name. Zhou Zhang covered his red and swollen cheeks, and he was completely stunned. After listening to Yingba's scolding, Zhou Zhang felt wronged and resentful. TMD. Can you blame me for this? What else should I call you, Yingba? Damn you, just wait for me. Zhou Zhang, who covered his face and lowered his head silently, suddenly clenched his fists. Back to the video screen. In order to eliminate Wu Qidong, the descendant of Muying village, Yingba once again sent out 2 more powerful supernatural beasts. On the other side, Happy Dumpling Restaurant. Looking at the supernatural beast information sent by Miyajin on the computer, Zinan suddenly felt a little irritable and confused. Another new supernatural beast. What is the meaning of fighting? Turning off the computer, Zinan sighed. In order to eliminate supernatural beasts, he has sacrificed too much time for piano practice. Long-term battles not only consume a lot of his time, but also constantly wear out his spirit. He really didn't know how long he would have to fight this meaningless battle. just when Xin Nan was about to go out to relax and change his mood. Suddenly, he received another alarm from Mei Zhen. The supernatural beast appeared again. Xin Nan, at the beach. Start the satellite. I know. Xin Nan rushed to the base without saying a word and immediately ran to the satellite launch device. As Mei Zhen pushed the energy joystick to the top, a beam of light instantly enveloped Xin Nan's whole body. Then, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared in the base. At the same time, the distant outer space satellite device suddenly received a string of energy signals. After the verification, the satellite energy gathering system was turned on and locked onto a bay on the Earth, and suddenly emitted a blazing beam of light. The next second, Xin Nan, who disappeared in the base, was transmitted to the target location via satellite. Seeing this scene, all the audience were dumbfounded. Xiao Gang, damn! Quantum teleportation. Is it because I am dazzled or I woke up too fast after not sleeping well? Xiao Fei, no, this is too fantastical, isn't it? How on earth did they do this? Huan Ying, unbelievable. They turned people into a beam of light and then teleport them over long distances via satellite. What kind of science fiction story is this? Malingling, too exaggerated. I don't understand, but I am shocked. Duanmu Yan, suddenly I feel that the Nawa armor in my hand is not so good. As soon as the teleportation was completed, Xin Nan saw two attacking monsters. One of the monsters was green and held a mace in its hand. It was a thorny wood monster that Ying Ba mutated from thorns polluted by the environment. The other monster looked like a grasshopper. The hands are a pair of pincers, and there are also tentacle-like tissues with blades behind the head. It spits out half of its tongue, which looks very disgusting. This is the grasshopper beast that Yingba mutated from grasshoppers polluted by the environment. Facing these two supernatural beasts, Zinan is not afraid. Just put on the summoner to transform. With the roar of a fierce dragon, the summoner instantly stimulates infinite energy. Flame Dragon Armor. Merge. The flame-filled Flame Dragon Warrior landed on the battlefield. Come on, you bully guy. The Flame Dragon Warrior flicked his wrist, jumped up, and took the initiative to meet the two supernatural beasts. The Thornwood beast roared, raised the mace in his hand, and hit Yanlongxia hard. However, the Flame Dragon Warrior just flashed slightly, raised his hand and blocked his attack. Then, the extremely fierce flame fist hit the Thornwood beast's chest and abdomen one after another. This set of silky little combos directly hit the thorny wood beast dizzy and almost fell to the ground. The thorny wood beast shook its big green head and rushed over again waving its mace. The Flame Dragon Warrior kicked his legs and hit the thorny wood beast's shoulder with a flying fist. Bang! A large piece of sparks came out, and the thorny wood beast screamed and fell to the side. The thorny wood beast was at a disadvantage. The grasshopper beast also howled and stretched out two giant claws to support it. The Flame Dragon Warrior was not careful for a moment and was poked by its claws and stepped back a few steps. Patting the armor on his chest, the Flame Dragon Warrior said lightly, I didn't expect the superpower beasts to know how to divide the work and cooperate. Show what you can do. As he spoke, the Flame Dragon Warrior took the initiative to fight again and met the attack of the two superpower beasts. However, these two superpower beasts were strengthened by Shadow Tyrant. Not only strength. Even its wisdom far surpassed that of the previous evil beast, and it even knew how to cooperate in combat. Under the cooperation of the two supernatural beasts, the Flame Dragon Warrior, who was originally invincible in single combat, immediately became struggling and was attacked one after another. The enemy in front of him was not easy to deal with, so the Flame Dragon Warrior quickly changed his strategy and twisted his right hand on his belt. He immediately summoned his weapon. Flame Bow. The Flame Dragon Warrior grabbed the projection in front of him with his arm. And a red longbow without a bowstring was held by him. With a raised arm, the flame dragon warrior aimed the bow directly at the thorny wood beast. The next second, boom boom boom, several fiery red energy beams burst out. The thorny wood beast's entire body exploded with countless sparks, and it howled like a ghost. On the other side, Wu Kedong, who was immersed in the sea of books, suddenly felt his mobile phone vibrate. He took it out and looked at it, and Dong Shan's urgent voice immediately sounded. Kedong, there is a superpower beast behind you, run. Wu Kedong looked back. Sure enough, the grasshopper beast was waving its giant claws and rushing towards him. Wu Kedong was startled, tripped over his left foot and fell directly to the ground. The descendants of the Muying village in front of him were about to be killed by the superpower beast, and the flame dragon man was anxious. He stepped on the shoulder of the thornwood beast and jumped into the air with the force. The flame bow in his hand shook, and a string of energy shells were fired, pushing the grasshopper beast back a few steps. Get out of here! After giving the order, the flame dragon man shook his hand, and the flame bow in his hand disappeared instantly, replaced by the flame knife. And a new round of battle began. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 11 Flame Dragons Comeback. 2 ultimate moves in one team fight. In the sparsely populated bay, Flame Dragon Warrior and 2 supernatural beasts were facing each other tightly. Although he had the main weapon in hand, it was still a bit difficult for Flame Dragon Warrior to fight 1 against 2. Now he could only fight with his back against the wall. Exhaling lightly, Flame Dragon Warrior rushed forward with the flaming knife in hand. However, after a few rounds of fighting, he fell into disadvantage again. The 2 supernatural beasts on the opposite side cooperated very well, just like a mouse pulling a turtle and having nowhere to start. Once Flame Dragon Warrior gained the upper hand, the other supernatural beast would come to support. Under the cooperation of these 2 beasts, Wu Kedong's safety had to be taken into consideration. Flame Dragon Warrior was distracted by one thing and lost another. And his strength could only be exerted at half of the usual level, and he soon fell into disadvantage. The grasshopper beast saw the right time, and the long tongue in its mouth suddenly shot out like a venomous snake. It hit Flame Dragon Warrior directly in the front, creating a large area of sparks. The Flame Dragon Warrior never expected that the opponent would have such a trick. Unfortunately, he could only take the blow and fell to the ground. These 2 supernatural beasts are indeed far more intelligent than the evil ginseng beast. Once they defeated the Flame Dragon Warrior, they did not want to fight anymore. They chased Wu Kedong directly. ERP Research Base. Looking at the defeated Xin Nan in the video, Mei Zhen was extremely worried. Sure enough, is it too difficult for Xin Nan to fight 2 people alone now? Dong Shan's brows also frowned tightly. Oh no, Xin Nan's condition is not good. If this goes on, I'm afraid he and Kedong will be in danger. Shadow World Base. Unlike the dull atmosphere in the ERP Research Base, there is a cheerful atmosphere here at this time. Very good, that's it. Kill as much as you want, my supernatural beasts. Looking at the 2 supernatural beasts that defeated the Flame Dragon Warrior in the video, the Shadow Tyrant nodded with satisfaction. He said excitedly, quickly destroy these damn descendants of Yinkan. In the Kair universe, welcome teppanyaki. Alas, 1 against 2 is really not realistic. Xiao Gang sighed, I originally wanted to see the Flame Dragon Man kill the supernatural beasts, but I didn't expect that the supernatural beasts this time were so much stronger. Xiao Tian suddenly interrupted, speaking of which, isn't there a Wind Eagle armor in the title this time? Why hasn't it appeared yet? Could it be? Xiaofei guessed. Could it be that Wu Kedong is actually the summoner of the Wind Eagle armor? So those supernatural beasts have been holding on to him. Is that really the case? Welcome tilted his head, why do I feel that it's not like that? This Wu Kedong is too weak and doesn't have the temperament of an armor summoner at all. Duanmu's old house. Looking at Zinan, whose weapons were even knocked off in the video, Duanmu Yan shook her head. It seems that this Zinan is a rookie like me. It's still too difficult to play a high-end game like 1 against 2. I don't know when the Wind Eagle armor will appear. If it doesn't appear, the Flame Dragon Knight will be in danger. Speaking of this, Duanmu Yan suddenly paused and looked at Ma Lingling. Lingling, do we have other armor besides the Nawa armor? Ma Lingling nodded and said as a matter of course we do. It's just that it's still in the research and development stage and has not yet been released. Duanmu Yan touched his chin with his hand and asked suspiciously. Since it hasn't been released, how did you know about it, Lingling? Ma Lingling's brain turned quickly. Of course it was the friend who brought me the tile armor who told me. Oh, don't think too much. Look at the video, there's something going on with Yan Longxia again. After being interrupted by Ma Lingling, Duanmu Yan also put her attention back to the video. Back to the video screen. Yan Longxia was about to go forward to rescue Wu Kedong, but suddenly he had a whim. In an instant, he inexplicably understood the secret of the boxing taught by the old man of Shenshan. The secret of the victory of the Southern Fist is invincible. Only speed will win. Only speed will win. Zinan's face showed a trace of thought. He grabbed the flaming knife and stood up again. On the other side, the grasshopper beast had already forced Wu Kedong to the corner of the bay. Seeing that his huge claws were about to clamp Wu Kedong's neck, Yan Longxia flicked his wrist and instantly activated his ultimate move. A fiery red light flashed, and the Demon Sealing Slashing sticker appeared in front of him. Demon Sealing Slash. The flaming knife in his hand slashed at the Demon Sealing Slashing sticker, and a huge amount of flame energy gathered. The next second, the gorgeous flaming knife suddenly swung a red knife light. Under the surging heat wave, the sharp knife light instantly slashed the body of the thorny wood beast. Then, the flaming knife turned and slashed at the grasshopper beast again. However, the cunning grasshopper beast saw that the situation was not good, dropped Wu Kedong in his hand, and dodged in an instant. Then he quickly sprayed out a ball of black mist and fled away. Seeing this, the flame dragon warrior turned his head and looked at the thorny wood beast that was nailed in place and burned by the fire. A red light flashed. The flaming knife in his hand disappeared, and the flame dragon warrior flicked his wrist. After taking a deep breath, he crossed his fists and squatted slightly. Then he jumped into the air like a dragon emerging from the abyss. Flame Fist. After his right palm penetrated the Flame Fist sticker, he clenched his left fist and slammed it down. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, the thorny wood beast was completely turned into debris on the ground. After the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, the Flame Dragon Man pinched a corner of the thorny wood beast card and aimed it at the Tai Chi disc on his belt. The familiar golden dragon roared out again, completely suppressing and sealing the thorny wood beast. Seeing the Flame Dragon Man in the video turn defeat into victory, the audience was all excited. Xiao Gang, awesome! He can win in such a disadvantageous situation. This operation is really amazing. Duanmu Yan, I thought I was going to lose this time. But I didn't expect the Flame Dragon Man to explode at the last moment. It seems that we really can't underestimate the armor summoners in other worlds. Xiao Tian, after a battle, 2 special moves were released in succession. The energy of the Flame Dragon armor looks quite strong. Qing Zai Zai, the secret of the Southern Fist is to win. It is invincible. Only speed can win. It seems that the Flame Dragon heroes have masters who are proficient in martial arts behind them. Xiao Gang, speaking of this Qing Zai Zai brother, what do you do? It seems that you are very familiar with Huanying, and it seems that you know a lot about the Nether Demon and armor. Huanying, Xiao Gang, don't ask so many questions. After you officially summon your armor, you will naturally know what Qing does. Kun's Hong, haha, watching you chat, I suddenly feel like I have found an organization. It's just a pity that I didn't see the appearance of the Wind Eagle armor. Xiao Gang, brother Kunz Hong, maybe you are also one of the armor summoners. Kunz Hong, haha, brother, you are really joking. I am just an ordinary student. How can I get involved with these armor warriors? Besides, these monsters are so scary, I don't want to fight them. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 12. Promote the Way of Heaven. Wind Eagle Man debuts for the first time. Back to the video. When sending the injured Wu Kedong back to the hospital for treatment, Dong Shan accidentally discovered that Wu Kedong was his cousin. He had always thought that he was adopted by his grandfather. But he didn't expect that they were really related by blood. And the emergence of this news also means that Dong Shan is also a descendant of Muying village and also has the ability to summon the Woodwind Eagle armor. At the seaside, looking at the sparkling and calm sea, Dong Shan's mood was extremely complicated. The sudden revelation of his life experience and identity made him both excited and confused. For a moment, he couldn't find the direction to move forward. Wu Kedong came over from behind and sat next to Dong Shan. Actually, you knew it a long time ago. Dong Shan asked softly. Wu Kedong adjusted his glasses. Know what? Do you know why I was targeted by the monster? Or do you know why we are here at this moment? Dong Shan said helplessly, you have been nitpicking since you were a child. Shaking his head, he asked seriously. I mean, what's wrong with our blood? You mean this? Wu Kedong smiled suddenly. Actually, I knew it when I was very young. Dong Shan asked, very young, who told you, Grandpa? Not really, I like reading ancient books. There are many such stories in the books. Wu Kedong's face showed a trace of reminiscence. At that time, you just liked playing computer too much. And when I was concentrating on reading, I could hear the voice of my heart. But you shut down your voice. At this time, several bullet comments floated through the video. Ma Qing Shan, so Dong Shan is very likely the summoner of the Wind Eagle armor. Duanmu Yan, I understand. It turns out that Dong Shan is an internet-addicted teenager who was delayed by games, laughing to death. Xiao Fei, single 6. Xiao Gang, brother Dong Shan, if conditions permit, let's play a game together. In the picture, Dong Shan seemed to be a little bit overwhelmed, and quickly interrupted, stop talking nonsense. Tell me quickly, what did you see in the ancient book? Wu Kedong said seriously, I saw the wooden armor Wind Eagle Man. Wind Eagle Man? You mean Grandpa? Dong Shan was shocked. Could it be that his grandfather was the summoner of the previous generation of Wind Eagle armor? Just when Dong Shan was shocked, Wu Kedong continued. When my heart was the quietest, he floated past me. Like a feather, but I still heard it. Dong Shan suddenly asked, then you also have the ability to summon the wood armor? Why? Why don't you take over Grandpa's job? Continue to do what he does. Wu Kedong smiled calmly, the ancient books say that the way of heaven has its own destiny. Success may not be up to me, Grandpa told me all this. And Grandpa also said that the sweetest fruit is often the last to ripen. This time I appeared to promote a way of heaven. Hearing this, Dong Shan was silent. Wu Kedong looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, Wind Eagle Man, it's time. And the audience can also be sure. Xiao Tian, it seems that Dong Shan is destined to be the one who summons the Wind Eagle armor. Ma Lingling, I don't know what kind of ability this Wind Eagle armor has, I'm really looking forward to it. Welcome. Wu Kedong mentioned the way of heaven several times. Is there really a way of heaven in this world? Or is he simply quoting from an ancient book? Qing Zizai, in this case, this world still hides a lot of secrets, and magical things like light and shadow stones don't seem to exist on Earth, and their origins are probably extraordinary. In the picture, the camera turns. Miyajin and Xiaosong come to a seaside port. Through clues, they found that the dark forces were likely to release mercuric nitrate into the city through the dock. Therefore, the two came here to investigate. Who knew that just as they were about to approach the docked cargo ship, they found a supernatural beast waving its pincers. That was the grasshopper beast that had escaped from the hands of the flame dragon warrior before. Seeing the monster appear, Miyajin immediately took out her mobile phone and called Zinan. "Hello, Miyajin." Miyajin said briefly, "The target is the highly toxic chemicals in the cabin, mercuric nitrate. The supernatural beast is at the dock and will board the ship soon." Just after hanging up the phone, Miyajin heard Xiaosong patting his chest and said, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." Miyajin nodded slightly, showing an awkward but polite smile. The next second, the grasshopper beast suddenly found the two and ran towards them. Xiaosong was so scared that his face turned pale, and he hurriedly retreated with Miyajin. Seeing this scene, the audience couldn't hold it back. "Miyajin: Where's the protection you promised?" Xiaosong: "Xiaogong, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, this reporter brother is so funny." Xiaofei: "Happy. Don't worry, I'll protect you later." Duanmu: "Are you serious about taking a half step back? A small action can cause so much damage." Ma Lingling: "Haha, Duanmu, you are so mean, you even sang it." 8 Days Editorial Department. Ah! Seeing his expression of being scared to pee in the video, and the ridicule of other viewers on the barrage, Xiaosong was numb. This FG slap in the face came too quickly, right? It's really hateful. Back to the video screen. Happy Dumpling Restaurant. After receiving Miyajin's call, Zinan also realized the seriousness of the matter. He found an excuse to come outside the store, found a place where no one was, and put on the Flame Dragon Summoner. The next second, the satellite transmission was instantly activated. The customers of the Happy Dumpling Restaurant only felt the ground shaking, and then Zinan disappeared. Duanmu: "This satellite delivery function is so good, I envy it every time I see it." Xiaofei: "It would be great if we had this thing here, and we could teleport to the netherworld demon with a whoosh." Xiaogang: "Yes, welcome, you should work harder and try to get one for us too." Welcome, rolling eyes, what are you all thinking about? Satellite delivery, even if you help me sell it, I can't get a single part together. There is no satellite, but there is enough teppanyaki. Looking at the satellite in the video, the other viewers of the Armor universe were really envious. But they could only enjoy the sight. While the barrage was communicating, Grasshopper Beast had knocked Xiaosong unconscious with his slap, and was pressing towards Miyajin step by step. "Don't come over." Seeing that Miyajin was about to fall into the hands of the enemy, suddenly, 2 sounds of breaking air came from behind. 2 blue thorn rings drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then hit the grasshopper beast's back heavily, exploding a large piece of sparks. After being hit hard, the grasshopper beast roared and turned back suddenly. Then he found that on the high tower behind him, an extremely gorgeous armored warrior with blue and gold interwoven all over his body was slowly retracting the rings. Under the sunlight, the Wind Eagle hero, who was shining like a god, said calmly, "This time, let you see how powerful my wooden Wind Eagle armor is. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 13 What's going on? Wind Eagle wants to solo with Flame Dragon." Seeing the Wind Eagle man suddenly appearing in the video, the 3 people in the laboratory base were stunned. This voice is Dong Shan. After being together for so long, Miyajin immediately recognized him by voice. It was Dong Shan who summoned the Wind Eagle armor. Zinan patted Dong Shan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that after looking for you for a long time, you are the one who summoned the armor." Dong Shan himself was a little helpless, touched his nose, and said sullenly. I didn't expect this result either. After going around in such a big circle, the armor summoner turned out to be me. Miyajin smiled and said, this is called destiny. That's right. Nodding, Dongshan looked at the video with a slight smile on his face. But the Wind Eagle armor is quite cool, it really suits my aesthetic. Armor Universe 2. FK. This Wind Eagle armor is so handsome. The combination of blue and gold is really amazing. Staring at the cool Wind Eagle armor in the video, Xiaogong's eyes lit up. It's so cool. Unlike a certain young master's armor, although it is also blue, it reveals a cheap plastic feeling, tut-tut. Xiao Gang did not forget to make trouble for Xiao Fei while praising the Wind Eagle armor. Sure enough, Xiao Fei exploded immediately after hearing this. A hole. What are you talking about, you uncivilized savage? Whose armor is cheap? I didn't say you, why are you so anxious? Xiao Gang made a face and picked his nose. Xiao Tian shook his head and ignored the two guys who were noisy every day. Staring straight at the Wind Eagle armor in the video. Is it the way of heaven, or the arrangement of fate? Xiao Tian suddenly felt that Dongshan was very similar to himself. They were both chosen by fate. It's just that Dongshan chose to accept his fate, while Xiao Tian himself was escaping. Looking at the video, Xiao Tian was stunned and muttered. Wind Eagle armor? Let me see your power. Armor Universe 3. Duanmu's old house. Watching the video of the Wind Eagle man descending from the high tower like a divine eagle, Duanmu Yan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Is this the title character of this time, the Wind Eagle armor? Just from the shape, it is indeed very cool. I just don't know how strong this guy is. Ma Lingling analyzed, from such a high place, he can land with a light jump. It seems that this armor is known for its speed and agility, which is completely different from the Flame Dragon armor. Seeing that Ma Lingling's analysis was very reasonable, Duanmu Yan nodded. From the perspective of positioning, the Flame Dragon armor and the Nawa armor are both fire attributed and good at bursting. By the way, Lingling, you said before that we also have other armors here. Are they also distinguished by the 5 elements? Not the 5 elements. Ma Lingling shook her head. According to the information I know so far, our armor only contains the 4 elements of earth, water, wind, and fire. Seeing that Duanmu Yan seemed to want to ask more questions, Ma Lingling changed the subject. Oh, don't ask so many questions, let's watch the video first. Back to the video. The Wind Eagle armor jumped down from the tower more than 20 meters high like a divine eagle spreading its wings. It instantly appeared in front of the grasshopper beast. Without saying a word, the Wind Eagle man twisted the weapon device on his belt. The next second, a blue weapon light post was projected in front of him. The Wind Eagle man stretched his right hand forward, and a slender Wind Eagle sword appeared in his hand. The entire long sword was completely covered on the armor of the right hand, the tip of the sword flashed with cold light, emitting a frightening aura. As the Wind Eagle man thought, the Wind Eagle sword in his hand flashed with a blue light, and the Wind Eagle sword transformed. The blade retracted directly, and then 2 wing-like devices opened on both sides of the sword. At this point, the whole sword suddenly changed into the shape of a crossbow. This is exactly the Wind Eagle man's Wind Eagle crossbow. Looking at the changing shape of the Wind Eagle sword, the audience was also very excited and amazed. Xiao Gang, damn! So cool! This sword can actually turn into a crossbow, it's amazing. Duanmu Yan, I didn't expect that there would be so many changes on a weapon. It looks quite interesting. It would be great if the Nawa armor also had this function. Xiao Fei, tisk, a bunch of ignorant bumpkins. Isn't it just a weapon changing shape? Are you so excited? I'll show you the power of Fei Ying armor another day. Ma Lingling, Fei Ying armor? Another unfamiliar armor. Kun Zhong, it sounds like it's very powerful. Miyajin, Feiying armor? It seems that this is another armor from another universe. Back to the video. Wind Eagle warrior raised his arm, and aimed the muzzle of the Wind Eagle crossbow at the grasshopper beast, and fired several shells in succession. The grasshopper beast's skin and flesh were blown apart, and it screamed. On the other side, after Miajan's continuous beatings, Xiaosong also woke up from his coma. He was about to say something to Miajan, but he caught a glimpse of Wind Eagle warrior from the corner of his eyes. Xiaosong's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He got up quickly, grabbed the camera and started shooting wildly. Xiao Gang, ha 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 ha, this guy is so dedicated. He was half dead at first, but when he saw the armor warrior appear, he immediately revived with full blood. Xiaofei, what a talent! Miajan behind him almost laughed out of anger. Duanmu Yan, this is too dedicated, the newspaper must give him a big raise, right? Kun Zhong, this guy is really awesome. For the sake of news, he even gave up his life. I admire him. Just as the audience was laughing, Wind Eagle Man once again changed the Wind Eagle crossbow back to the Wind Eagle sword. While swinging the long sword, he slashed at the grasshopper beast, blowing up a large number of sparks. The grasshopper beast felt the pain, and its potential began to explode. He dodged the attack of Wind Eagle Man with a flash. Wind Eagle Man twisted his neck, are you competing in speed? As soon as the voice fell, Wind Eagle Man instantly flashed behind the grasshopper beast and stabbed it hard again. Another large number of sparks came out, and the grasshopper beast howled. Just as Wind Eagle Man was ravaging the mutant beast, the air shook. A fiery red energy beam fell from the sky. And the Flame Dragon Man transmitted by satellite finally arrived. When he saw the Wind Eagle armor that made its debut in front of him, Flame Dragon Man was slightly stunned at first. Then he caught a glimpse of the monster fighting against him. When he saw that it was Grasshopper Beast again, the fire in his heart suddenly rose. Last time, he let this guy fight 2 against 1, and Yanlongxia was depressed for a long time. Now the situation has changed, and he can finally get back his money with interest. Yanlongxia flicked his wrist and immediately summoned the flame bow, intending to have a righteous group fight. Reaching out and grasping the fiery red longbow, Yanlongxia aimed the trajectory directly at the grasshopper beast. The explosive flame energy continued to condense. And then with a bang, a red beam of light shot out instantly. However, just when the energy beam was about to hit the grasshopper beast, a blue figure flashed instantly. Fenjingxia cut off the energy beam fired by Yanlongxia with a sword. Seeing this, Yanlongxia was shocked. Even the audience watching the video were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Is the Wind Eagle going to have a solo with the Flame Dragon? Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 14. The Terrifying Zen Seal. The Armor Summoner is beside me. Kai 2 Universe. Watching the Wind Eagle Man break the attack of the Flame Dragon Man with one sword. The people in the teppanyaki restaurant were all confused. What's going on? Internal fighting. Xiaogong's eyes widened, and the game console was thrown aside. Could it be that Dongshan has had conflicts with Zinan for a long time, so he wants to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson? Xiaofei opened his mouth wide, with a face full of gossip. Xiao Tian was a little speechless. Your imagination is too big. Although it's a bit bloody. Huanying blinked, but it's played like this in TV dramas. Xiao Tian, this. The new base of the film world at this time. Ha ha ha, good. What a bloody fight, I want to see a river of blood. The shadow tyrant sitting in the shadow laughed loudly, his expression was extremely excited. Sweeping away the decadence of being forced to move and flee, the whole person seemed energetic. The ugly general on the side also clenched his fists tightly, staring at the video without blinking. He kept shouting in his heart. Fight! Fight! Back to the video. Wind Eagle Man chopped off the energy beam emitted by Flame Dragon with his sword. Let me do it. At this time, with his back to the tightly clenched Wind Eagle Man, Grasshopper Beast suddenly launched a sneak attack. The long pink tongue covered with mucus shot out like a bullet. It hit the back of Wind Eagle Man with a whoosh. A large number of sparks were blown out. Wind Eagle Man, who was attacked for the first time, just stumbled and quickly stood firm. He turned around suddenly and showed no mercy to the Grasshopper Beast who was attacking from behind. He raised the Wind Eagle sword in his hand and chopped it. The Grasshopper Beast was hit so hard that sparks flew everywhere, his skin was torn, and green smoke began to come out of his body. After such a battle, Dong Shan, who was controlling the armor, felt that the anger that had been accumulated for days had suddenly dissipated a lot. At this time, the Flame Dragon warrior on the side saw that he had stopped and thought that he was a little tired. He flicked his wrist and was about to summon a weapon to take over the battle for him. Unexpectedly, the Wind Eagle warrior raised his hand to stop him and said, "Wait." Although the Flame Dragon warrior was a little confused, he still gave up his previous thoughts and put down his palm. The Wind Eagle warrior nodded slightly, turned around, and faced the Grasshopper Beast that had lost its ability to move. A cold momentum swept out from him like a gust of wind. The next second, the Wind Eagle warrior suddenly twisted the device on his belt and activated the big move. I saw a blue energy light sticker with the word printed on it, floating in the air. The Wind Eagle warrior raised his arm slightly, and the narrow blade of the Wind Eagle sword pierced it. Then, the whole energy light sticker rippled like water waves, and turned into countless blue energy light spots, all of which were thrown into the Wind Eagle sword. Piercing wind stab. The Wind Eagle Man squatted slightly, and countless blue sharp sword lights appeared behind him. As the Wind Eagle sword on his arm was sent out, a huge energy sword formation rushed towards the Grasshopper Beast. Ah! The Grasshopper Beast's body was instantly pierced and nailed in place. Endless dark blue flames continued to burn its soul. The Grasshopper Beast let out an extremely shrill scream. The Wind Eagle Man swung his arm, and the Wind Eagle sword immediately turned into a blue light and disappeared. He then wiped his nose and jumped high. His legs passed through an energy light post with the word wood printed on it in the air. Then, the whole person rushed down with huge kinetic energy like Mars hitting the Earth. Boom! In an extremely violent explosion, the Grasshopper Beast was blown to ashes. Only a card with its figure printed on it was left in the original place. Wind Eagle turned around, picked up a corner of the card without any instruction, and placed it in front of the Tai Chi disc on his belt. An extremely high-pitched chirping sounded immediately. Then, a blue divine bird composed entirely of energy spread its wings and flew out, swooping down on the card. Completely suppressed and sealed the Grasshopper Beast. After dealing with the supernatural beast, Wind Eagle put away his weapon. He strode towards the Flame Dragon warrior, as if he wanted to say something. Looking at the two people in a very friendly atmosphere, the audience who likes to watch the fun are a little disappointed. Xiao Fei, tisk. Boring, I thought they were going to fight. Duanmu Yan, they were on edge just now, why are they talking to each other in a friendly way now? Xiao Gang, what a pity, I thought I could see the internal fighting of the armor heroes. Dong Shan. Mei Zhen, rolling eyes, hey, what's the mentality of these guys? Huan Ying, oh, I waited for nothing. It turns out that the bloody plots in the TV series are all fake. Xiao Tian. I told you, watch less stupid TV series. Xin Nan, black ? Face, you people are too dark in your heart, right? I didn't fight with Dong Shan, so you are so disappointed? Ma Lingling, hee, smirking, it's mainly because of the aggressive look of Wind Eagle Man just now, so. Dong Shan, Subway Old Man's Mobile Phone.jpg. Dong Shan, the reason why I didn't let Zinan intervene is because this supernatural beast has been causing trouble for my cousin again and again. Dong Shan, besides, my relatives were beaten to the hospital by the monster, how can I not be aggressive? Xiao Gang, ah, so that's the case. Dongshan, otherwise. What are you guys thinking about all day long? The new base of the film world. Watching the development in the video and the comments on the barrage. The laughter that originally resounded throughout the base stopped abruptly. The film tyrant didn't expect that the self-destruction that he had been looking forward to for a long time was just his wishful thinking. Such a big mistake made him anxious and angry. The film tyrant's face was red, and he was about to explode. RNM. What I want to see is a river of blood. The furious shadow tyrant grabbed the Joe General and slapped him twice. Papa. The crisp sound of flesh hitting flesh echoed throughout the base. The Joe General felt dizzy, and before he could react, his cheeks swelled up like steamed buns. Feeling the severe pain on his face, the Joe General, who realized it late, howled like a pig being slaughtered. CNM. Why are you hitting me again? The Joe General roared madly in his heart. And the resentment in his eyes almost turned into reality. Damn shadow tyrant, you wait for me. Return to the video screen. Watching the two armored warriors who had been elusive finally meet each other, Xiao Song was extremely excited, and quickly raised the camera in his hand to record this historic moment. Miyajin, who was standing by, could only worry when she saw his actions. Fortunately, Wind Eagle and Flame Dragon were more alert. After noticing the prying eyes, they nodded and put their hands in front of their belts and closed them slightly. Zen seal. Then, an invisible wave spread instantly. At the same time, the whole world seemed to be paused and frozen in time. The birds in the sky were motionless. Xiao Song's hand pressing the shutter also stopped in mid-air. Without any worries, the two began to communicate formally. Are you the wood armor summoner Wind Eagle? Wind Eagle nodded slightly. Hello, Flame Dragon. I didn't expect to meet you like this. Your voice. Flame Dragon was stunned. You are. Xian Nan had already heard that the other party was Dongshan who had been fighting side by side. It's me. Wind Eagle warrior nodded slightly. I didn't expect that I was also the summoner of the armor. But from today on, I will fight side by side with you and give the evil forces a head-on blow. Flame Dragon warrior exclaimed, it's really surprising. Welcome to join the ranks of the armor warriors. Then, he stretched out his hand. Under the sunshine, the arms of the two warriors, one red and one blue, clasped together tightly. At this moment, all the audience were shocked by the time stop of Zen Seal. P.S. Xiapuja begs for data support from readers. Please vote for free flowers and evaluation tickets. The data is too bad, I can't write anymore. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 15 Luring the tiger away from the mountain Lufa appears. The netherworld demon is about to revive. Staring blankly at the frozen image in the video, all the audience were stunned. They were so shocked that they couldn't say anything more. They never thought that these two armored warriors would have such a terrifying trick. They could even make time and space stop. It's so terrifying, so terrifying. Xiao Gang, damn it. Am I still asleep, or am I hallucinating because I ate too much teppanyaki and got food poisoning? Why is this bird not moving at all? Xiao Fei, although you are a savage and you are stupid and talk badly, there is nothing wrong with your eyes. You are not mistaken, the two of them did stop time and space. Huan Ying, how could such a terrifying thing happen? They can even control time and space. This is too scary. Huan Ying, and Xiao Gang, you stinky boy. My teppanyaki is clean and hygienic, how could it possibly cause you to get food poisoning? This BD, I will never make it for you again. Xiao Tian, is this the power of the 5 elements armor? It can even seal time and space for a short time, which is really amazing. Qingzai, sure enough, there are people who are better than you, and there are heavens beyond heaven. It seems that I have to work hard and increase the training of Xiafei and the others. Xiafei. There is no need for that. Duanmu Yan, hey, hey, hey. This is too outrageous, right? How did they do it? How can they produce such an outrageous effect by just putting their hands together? Ma Lingling, this has completely transcended the scope of science and entered the realm of fantasy. I don't understand, but I am shocked. JPG. Such a perverted meditation seal simply refreshed their 3 views. New base in the film world. Hiss. I never thought that these damn armor summoners would hide such a dangerous trick. Even time and space can be stopped. It's really terrifying. Yingba wiped the sweat from his forehead with his robe, feeling very lucky. Luckily, he ran away with a bucket the night the base was exposed, and did not choose to fight them head-on. Otherwise, the grass on his grave would be 2 feet high by now. Watching the panicked Yingba wiping the sweat in embarrassment, the ugly general, whose fat face was swollen like Pig Man, flashed a trace of disdain in his eyes. As expected, a warrior is a warrior. No matter how powerful the force is, it is still a simple mind after all. He has not fought with the opponent yet, and his mind is shaken. He is really useless. When he thought that he had to assist such a guy, the ugly general felt that his future was dark. But this guy is still useful, and I can't get away for the time being. Suppressing the contempt and disdain in his heart, the ugly general forced a smile and said respectfully, "Master Yingba, I don't think we need to be so careful." "Oh? What do you mean?" The ugly general said firmly, "This move called Zen Seal is so powerful, and the conditions for using it must be more stringent. Otherwise, the Flame Dragon Knight wouldn't be so embarrassed when it was 1-on-2 before. So I boldly guess that it will consume a lot of energy to perform this move. Even, it doesn't work on the super beasts at all." After listening to the ugly general's analysis, Yingba's eyes lit up and nodded slightly. "Yes, I think so too. In that case, let's proceed with our plan as usual." The ugly general suppressed his nausea and nodded and bowed, "Yes, Master Yingba." Armor Universe 3. Super Armor Research Institute. Meditation Seal, Meditation Seal. How can such a terrible thing exist? K. Qualong adjusted his glasses, his face full of amazement. I originally thought that the appearance of such a light curtain was already bizarre enough. I didn't expect that the video it played was even more explosive. Now even such outrageous things as time and space stillness have come out. Just as Ma Lingling said, this has gone beyond the scope of science. It has completely come to the realm of fantasy. If it was satellite transmission, he could still accept it. But this time and space stillness is too outrageous. It completely subverted his 3 views, as if physics did not exist. Walking out of the laboratory, K. Qualong trembled as he took out a cigarette and lit it with a lighter. After taking a few puffs of the cigarette, he managed to calm down. Even time and space have been stopped. Will I be able to see the incarnation of the heavenly Dao in the future? K. Qualong shook his head and laughed, throwing this unrealistic idea behind him. Armor Universe 2. The secret room of the Bawang group. A black robe placed on the altar moved without wind. Suddenly, a hoarse and low voice came from inside. "Zen Seal. I didn't expect that there would be such a thing in the parallel universe, and it was mastered by the 5 elements armor. Even time and space can be manipulated. I only heard that the Shura armor has this ability. I really don't know how much surprise this mysterious light curtain can bring me." Just as Lu Fa was sighing, the picture on the light curtain suddenly changed. The figures of the Flame Dragon armor and the Wind Eagle armor slowly disappeared, replaced by the title of the new video. Lu Fa looked closely, and when he saw the title clearly, he almost couldn't hold it. Armor Encyclopedia Issue 3, Lu Fa lure the tiger away from the mountain. Liu Fa never thought that his name would appear in the video. Could it be that they have the same name? As soon as this thought came up, he immediately extinguished it. He didn't think there would be such a coincidence. And it happened on this magical light screen. Thinking of this, Liu Fa perked up. Well, let me see how to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Welcome to the teppanyaki restaurant. Here we come. The new video is about to start. Upon hearing the welcome shouts, Xiao Fei and Xiao Tian, who were originally playing around, stopped immediately. All eyes turned to the video. Liu Fa? Still attacking Wei to save Zhao. What does this guy named Liu Fa have to do with Armor Hero? Just as they were guessing, the video screen shook and started playing. In the picture. Welcome to the Demon Suppression Tower, recalling the past when he was a child. Remembering his mother's advice. You must protect the statue, wind chimes, and ancient clothes of the Demon Suppression Tower. The statue represents the 23 enemies from outer space. Although they were sealed by the 3 armored warriors, the imprint of their genetic code is still here. Once their genetic code is activated into life and resurrected, then the genetic pulse will be transmitted to the wind chimes in the tower. And then the wind chimes hanging in their home will be activated together. And Huanying was surprised to find that the secret of genes had been discovered. And the ancient clothes placed on the central altar of the Demon Suppression Tower disappeared. Seeing Huanying's figure appear in the video, Xiao Tian and the other 3 were shocked, and even Huanying himself could not hide his surprise. This is the Demon Suppression Tower that our family has managed for generations? How could this be? Could it be that the content of the video this time is from our world? Xiao Tian frowned. Is the missing piece of clothing important? Huanying shook his head. Maybe it is very important. After all, there are many secrets in the Demon Suppression Tower that have not been solved yet. Speaking of this, Huanying was a little anxious. It was still there when I went there last time. This is terrible. If my mother knew, she would definitely scold me to death. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 16 Lufa possesses Croton. The humiliation we have suffered ends here. Back to the video. In the secret room of the chairman of Ba Wang Group, the possessed Beidong slowly stood up from the ground. At this moment, his aura changed, and the whole person was shrouded in a deep darkness, like a demon from hell. Beidong looked at his hands and laughed low and hearty. Haha, your body is still suitable for me. Looking away, Beidong looked at Mislin who fainted on the ground. Get up. He waved his hand slightly, and the unconscious Mislin woke up slowly. Master, no, Beidong. Ignoring Mislin who kept shrinking back, Beidong said lightly, although you have no credit, you have also worked hard. Be my slave in the future. As he said, Beidong stretched out his palm. Now, give me the things I asked you to take. Mislin hurriedly called up the photos he secretly took in the Demon Suppression Tower. Are these okay? Looking at the statues in the photos, Beidong showed a look of nostalgia on his face. Long time no see. Looking at the gloomy Beidong in the video, the audience swiped the barrage. Xin Nan, this guy feels so gloomy, and inexplicably reveals a kind of evil breath. Dong Shan, he even has a bass cannon when talking, and he looks weird, he doesn't feel like a normal person. Duanmu Yan, good guy, are all rich people playing so extravagant now? He even let his secretary call him master. Ma Lingling? Duanmu, you guy, can you be serious? Xiao Gang, damn. Isn't this guy Beidong, the boss of Ba Wang Group? Xiao Fei, I didn't expect him to appear in the video. Is this guy also related to Armor Hero? Mei Zhen, what, do you know this man in the video? He is very famous in your world? Xiao Tian, not only famous, this guy is the richest man in our world, rich enough to rival a country, and he is on the newspapers every other day. Xiao Tian, but the one in the video is very different from what I saw on TV before, it feels like a different person. Welcome, wait. The photo taken by the secretary seems to be the stone statue in the demon suppression tower. Could it be that this Ba Dong is related to the nether demon? Back to the video. Ba Dong walked to the central altar in the room. He stretched out his hand and clenched it forward, a purple light flashed, and a short staff appeared in his hand. Ba Dong drew a few mysterious runes in the air with the short staff. Then he suddenly asked, "How many armored men are there now?" Two. Mi Silin replied quickly. Ba Dong nodded slightly and drew a few mysterious runes in the air again. Then, he pointed the short staff in his hand at the runes. "Kubishu, receive the order." As soon as the words fell, a statue in the demon suppression tower suddenly trembled. As if inspired by some mysterious power, a faint light instantly shone through the statue. The movement of the statue also caused the wind chimes in the demon suppression tower to swing. At the same time, "Welcome to the teppanyaki restaurant." Looking at the wind chimes ringing without wind, Welcome frowned. Aries prediction technique. Go. The ring on Huanying's hand flashed a bright light, and a mysterious wave spread instantly. In the room, Xia Fei was lying on the bed listening to music, and Xiao Gang was playing games. The two were stunned at the same time. Feeling an inexplicable impulse surge in their hearts, as if something bad was about to happen. At the same time, the sunset slowly fell. In the underground parking lot of a certain community, a ghost demon suddenly flashed out from a dark corner. Suddenly spewed out a ball of fire, and burned a man to ashes. The camera flashed, and the picture returned to the secret room of the Bawang group again. Dr. Ba said coldly, "I promise my brothers. The humiliation we have suffered ends today." As soon as the voice fell, Dr. Ba's face changed drastically. "Hurry up. Hurry up and collect energy, so that I can be resurrected as soon as possible." After finishing the last sentence with great effort, Ba Dong fell to the ground with his head down, like the sleeping Kogora, unconscious. The next second, the short stick in his hand turned into a ray of light and disappeared instantly. A white mist also floated out from him and returned to the worn-out ancient clothes hanging in the secret room. Before the mist shrank back to the ancient clothes, it did not forget to remind Miss Lin. "Take good care of this clothes for me." In Kai-Tu universe. Welcome to Teppanyaki restaurant. It turns out that the disappeared ancient clothes actually fell into the hands of Ba Wang group. Looking at the worn-out clothes hanging in the video, Huan Ying's pupils shook. She just felt incredible that even their secret cultivator family did not know the secret of the clothes. Why did the boss of Ba Wang group hang it in the secret room? Could it be that the other party knew the real use of the clothes? Recalling the strangeness of Ba Dong just now, Huan Ying suddenly became a little restless. Xiao Tian said solemnly, "It seems that things are more complicated than I thought. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably the mist that lives in that piece of clothing that just attached to the body of President Ba Wang." Xia Fei frowned and asked, "Huan Ying, what is the origin of that mist? Why does that guy seem to be able to summon the netherworld demon? Not only is he talking nonsense, but he also asks the netherworld demon to help him gather power to complete his resurrection." Xiao Gang thought about it and was terrified. That guy is not the boss of the netherworld demon, right? Huan Ying's face turned pale. "There is no record of that mist in our family. But he can be placed in the middle of the demon suppression tower. His position among the netherworld demons must be quite special. Maybe it's really as Xiao Gang guessed, he is very likely the leader of the netherworld demon." Everyone present was shocked when they heard Huan Ying say this. Xiao Fei slammed the table and stood up suddenly. "What are we waiting for? Take advantage of this guy not being resurrected yet. Let's go straight to his lair and destroy him." Xiao Tian shook his head. "Things are not that simple, since we can see the video. Maybe the guy on the opposite side can also see it." At this time, I'm afraid he has set up a net and is waiting for you to take the bait. Huanying also advised, Xiao Fei, don't be impulsive. Now you are the only one who can transform. If you go there like this, it's too dangerous. Xiao Gang, who has always been impatient, said calmly at this time, the leader of this nether demon is probably the Lu Fa mentioned in the video. Now all we can do is wait and see what tricks this Lu Fa wants to play. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 17 Miss Lin follows Xiao Fei, what is Lufa's plan? Back to the video. Lufa sent out his two favorite generals Kyubishu and Shagula in order to collect resurrection energy and combat data of the armor warriors. As a result, these two newly resurrected nether demons were eliminated and sealed by the diamond armor and the Xingtian armor respectively. What makes people laugh and cry is that Xiao Gang, the summoner of the diamond armor, just won a victory and went home to deal with personal matters. He deceived Huanying and hid in the rental house to participate in the game competition. At the same time, Miss Lin, who has a small chest but a brain, guessed that someone on the armor warrior side can predict the location of the nether demon in advance. That's why they can come to defeat and eliminate them every time before the nether demon wreaks havoc. Miss Lin also told Lufa what the summoner of Fei Ying looked like. Hearing this, Lufa ordered Miss Lin to track Xiaofei's background and follow his actions. Following Xiaofei, Miss Lin came to Huanying Teppanyaki restaurant. Miss Lin sneakily opened the door and carefully peeked inside. However, when he saw the wind chime hanging behind the gate, he was stunned. This thing looks so familiar. Who? At this time, Huanying heard the noise, put down the kitchen utensils in his hand, and looked towards the gate curiously. Seeing that his whereabouts were exposed, Miss Lin pulled his hat and turned around and ran out. This unusual behavior immediately attracted Huanying's attention. Xiaofei, go and have a look. Why are you so nervous? Maybe they went the wrong way, making a fuss. Xiaofei didn't even raise his head and continued to eat his breakfast. Huanying was so angry that he threw the fried eggs directly into the trash can. Hey, fried eggs! Seeing that his breakfast was gone, Xiaofei was speechless. Huanying snorted and said the same thing, you saw it wrong, there is no fried egg. Looking at the two people fighting and making trouble, the audience all laughed and started a barrage. Xiao Gang, I'm dying of laughter. The young master was finally confronted by Huanying. He deserves it. Xiao Fei, shut up. You are a lousy gamer, and you still want to mock me. Xiao Fei, besides, Huanying, I am not saying anything bad about you, but you are too narrow-minded. How can I have the strength to fight the nether demon without a full meal? Huanying, you still have the nerve to say that, if you hadn't been careless and let someone follow you, would I be so angry? If you dare to complain again, all your fried eggs will be replaced with bean sprouts in the future. Xiao Fei, confused face, Duanmu Yan, I am dying of laughter, your team is too outrageous, right? Duanmu Yan, one of them didn't know that he was being followed by the enemy, and he brought him back to the base. The other one is even more weird, hiding in the room playing games under the guise of going home. It's really against the sky. Dong Shan, outrageous, outrageous. It's really hard to hold back. Mei Zhen, suddenly I feel sorry for Huanying. Back to the video. Inside the demon suppression tower, two rays of light burst out from the stone statue again. This also means that two new nether demons have revived. Inside the teppanyaki, Huanying looked at the wind chimes that were getting agitated again. Huanying hurriedly activated the secret method and carefully explored. Coordinates, Heaven 01, Earth 02, Human 65. Bewitching the crowd, from Jingfei Men. Go! Huanying pointed his finger, and the ring in his hand suddenly emitted a blue light, instantly disappearing into the sky. At the same time, Xiaofei, who was driving, received Huanying's voice transmission from thousands of miles away. Xiafei, bewitching the crowd from Jingfei. Got it. Xiafei nodded, turned the steering wheel sharply, and rushed towards the predetermined direction. On the other side, Xiao Tian also received the signal sent by Huanying. Looking at the Xingtian armor summoner in his hand, Xiao Tian sighed deeply. In the distance, in a cruise ship docked at the pier, the ferocious-looking nether beast was wreaking havoc. A large number of passengers were lying on the deck. At this time, the nether demon suddenly seemed to sense something and turned his head to look at the second floor of the cruise ship. When he saw Xiao Tian and Xiafei, the nether demon roared provocatively. Just as Xiao Tian was about to make a move, he was suddenly stopped by Xiafei. I have the final say here. Xiafei said arrogantly, just watch carefully from the side. While speaking, he raised his legs and walked forward a few steps, looking down at the nether demon. Listen carefully, this is the end of your life. Xiafei pressed the Feiying armor summoner fiercely. Then, Xiafei reached out and a transformation card popped out from his belt and inserted it into the summoner. With a flash of cool blue light, the Feiying armor appeared in the video. Feiying armor leaped up, instantly climbed over the railing on the second floor, and kicked at the nether demon in mid-air. Fast as the wind, slow as the forest. Swept like fire, unpredictable like the shadow. The light and agile Feiying armor banged with a series of moves. The extremely elegant and graceful kicks bombarded the nether demon one after another. Just as Feiying armor was beating the nether demon. Inside the Bawang group, Lufa, who was possessed by Ba Dong, calculated with his fingers. Suddenly, he showed a strange smile. Everything is going according to plan. Now we are waiting for a decisive battle. Seeing this, the audience immediately had a bad premonition. Zinan, his men were almost beaten to death, and he was still laughing. What on earth does this Lufa want to do? Dongshan, could it be that he has some secret weapon hidden that can defeat Feiying armor in an instant? Kunzhong, Lufa's performance is too weird. What kind of plan is he thinking of? This feeling is too disturbing. Xiao Gang, this despicable guy only knows how to hide in the dark and plot. When I get my diamond armor, I must teach him a lesson. Xiao Song, what does Lufa want to do? Did he deliberately release the nether demon to attract Xiafei and Xiaoshan's attention? Just as the audience frowned and speculated, Huanying once again sent a 1,000-mile voice transmission to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, pay attention to the two evil magnetic fields at the scene. Everyone be careful. Xiao Tian frowned slightly and took out the Xingtian armor summoner. After observing the chaotic crowd below. Soon, the summoner found the energy fluctuations of another nether demon. Seeing that a passenger was about to be in the hands of the nether demon, Xiao Tian did not delay. Xingtian armor. Merge. The terrifying energy like the power of prison surged up. The next second, the extremely solemn and majestic Xingtian armor appeared. Change shape and shadow. Xingtian armor closed his hands. The whole person suddenly turned into a fiery red phantom and instantly appeared on the deck. Before the nether demon could react, he directly used his hands as a knife to cut across. The surging and strong palm power hit the opponent fiercely. Unprepared, the nether demon was hit by the huge force and flew backwards. The nether demon, covering his chest, roared and was aroused to be fierce. He instantly took off his disguise and turned into a monster with sharp horns on his head. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 18 King Kong appears, Lufa's plan collapses. Xiao Tian made a great contribution. On the messy cruise ship, the field had been completely cleared. Only 2 armored warriors were left to fight against 2 nether demons. They were divided into 2 battlefields, fighting each other fiercely. The nether demon below roared and pounced fiercely at Feiying armor. However, Feiying armor was like a light leaf. He jumped up and flew high, stepping on the shoulder of the nether demon, He used the force to do a perfect backflip and easily avoided the attack. Then, violent energy condensed on the right leg of Fei Ying armor. Fei Ying kick. Fei Ying armor kicked with his right foot. And the light that escaped drew a blue light wheel in the air. And hit the nether demon's chest fiercely. Boom! The nether demon flew backwards as if it was hit by a cannonball. Seeing that he was no match for Fei Ying armor, the nether demon struggled to get up, raised his hands, and turned into a black light. He went directly into the deck and disappeared. Fei Ying armor hurried forward to investigate the situation, but the nether demon suddenly appeared again. He was caught off guard and gave it a claw. When Fei Ying armor turned around, it escaped and disappeared again. On the other side, Xing Tian armor beat the nether demon with absolute overwhelming strength, making it unable to raise its head. Xing Tian palm. The palm force condensed with powerful energy hit the nether demon's chest heavily. Bang bang! A red energy wave flashed by, and two painful groans sounded in succession. The nether demon with two sharp horns on its head flew high like a broken sack, and then fell heavily. Just as the two armored warriors were fighting the nether demon. The secret room of the Ba Wang group. Lufa smiled coldly, something interesting will happen soon. Miss Lin, who was posing and holding a makeup mirror, smiled flatteringly. Master, is this related to your trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain? I want to kill them by surprise. Lufa laughed in a low voice. As soon as Lufa finished speaking, in the distant demon-suppressing tower, the wind chimes suddenly rang, and a faint light shot out again. Another netherworld demon has revived. Looking at the faint light that disappeared into the sky without knowing where it went, the audience watching the video were all worried. Zinan, damn! Lufa summoned another netherworld demon. Is he trying to take this opportunity to destroy the Xing Tian armor and Fei Ying armor in one fell swoop? Miajin, no. Didn't Lufa say he wanted to lure the tiger away from the mountain? This newly revived netherworld demon must have another plan. Ma Lingling, lure the tiger away from the mountain. I understand. Lufa's real purpose is not to fight against Kaijia warriors. Everything he did was to deal with the man who could predict the actions of the nether demon. Xiao Tian, wait. You mean these two nether demons are just baits that Lufa used to lure us out? To deal with Huanying when the base is empty. Xia Fei, damn! Isn't Huanying in danger? Dongshan, don't worry, isn't Xiao Gang still here? With him, one nether demon should be no problem. Qing Zai, but the problem is that Xiao Gang has handed the summoner to Huanying, and now he can't be contacted at all. Duanmu Yan, this is troublesome. Not only Huanying, but even the diamond armor summoner is at risk of being taken away. I didn't expect this Lufa to be so experienced and kill with one move. Xia Fei, ah. I don't play with summoners. Damn savage. If anything happens to Huanying, I will never forgive you. Xiao Gang, no, no way. It's over, I'm in big trouble. Back to the video screen. At this time, Fei Ying armor and Xing Tian armor, who didn't know what was going on, were still fighting with the nether beast. Both sides of the battle took out their weapons, and the battle reached a white-hot situation. At this time, Huanying's voice came from 1,000 miles away. Fei Ying armor's heart skipped a beat. How is Huanying's side? Huanying's voice was a little hurried. Can you come back? I'm worried that the target of the nether demon is in the teppanyaki restaurant. Xiao Fei was anxious and said quickly, I will go back immediately. However, Xiao Tian advised, their purpose is to make us go back. This must be a trap. Do you know what you are talking about? Xiao Fei said angrily, my friend is trapped there. Xiao Tian cut off the nether demon with a sword and said calmly, she is also my friend. Believe me, as long as we fight quickly, we can break their situation. However, Xiao Fei, who was concerned about Huanying's safety, pushed Xiao Tian away, don't dare to block my way. just when the two of them were in disagreement and were entangled by the nether demon. The last nether demon came to Huanying teppanyaki restaurant as planned. This blood-red nether demon went crazy when he saw Huanying, raised the machete in his hand, and was about to chop it down. Huanying was about to die at this critical moment. The Vajra armor who rushed over waved his arm to block the knife. "Dare to bully my boss? Here comes King Kong." King Kong arm. The thick arm of the King Kong armor shook, and the nether demon was fiercely repelled. "Oh my god!" Seeing the savior coming, Huanying fainted directly on the ground with a sense of relief. Seeing Huanying was frightened by the nether beast, King Kong armor must be furious. King Kong explosive drill. He stretched out his hand and a small card was inserted into the summoner's belt. Then a heavy drill full of science fiction was loaded on his right arm. Raising the explosive drill in his hand, King Kong armor pushed forward fiercely. For a moment, large sparks kept flying out. The nether demon was beaten back one after another, screaming. Lu Fa asked it to retreat, but the nether demon hit it head-on and directly fought with King Kong armor. After a fierce battle, seeing that the nether demon was no longer able to fight, King Kong armor simply put away his weapon and directly activated the big move. He touched his fists together, and the Vajra armor's special killing technique was activated instantly. Vajra special killing technique of mountain and sea power. You have violated the unforgivable sin of anger in the galaxy justice law. I, Vajra armor, declare that I will deprive you of all your rights and seal and arrest you. Just surrender. As he spoke, Vajra armor rushed over heavily, and his movements were like mountains, causing a tremor. Arhat demon smashing fist. Vajra armor punched the body of the nether demon with a heavy punch. Hunyuan drilling technique. Then he summoned the Vajra explosion drill and hit the nether demon hard. Vajra chaos wave. Vajra armor soared up, and the Vajra explosion thunder in his hand quickly changed its shape to form a explosion thunder cannon. 3 powerful shells were blasted out in a spiral, directly blowing the nether demon into pieces. The 2 nether demons that Fei Ying and Xingqian faced immediately withdrew when they saw that the situation was not good. Watching the Vajra armor suddenly appear in the video, and defeating Kuroyi, who he summoned, with lightning speed. The plan failed. Lufa, who was in the tattered old clothes, was very angry. Kuroyi is a waste. He is really incapable of success and more likely to cause trouble. After venting his anger, Lufa was confused again. From the video, didn't the boy return the summoner? How can he still transform? And he appeared so timely. Could it be that something happened in the meantime? Not only Lufa, but also other viewers were confused. Duanmu Yan, it's really strange, how did the summoner return to Xiaogong's hands? Zinan, yes, isn't he playing games? How did he know that the nether demon was coming? Miajin, I really can't figure it out. Could it be that he can predict the future like Huanying? Xiao Fei, that was close. Huanying was almost in danger, but luckily this wild man arrived in time. Xiao Gang, I was almost scared to death just now, but fortunately I didn't fail at the critical moment. But how did this summoner get into my hands? Just when the audience was puzzled, the video revealed the answer. In the ward, Huanying, lying on the bed, smiled as he saw Xiao Fei and Xiao Gang coming together. Today is a good day, 2 old men came to see me together. Xiao Fei pouted and said foul-mouthedly, it's my bad luck that I met him in the elevator. Speaking of this rescue, Xiao Fei complained, I think he was just a blind cat that met a dead mouse. Maybe he just happened to pass by here while taking a walk. Speaking of this, Huanying was also a little curious. Xiao Gang, I want to ask you, how did you come back so coincidentally? Xiao Gang hesitated, didn't you send out a signal that there was danger in the store? Yes, but didn't you give me the summoner when you left? You shouldn't be able to feel it. At this point, Huanying was stunned, as if he remembered something and suddenly realized. Oh, how could I forget about this? At this time, the scene of memory suddenly appeared in the eyes of the audience. It turned out that long before the battle, Xiao Tian got the summoner and card box of the King Kong armor from Huanying on the grounds of studying the armor's combat methods and data. Afterwards, Xiao Tian gave the summoner and card box to Xiao Gang. Seeing this, the audience also suddenly realized. Duanmu Yan, damn! It has to be Xiao Tian again. This wave is directly a show. Zinan, it's really thanks to Xiao Tian, otherwise this time it would really be finished. Ma Lingling, awesome. Although there is a fool and an unhappy person in the team, fortunately Xiao Tian is reliable. Xiao Gang, my benefactor, Xiao Tian. If it weren't for you, I would have almost caused a disaster. Xiafei, I didn't expect that this dream gourd actually has such a song. It seems that I underestimated him before. Kunz Hong, such a caring teammate, love it. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 19 Killing with a borrowed knife. Is this another way? You must have read too much The Art of War. Duanmu's old house. Ma Lingling and Duanmu Yan were eating takeout while watching the video. It was a close call just now, if it wasn't for Xiaoshan's extra care and making some arrangements in advance. Otherwise, they would have been robbed. Ma Lingling nodded in agreement while eating noodles. It was indeed a fluke. If it had been a little later, it would have been a disaster for Huanying. Wiping her mouth, Duanmu Yan suddenly said, it's true that having a reliable teammate at a critical moment is still a lot more reassuring. If nothing else, at least you can share the task when others are not around. Ma Lingling looked at him curiously. What's wrong, are you busy? I'm going to be busy soon, you can see that I can't even pay the rent now. Duanmu Yan shrugged and pointed to the luggage piled in from outside. Patting her deflated wallet, she continued. I've used up my last penny on takeout. If I don't find a job, I'll starve to death on the street. Is that so? Ma Lingling nodded. After finishing the last noodle, she suddenly had an idea. By the way, I have a job here, I wonder if you are interested. Armored Universe. ERP Laboratory Base. This light curtain is really magical. It can not only reflect the armored warriors in the parallel world. It can also let us see the actions of the villains in the parallel world. This thing is so convenient. I have a hunch that I can find 5 armored warriors in advance with this thing. Dong Shan said excitedly. Through the video in the previous issue, Dong Shan no longer needs to be enlightened by his cousin. He directly took his mission in a very straightforward manner and became the armored warrior Feng Yingxia quite smoothly. It can be said that with such a light curtain video, their future is completely different. Miyajin sighed, this video is good in every way, except that it is too open. The images we can see can also be seen by those guys hiding in the shadows. This adds a lot of variables, alas. Zinan comforted, every drink and every bite is determined by heaven, this is the rule of heaven. Miyajin, just look at it more openly. At least, the villains in our world are not as insidious and cunning as the Lu Fa in the Xingtian armor universe. This is the biggest comfort. Indeed. Yingba is bad, but he is stupid. Thinking of this, Miyajin's mood suddenly improved. Yingba? Armor 2 Universe. Welcome to the teppanyaki restaurant. At this moment, Xiao Tian and the other 3 sat opposite to Ying Ying and started a small meeting. Huanying was the first to speak. Everyone has seen what happened just now. The enemy hiding in the dark is quite cunning. So I hope that Xiao Tian and the 3 of you can put aside your grudges and cooperate sincerely. Forgive me. Xiafei rolled his eyes. I don't get along with savages and taciturn people. Xiafei, especially you. Huanying interrupted aggressively, you are too arrogant and too self-centered. You attacked Xiao Gang and Xiao Tian before, but you are a team. Your weakness is so obvious that the enemy will definitely target it. Xiaofei was embarrassed by Huanying's words, and said with his neck stiff, "Come on if they have any ability. I don't believe I will be fooled by a group of monsters. I'm going to put it here today. If I am fooled by these things, I, Su Tingfei, will be a big idiot." "Okay, you said it." Huanying didn't say anything before. Xiaogong's eyes lit up, and he laughed and recorded Xiaofei's oath with his mobile phone. "And you, Xiaogang? You are too impulsive and have a bad temper. People get angry easily. It's easy for Lufa to take advantage of you." After teaching Xiaofei a lesson, Huanying turned his gun to Xiaogang. Xiaofei immediately looked at Xiaogang with revenge. "I'm talking about you, savage, did you hear me? Tisk, a cocky young master who lives off his parents, are you qualified to teach me a lesson? Who are you talking about? What about you?" Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Huanying was so angry that his chest hurt. Xiao Tian was speechless. Damn, what kind of teammates are these? Just when several people were having a meeting and fighting, the light screen that had been silent began to flash again. Armor Encyclopedia Issue 4, Lufa borrowing a knife to kill. Looking at the title in the video, Xiao Tian and the others were suddenly stunned. Lufa? Why is it Lufa again? He used a trap to lure the tiger away from the mountain before, and now he uses a borrowed knife to kill again. This guy has read too much of Sun Tzu's Art of War, right? I just don't know why. As soon as I saw this title, Xiaofei and Xiaogang both felt guilty for some reason. With a lot of questions in their minds, they started watching the video. Because the original plan was disrupted by the sudden appearance of the Vajra armor, Lufa immediately arranged two nether demons to retaliate against him. The cunning nether demon Baisadi transformed into a human and tricked Xiaogang into the alley. Joining forces with his companions, they attacked from the front and back. Seeing that the Vajra armor was about to be defeated. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Xiao Tian, who received the notification from Huanying, arrived in time. The two joined forces to eliminate and seal the two nether demons. Afterwards, Xiao Tian revealed to Huanying the fact that the nether demon was becoming more and more powerful and cunning. Therefore, Xiao Tian invited Xiaofei and Xiaogang to discuss the future action plan together. In the room, the three of them were doing their own things, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Xiao Tian was the first to break the silence. "You also know the real purpose of their evil deeds. They will become more and more powerful. They absorb the negative energy of fear generated by the victims. That negative energy will upgrade these nether demons to the most powerful state. It can also help the people behind them to resurrect." At this point, Xiao Tian paused slightly. "In terms of seniority as an armor summoner, I am not as senior as you two. The fighting power of the two of you is very powerful. I don't think I have the right to advocate anything." Xiao Fei, holding a glass of juice, interrupted and said, "It's good to know." Xiao Tian continued, "But what happened recently is too dangerous. First, they do know the relationship between the teppanyaki restaurant and the armor. Second," Xiao Tian looked at Xiao Fei, "you and I are facing a situation of Wei Wei saving Zhao. Let's talk about today. Xiao Gang is facing a feint to the east and attack to the west. The enemy in front of us now is the enemy that is approaching." Xiao Tian was persuading and analyzing there earnestly. Xiao Fei was provocatively laughing at Xiao Gang. "I finally know the reason why some people are miserable today." With a snap, Xiao Gang slammed the book in his hand on the coffee table. The two people's eyes met, and the tension was tense. For a moment, the atmosphere became anxious. Looking at the two people who were about to be set on fire, the audience was speechless and helpless. Are these two going to fight? Have fun reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 20 Beidong has a lot of imagination. Lufa's real goal is not the armor, The audience was a little annoyed when they saw the two people arguing again in the video. Duanmu Yan, no, what's the matter with these two people? Why do they fight as soon as they meet? We are all in the same boat, can't we sit down and discuss it properly? Why do we have to make the atmosphere so tense? K. Kwalong, this is a complete mess. The internal division is so severe that they don't even need the enemy to do it themselves, they are in opposition. Kunz Hong, suddenly I feel sorry for Xiao Tian and Huanying. Even I can't stand Xia Fei and Xiao Gang. Especially Xia Fei, his words are really hurtful. Bai Miao, humph, such a team is not even a mob, and sooner or later they will be played by themselves. Xiao Song, alas, it seems that if we want them to work together, we still have a long way to go. Dongshan, these two people are too much. If we don't talk about anything else, they don't respect Xiao Tian at all in their attitude. Zinan, your current mentality is really. Such a team is too difficult to lead. I don't know if the audience's complaints played a role. The atmosphere in the video seemed to ease. Xiao Tian continued to organize his words. I think the situation will only get worse if it goes on like this. If the relationship between the three of us continues like this, I'm sure all the armors will be extinct. And now we don't know their real purpose. Xiao Gang grabbed his hair and said irritably. Not knowing their purpose is the most troublesome thing for us now. If we know, what measures can we take now? At this time, Xia Fei on the side interrupted. I tell you, if I were them, I would defeat you before you summoned the armor to combine, and there would be no need to fight at all. What do they want to do? Xiao Gang said puzzledly. Xiao Tian thought for a moment and said, I should have told you about the welcome. These three sets of armor originally came from the same team. Some of the special combat techniques on the armor require us to work together to activate the wake-up code. When the time comes, their combat power will become stronger and stronger. We must have stronger armor capabilities to deal with them. Xia Fei pointed at Xiao Gang and curled his lips. So you mean I should be patient with him, right? Not only please be patient with him, but also with me. Xiao Tian said sincerely. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Gang again. Xiao Gang, please be patient with Xia Fei and me. The three of us are on the same boat now. As long as one person makes a mistake, the whole boat will have serious consequences. Watching Xiao Tian lowering his posture to persuade his teammates in the video. The audience watching the video were all sighing. Duanmu Yan, if I were to say, this team would fall apart sooner or later without Xiao Tian. Ma Lingling, yes, Xiao Tian really cares about this armor hero. He is the captain who is truly responsible. Bai Miao, humph, Xiao Tian doesn't need to be so humble. If you ask me, just replace Xiao Gang and Xia Fei. With their personalities, they will cause a big mess sooner or later. Xiao Song, good guy, this buddy named Bai Miao has a big temper. He kicked two armor summoners out of the team without saying a word. Isn't this a bit too much? Dongshan. Such teammates are really hard to get along with and will cause a lot of problems. It's really too much to ask for a replacement right away. Bai Miao, isn't it better to be tougher? Can you improve your strength and destroy all the supernatural beasts by being so weak? Miajin, supernatural beast? Wait, are you also from our world? Back to the video. It seems that Xiaoshan's sincerity and persuasion have made a whole. The two people who were originally nonchalant and didn't want to listen finally got serious. Xiao Fei walked to the sofa and sat down. He pinched his nose and said unhappily. Then I will ask some people to use their brains more in everything. Don't be like carrying a gunpowder barrel every day, ready to explode at any time and anywhere. Xiao Gang glared and was about to explode. Xiao Gang. However, after Xiao Tian's persuasion, he held back his anger. Just as the three armor summoners started their first meeting and exchange. On the other side, in the secret room of the Ba Wang group. Accompanied by a mechanical roar, the door of the secret room slowly opened. Ba Dong slowly walked into the secret room and placed a strangely shaped cross in his hand on the altar in the room. Then he stood carefully on the steps and bent over to face the white mist falling from the grey robe. The mist surged, pulling the grey robe upright and turning into a human figure. The incarnation of the mist was Liu Fa. Looking at Ba Dong with a smile on his face, Liu Fa nodded slightly. "You are very punctual today." Ba Dong forced a smile and said flatteringly. "In the future, if you look for me, I will be there immediately." At this point, he suddenly changed the subject and cautiously tried. "There is a question I can't figure out." After looking at Liu Fa and seeing that he didn't stop him, Ba Dong continued boldly. "Since you want to get rid of the armored man so much, why don't you let me get an armor-piercing bomb that can penetrate a 5-inch steel plate, or a miniature atomic bomb? Blow them up like this. If it doesn't work once, blow them up a few more times and it will definitely succeed." The audience sitting in front of the video were stunned when they heard Ba Dong's thoughts in the video. "Xiao Gang, good guy. I called him a good guy. This guy is really cruel, he even made armor-piercing bombs and atomic bombs." Kun Zhong, 666. "I almost forgot that he is the richest man in this world. Sure enough, there is nothing in this world that money can't solve. Armor-piercing bombs, atomic bombs, this is going against the sky." Duanmu Yan, don't say. Although it sounds a bit outrageous, the method he said is completely feasible. This medicine uses an atomic bomb, and any armored warrior will have to kneel down. Dongshan, sure enough, the ideas of rich people are so simple and unpretentious, directly using nuclear weapons to clean up the ground, this operation is too cool. Miajin, this idea is too crazy, but it must be said that it is very practical. If this is operated well, it can completely wipe out the whole group in one wave. This is the real dimensionality reduction attack. Such a brain-opening idea, let alone the audience. Even Liu Fa was slightly stunned. After looking at Ba Dong with some strangeness, he said lightly, "Since you are so curious, I will tell you mine. My goal is not the armor. I want the things in the summoner. To get that thing, you must wait until the 3 sets of armor are in hand at the same time, and." At this point, Liu Fa did not say anything more. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 21. I want to take back what belongs to me and let everyone know who is the real law enforcer. Anything else? Ba Dong asked anxiously. He seemed to realize that his tone was too explicit. Then he hurriedly added, "Just tell me what to do." However, Liu Fa had no more **X to talk about. "You've asked too many questions." Liu Fa's voice sank slightly, and he waved to Ba Dong. "Come here." Upon hearing this, Ba Dong immediately retreated as if he were avoiding a snake or scorpion. "No, no, no. But, as the old saying goes, the arm cannot twist the thigh. How could an ordinary person like him resist the powerful Liu Fa?" Ba Dong was not allowed to refuse at all. The grey ancient robe fell down, and Liu Fa instantly turned into a mist and poured into Ba Dong's body. No matter how he struggled, he could not resist Liu Fa's possession. In just a few seconds, Liu Fa had already gained control of his body. Liu Fa, who had regained his physical body again, took a deep breath of air with some fascination. "I just want to take back what belongs to me. Including those armors, I want to let everyone know who is the authentic law enforcer." While speaking, Lufa summoned the short staff again. Holding it in his hand, he drew mysterious runes in the air. At the same time, the step of the demon suppression tower. Several dim lights rushed into the sky at the same time, and the wind chimes kept ringing. Armor Universe 2. Welcome to the teppanyaki restaurant. Watching Lufa talking to himself in the video. Xiao Tian and others were shocked and had the biggest doubts. What do you mean by taking back what belongs to him, including those armors? Xiaofei felt it was ridiculous. What Lufa said was as if it was true. How could these armors be his? Can he, a monster, wear them? Shaking his head, Xiao Gang also felt that Lufa's talk was nonsense. These armors are obviously weapons used to deal with the Nether Demon. The relationship between the two sides is completely antagonistic and restrained. How could the ownership of the armor be related to Lufa? It's just nonsense. But even though they thought so in their hearts, everyone's hearts were inevitably covered with a layer of haze. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian suddenly asked, "What did Lufa just say about the things in the summoner? Is there any record in your family?" Huanying recalled carefully for a while, and finally frowned and shook his head. "No. As for the 3 sets of armor in your hands, all I know is that they are sharp weapons used to deal with the Nether Demon. Other than that, I don't know." At this point, Huanying said seriously, "I will carefully check the classics in the family again in the next 2 days, maybe there will be some new discoveries." Xiao Tian and the other 2 nodded slightly. At present, they know too little information to know more secrets. At present, in addition to the records of Huanying's family, there is only this mysterious light curtain. Thinking of this, they stopped talking and continued to watch the video. Soon, the camera turned and the picture was given to Xiaofei. Xiaofei, who was worrying about the reduction of funds, suddenly found the Nether Demon in front of him. He was in a bad mood and immediately wanted to vent. "Get off the car, take out the summoner, and do it in one go." Fei Ying armor. Merge. A powerful wave of air rolled over, and the blue and white Fei Ying armor descended. With a flash of his figure, Fei Ying armor kicked heavily on the shoulder of the Nether Demon. The fierce leg force hit the flesh of the Nether Demon, and a large string of brilliant sparks burst out. But that's all. The Nether Demon that appeared this time seemed to be much stronger than the previous ones. After being hit hard, this Nether Demon just tilted slightly, and then quickly recovered. Then he launched a counterattack against Fei Ying armor. And what's strange is that this Nether Demon's leg skills are extremely good. Even facing Fei Ying armor, which is famous for its leg skills, it is not inferior at all. After the 2 of them fought with each other, a large number of sparks exploded, and then they retreated. The Nether Devil patted the dust off his body and said disdainfully, "You're the only one who can kick." Looking at the Nether Devil with 2 horns in the video, the audience looked a little solemn. Xiao Gang, damn! Why do I feel that this guy's leg skills are similar to the young masters? They seem to be carved out of the same mold. Dong Shan, I have the same feeling. Whether it's the angle of the kick or the strength, it's almost the same. It feels like they were taught by the same master. What's going on? Xiao Tian. Could it be that what Lu Fa said before was true? Otherwise, why would these guys know the unique fighting skills in the armor? Xiao Fei, impossible, absolutely impossible. He must have collected my combat data and imitated my leg skills. Just wait and see, I will definitely kill this poor imitator. Duanmu Yan, I always feel that there are more and more mysteries, and I don't know why, but I suddenly have a bad premonition in my heart. Back to the screen. After the 2 sides fought for a few more moves, the Nether Demon named Batter summoned his weapon. The dark blade drew 2 deep and ghostly arcs towards Fei Ying armor, and chopped him hard. A large amount of sparks appeared in an instant, and Fei Ying armor was chopped to the ground. It seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Covering his injured shoulder, Fei Ying armor slowly stood up. Even Xiao Fei, who is so arrogant, realized that this time the Nether Demon is more than a little stronger than the previous Nether Demon. The 2 sides are not on the same level at all. It can be said that this is the strongest opponent he has encountered since his debut. But for Xiao Fei, who is extremely arrogant and unwilling to be inferior to others. The stronger the enemy, the more he wants to defeat the opponent. After rolling sideways and avoiding the opponent's attack, Xiao Fei took out his weapon card from the belt card box. The next second, the shadow blade appeared in his hand. With the weapon in hand, Fei Ying armor's strength rose to a new level. He blocked the opponent's force to split Huashan with one knife, and then slashed it with another knife. This was the belief of Fei Ying armor. And the extremely sharp knife directly cut a big wound on Bat's chest and abdomen. A large number of sparks sprayed out. Under attack, Bat also aroused his ferocity and no longer conserved his strength. Waving the weapon, he launched another violent attack. The two fought leg to leg, weapon to weapon. And the fight became more and more intense. After fighting with Fei Ying armor, Bat suddenly asked slyly, "Where is your brother?" And while he was speaking, another demon quietly came behind Fei Ying armor. After a burst of green mist surged all over his body, he turned into Xiaogong's appearance. 11 Read books every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 22 The Netherworld demon disguises himself as Xiaogang, causing conflicts. Looking at the screen, the sturdy Netherworld demon suddenly transformed into Xiaogong's appearance. All the audience were shocked. Xiaogang, damn! How did these beasts become my appearance? What are they going to do? Dongshan, I didn't expect the Netherworld demon to have such a trick. It can also transform into a human appearance. It is exactly the same as Xiaogang, and it is impossible to tell them apart from the outside. Xiaofei is really going to be tricked this time. Kun's Hong, it's over. I can already foresee what will happen next. At that time, Xiaofei will definitely have a misunderstanding with Xiaogang. Then a conflict will break out again. Ma Lingling, these Netherworld demons are too cunning, this is terrible. Xiaofei and Xiaogang don't get along well, and if the misunderstanding continues, I'm afraid they will fight. Duanmu Yan, this is probably Lufa's plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife. It's too despicable and it's hard to guard against. Xiaoshan, damn, is this the real way of fighting of the Netherworld demon? Back to the video screen. Xiaogang smiled evilly. Slowly hid aside, and watched coldly, as if waiting for the opportunity. On the other side, in the dark room of the Bawang group, Lufa, who was possessed by Beidong, sat on the altar and calculated with his fingers. Through the secret method, Lufa, who was watching all this remotely, smiled coldly. The most lovely thing about Earthlings is that they are self-righteous and suspicious. Hee hee. On the other side, Bat deliberately provoked Xiaofei. Stinky boy, it seems that no one will come to help you this time, ha ha ha. Xiaofei said coldly, you talk a lot of nonsense. It seems that you have heard what I said. Let me tell you, I have known you for a long time. Don't go against us anymore, maybe you can have a few good days this way. Xiaofei sneered. Humph, don't think I will show mercy to you just because you learned to speak a few human words. You are the one who is about to die. With your mediocre skills, do you think I will be afraid of you? Stop talking nonsense, I will let you go quickly. Xiaofei snorted coldly. He picked up the shadow blade in his hand and started to attack. Then let's try it, I want you to remember the 4 words: respect for seniors forever. The two fought again. The clanging sound of weapons colliding was endless, and large sparks flew out. Duanmu's old house. Looking at the Netherworld demon fighting with Xiaofei in the video, Duanmu Yan frowned tightly. Respect for seniors. Why does this Netherworld demon regard himself as a senior? Ma Lingling tapped her chin with one hand and began to think. And before that, this Netherworld demon seemed to have used the same Fei Ying kick technique as Xiaofei. It doesn't look like a coincidence. Duanmu Yan looked doubtful. Is it true that, as Lufa said, these 3 sets of armor originally belonged to them. But if so, why did the armor fall into the hands of the armor warrior? And was it used to fight against the netherworld demon? Ma Lingling was puzzled. What kind of story happened in the middle? For a moment, the two felt that they were in a fog. Based on the existing clues, there was no effective inference at all. And they had no clue at all. All they knew at present was that there must be a shocking secret hidden in it. Back to the video screen. Just when the two were fighting fiercely and it was hard to tell, an old man with a cane in his hand suddenly walked over from one end of the road. Seeing this disabled human, Bat's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed forward with his weapon in hand. "Danger!" Xiao Fei exclaimed, and jumped, blocking the old man, firmly holding Bat's blade. While struggling to block the opponent's attack, Xiao Fei reminded the old man behind him, "Get out of here!" However, as soon as the voice fell, the old man behind him suddenly turned into a netherworld demon. Even the cane in his hand turned into a hideous machete. A sound of breaking wind sounded. A bang! The machete chopped mercilessly on the back of Fei Ying armor. Fei Ying armor, who was unprepared, was hit by this blow. And the whole person felt black in front of his eyes and fell to the ground in an instant. "Ha ha ha, good job, Salmon!" Bat laughed triumphantly. Then, Bat and Salmon chopped at Fei Ying armor with 2 consecutive knives. Under such an attack, Fei Ying armor burst into a lot of sparks. He was no longer able to fight and fell to the ground. But, damn it! At this time, Xiaofei didn't know that he had been tricked by these nether demons. Looking at Fei Ying armor struggling to get up, Bat looked down and mocked with great pleasure. Simple earthlings have to use their brains to eat. Not to mention a life and death battle. You know? If you are too soft-hearted, you will die. Salmon on the other side also said disdainfully, "I really feel sorry for the 6 brothers in front. Because of insufficient energy, I lost to you idiots." From the appearance of the old man to Xiaofei's defeat, all this happened in a short moment. Watching these guys use tricks to easily defeat Xiaofei, the audience was a little unbelievable. Kunsong, no way, these nether demons are too cunning, right? They even deliberately turned into an old man to attract Xiaofei's attention, and then took the opportunity to attack. My god, they are really smart. Zinan, it seems that these nether demons have extremely high intelligence. They are more cunning and more sinister than humans. Before, they were easily eliminated by Xiaofei and his friends because of insufficient energy and fighting alone. Now that their strength has been restored, coupled with organized and coordinated actions, the terrifying combat power is immediately revealed. Dongshan, I really don't know where these nether demons come from. They are far more intelligent than those supernatural beasts, so tricky. Miajin, their intelligence is not lower than that of humans, and they know how to organize and set traps. It seems that we have all been deceived by their monster appearance before. The true identity of these guys is definitely not simple. Xiao Tian, damn, the enemy is more difficult and terrifying than we thought, things are getting more and more troublesome. Looking at the Fei Ying armor who fainted, Salmon said to Bat in a deep voice, "Brother, follow the plan." Bat nodded. He walked towards the stone pillar without saying a word and disappeared in an instant. And Salmon changed into Xiaogong's appearance and walked over with a swagger. He kicked Fei Ying armor twice. After a slight vibration, Xiaofei, who was originally unconscious, suddenly recovered some spirit. Then he saw Xiaogang looking at him with a mocking face. "Lie down well." Xiaogang said contemptuously, "Oh, you have this day too, it's really fun to see me, hum." After showing off, Xiaogang turned around and left with a swagger. You. Because Xiaofei was too seriously injured, he didn't say anything in the end. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Grab the recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 23 Brainless Xiao Fei. Fei Ying and Kong are about to have a civil war. Looking at Xiao Fei in the video, his eyes widened and he looked incredulous. All the audience sighed. Kun Zhong, it's over now. The relationship between the two was not good to begin with. With this misunderstanding, Xiao Fei may completely hate Xiao Gang. Duanmu Yan, Xiao Fei was furious to see the most embarrassing side of the guy he looked down upon, and was mocked and disdainful. This time, they are really going to fight. Mei Zhen, Lu Fa is so scheming. Just a little provocation, and the armored team, whose atmosphere had just improved, fell apart again, causing conflicts. Bei Miao, Humph. In the final analysis, isn't it because they have too many personality problems? It would be strange if others didn't take advantage of such obvious personality weaknesses. Such emotionally unstable guys should be kicked out of the team to avoid killing others. Xiao Song, no, brother, why do you always want to kick people out of the team? Laughing and crying. Xiao Fei, it's fine if others say that about me. But who are you talking about, Bei Miao? Xiao Gang, that's right. You also said that we have personality problems and you keep asking people to quit the team. Aren't you a bigger problem as an egomaniac? How dare you talk about others? Bei Miao, I don't want to bother with you idiots. Back to the video screen. The secret room of the chairman of Ba Wang Group. On the familiar central altar, Lu Fa, who possessed Ba Dong, counted with his fingers and had a meaningful smile on his face. Now it depends on whether this plan of killing someone with a borrowed knife can succeed. The camera turned. The next day, at an abandoned construction site in the suburbs. Accompanied by the roar of two motorcycles. Xiao Gang and Xiao Fei met here. What do you want to talk to me about? Xiao Gang asked happily. After Xiao Tian's previous enlightenment, he really felt that the three of them should unite. So when he heard that Xiao Fei had asked him out for the first time, he was quite happy. He thought that the young master was going to take the initiative to show his goodwill to him. However, the carefree Xiao Gang did not notice Xiao Fei's gloomy face. Xiao Gang took off his helmet and took the initiative to greet him. When he got closer, he found that Xiao Fei did not drive his usual red car today. Instead, he changed to a brand new motorcycle. Wow, this car is nice. Where did you buy this car? However, before he finished speaking, Xiao Fei grabbed his shoulders and hit him hard in the chest and abdomen with his knee. Ah! Xiao Gang felt so painful that he took 2 steps back, holding his stomach. He asked angrily, "What are you doing?" Looking at the other party's pretentious attitude. Recalling his ugly face of sarcasm last night. Xiao Fei just felt disgusted. He said coldly, "You know what I'm doing. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how to be a decent person." While speaking, Xiao Fei took out the Fei Ying armor summoner and inserted it on his belt. Fei Ying armor. Merge. Xiao Gang on the opposite side was also furious. He was beaten up for no reason. What do you mean to teach him a lesson? Thinking of Xiao Fei's previous targeting of him. In an instant, new and old hatred surged into Xiao Gang's heart. Go to cooperate. I must teach this guy a lesson today. I have been enduring you to the limit. Xiao Gang, who was furious, also took out the King Kong armor summoner and transformed. King Kong armor. Merge. Accompanied by 2 fierce air waves, King Kong armor and Fei Ying armor came. It's just a pity that the 2 armored warriors who originally fought side by side and helped each other, now confronted each other and regarded each other as enemies. Suddenly, a war was about to break out. Kai 2 Universe. Huanying in teppanyaki restaurant. Watching Xiaofei being easily fooled in the video and punching his teammates. Everyone in the teppanyaki restaurant silently turned their eyes to their good teammates. Feeling the gazes of everyone, Xiaofei, who knew he was in the wrong, turned red and white. Xiao Gang was almost speechless, holding his forehead with one hand and said, "Don't you have any ability to distinguish? You didn't even explain it, and just hit me with your knee. Is there a teammate like you?" Even Huanying felt that Xiaofei's behavior was too outrageous. "I'm not saying, Xiaofei, you are too impulsive. You didn't even ask the reason, and you attacked Xiao Gang, which is too much." Xiaofei smiled embarrassedly and said in a rather humble tone, "How could I know that this damn nether demon was so cunning that he turned into Xiao Gang's appearance?" Said, Xiao Fei gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. "How about Xiao Gang, you give it back to me. We'll be even." "Forget it." Xiao Gang pouted, and suddenly his eyes lit up, as if he remembered something, and fiddled with his phone. Soon, a voice came out. "I don't believe I will be fooled by a group of monsters. I'm going to say this today. If I'm fooled by these things, I, Su Tingfei, am a big idiot." Listening to the recording, the people in the store who were still complaining were stunned at first, and some were stunned. Then suddenly chuckled and laughed. "Putchy big idiot, ha 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 ha, Xiao Fei, you said this yourself. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy. Xiao Fei, you, ha 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 ha." For a moment, the store was filled with a happy atmosphere. Hearing his own recording, and seeing several friends laughing, Xiao Fei, who originally thought he had escaped, was petrified in an instant, his face turned green. "I wish I could slap myself hard. Damn, if you want to be so mean, why did you curse and swear just now?" Back to the video screen. Outdoors. The King Kong armor and the Fei Ying armor stood opposite each other. In the two under the stimulation of the powerful aura, the sky above was covered with dark clouds and thunder. A very dull and depressing atmosphere enveloped the entire venue. Suddenly, a thick thunderbolt fell from the sky. With a bang, it hit an abandoned car in the center of the venue. Instantly, a raging fire began to burn. This lightning seemed like some kind of signal. As soon as it fell, heavy rain began to pour down. The big raindrops kept dripping down the armor of the two people. Xiao Fei said coldly, "You know what you have done. I warn you. In the future, we will go our own way, so that you don't have to do something bad to me. Do you hear me clearly?" Another inexplicable accusation. Xiao Gang was extremely annoyed. So he said tit for tat without any hesitation. "I don't need to listen to your nonsense. What did you do or not, what yin and yang, I don't understand." Xiao Gang snorted coldly. "As long as I can avoid people like you, I will feel comfortable." Xiao Fei did not expect that the other party would still be stubborn at this time. He felt that the anger accumulated in his heart had reached its limit. "Since you are so stupid, then I will teach you how to live a life of not taking a loss in front of you." While speaking, Fei Ying armor splashed a large amount of water under his feet and flew away. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 24 Lufa, the Guide of Shadow Tyrant. "You conceited fellow, I will make you regret saying this." The King Kong armor bumped his fists together and rushed forward fearlessly. His feet stepped on the ground in the rain, and he rushed away like a chariot. In the pouring rain, Fei Ying armor leaped up like a flying bird, and flew high. Endless blue light wrapped around his left foot. In an instant, Fei Ying armor passed through the vast rain curtain, and stepped down heavily with the momentum of Mount Tai. The King Kong armor quickly raised his hands to block it. The next second, there was a loud bang, like thunder. The heavy force like a mountain instantly acted on his arms. Even with the heavy body of the King Kong armor, it was difficult to resist. Unable to bear the force, his body staggered and retreated wildly. Compared with the slightly embarrassed King Kong armor, Fei Ying armor landed lightly like a big bird. A relaxed and carefree attitude. Ha! The King Kong armor roared, stomped his feet suddenly, and in the splashing rain, it rushed forward like a heavy armored chariot. He grabbed Fei Ying armor's fists and feet, and the muscles on his hands bulged instantly. It was like grabbing a little chicken, and rushed back fiercely, accompanied by a tremor on the ground. Fei Ying armor was thrown fiercely and hit heavily on the abandoned car. The whole windshield was shattered. The abandoned car with only the frame left after being struck by the thunder groaned, moved backwards with a wail, and scratched grooves on the ground. Fei Ying armor felt as if he was hit by a car, and the violent force hit him, and his eyes went black. The whole person was short of breath and had difficulty breathing. At the critical moment, Fei Ying armor, who was pushed backward, finally broke out. Fei Ying armor took a deep breath, raised his legs and dropped them, smashing the raindrops all over the sky, and continuously hitting the waist and abdomen of King Kong armor. After being hit hard, King Kong armor's strength was scattered, and his hands loosened, and he could no longer hold Fei Ying armor. Fei Ying armor fought harder and harder, and after a series of knee strikes to break free from the restraints, he poured all his strength into his right foot and suddenly kicked a roundhouse kick. The right foot wrapped in blue electricity hit the chest of King Kong armor hard. A huge force burst out instantly. The steady and heavy King Kong armor actually lifted off the ground and flew high in the air. And then it fell heavily to the ground, splashing a large amount of water. Looking at the two people's ruthless attacks, the audience all sighed. Duanmu Yan, so cruel, this is really angry. Ma Lingling, I didn't expect that the Fei Ying armor looked so light, but the leg strength was so strong that it kicked the King Kong armor away with one kick. Dongshan, it's really a matter of time. You wanted to see the internal fighting between Fenjiangxia and Yanlongxia before, but we didn't fight, but you guys got serious. Huanying, these two idiots, why are they so impulsive? Can't they communicate properly and explain the misunderstanding? I really admire them. Qingzai, the enemies started killing each other before they even made a move. This is really a headache. Kai 2 Universe. In the quiet and empty secret room of Ba Wang Group, a low and hoarse voice sounded. I didn't expect it would be so easy to turn these armor summoners hostile. Lufa said disdainfully. Sure enough, compared to the Gorfa team back then, these earthlings are still far behind. Just a little trick, and they almost beat their dog brains out. It's really a waste of money to use armor on them. But it's better this way. The more useless they are, the shorter it will take me to revive. Just wait, King Pierre. It won't be long before I will double back the humiliation I have suffered over the years. Armor Universe. Watching the video of the King Kong armor and Fei Ying armor that were emitting true fire, Yingba was very surprised. They didn't even use a single soldier, but let these armor warriors kill each other. Great, it's really great. Yingba, who had always been good at violence, seemed to have opened the door to a new world and saw new possibilities. He felt like his brain was about to grow out. Damn it, why did I only know how to fight and kill before, and was always reckless? I didn't think of using strategies to deal with those armor summoners. Touching his big bald head, Yingba was a little confused. After a moment of silence, he stretched out his hand to the ugly general below. Come here, General Zhou. The General Zhou was slightly stunned, and hurriedly stepped forward to serve humbly. Master Yingba, what do you want? The Yingba counted with his thick fingers. The Art of War, 36 stratagems, Gigutsi, and some thick black studies. Go find all these books for me. The General Zhou was confused. What was going on? Did Yingba's forehead get squeezed? He actually wanted to read a book for the first time. Pa! Just when he was stunned, Yingba slapped him. Go quickly. It's because I've been with you idiots for a long time that my IQ has dropped. Being scolded by Yingba, the General Zhou quickly covered his face and ran out to find a book. Sitting in the shadows, Yingba looked forward to the future with high spirits. When I learn these tactics, I can easily control those armor summoners. Ha 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 ha. My Shadow Tyrant's era is coming. Let's not talk about the Shadow Tyrant who is trapped in fantasy time. The camera returns to the video again. In the pouring rain, the two people who were unable to distinguish the winner in boxing and kicking began to compete with weapons again. Flying Shadow Armor waved his palm, and the card of the Shadow Blade fell into his hand. He suddenly inserted it into the belt summoner. Shadow Blade. The blue and white gorgeous single knife appeared in his hand in an instant. Seeing that the other party took out a weapon, King Kong Armor was not to be outdone and inserted the Thunder Drill card into the summoner. Thunder Drill. The next second, the heavy and violent drill was loaded. The two waved their weapons in their hands and fought again. A new round of battle began. Clang! The Thunder Drill and the Shadow Blade collided violently. Even the heavy rain could not extinguish the sparks between the two. Humph! Such a good armor falls into your hands, what a waste! Xiao Gang complained while fighting with strength. Stop talking nonsense! The Shadow Knife picked up and blocked the Thunder Drill again. Xiao Gang kept waving the Thunder Drill, and kept talking trash. Want to beg for mercy? My willpower is still stronger than you. Just as these two armored warriors were fighting in the rain. On the other side, in the secret room of the Bawang group, Lufa, who was controlling Beidong's body, waved his arm. And the short staff immediately drew a mysterious rune in the air. Then, he pointed the short staff in his hand, and the rune disappeared immediately. After arranging all this, Lufa narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 25 Kill someone with a borrowed knife, the time to reap the rewards has come. On the other side, as Lufa issued the order, the two nether demons, Salmon and Batter, stopped a car on the side of the road and sped away. The camera turned and the picture was given to Fei Ying Armor and King Kong Armor again. At this moment, they had fought from the suburbs to a park. The two were injured and exhausted. Even so, they still refused to admit defeat. You can't beat me. Now you know who is stronger. Fei Ying Armor kicked King Kong Armor against the wall and smashed a big hole. I haven't said it yet. King Kong Armor pushed away the gravel on his body and stood up again. The two continued to fight together. Lufa, who was far away in the Bawang group, had already seen all this through secret methods. Miss Lin was a little puzzled. What's the situation now? Are your subordinates in the upper hand, or? Lufa said lightly, all you said is wrong. All wrong. Miss Lin was even more puzzled, then I don't understand. The strategy of killing someone with a borrowed knife is the best because it uses someone else's knife to kill someone. Lufa smiled lightly, only in this way can we preserve our strength and achieve our goals. Miss Lin asked curiously, then whose knife do you borrow to do the work? For those armor summoners who are still wet behind the ears. The enemy is already clearly in front of them, but unfortunately they don't trust each other. Lufa smiled contemptuously, the enemy is clear, but the friend is not clear. Since this is the case, it will increase the contradiction between them. Let them kill each other, so that no matter who wins or loses in the end, I can reap the benefits. As he spoke, Lufa squinted his eyes and clenched his fists. I feel that my power is getting stronger and stronger. Looking at the cunning Lufa who was secretly planning everything, the audience was terrified. Xiao Gang, this guy is indeed the leader of the Netherworld Demon, he is really cunning and treacherous. If it weren't for this light curtain, I'm afraid I would really fall into his trap in the future. Zinan, with such scheming and means, this method is definitely not an ordinary one, it must be from a great background. By Miao, the enemy is cunning, but the more important thing is that those two are brainless, unhappy, and have low IQs, and they are fooled around. Their personalities will kill Xiao Tian sooner or later. Xia Fei, damn it! I didn't say anything before, but you are still pushing your nose to the face, right? You are so arrogant, who do you think you are? By meow, you will know who I am in the future. In addition, you don't have to be so angry, I'm just stating a fact. Xiao Gang, judging from your tone, you are also an armor summoner from another world? Then I'll wait and see what's so great about you. Back to the video. At this point in the battle, Fei Ying armor and King Kong armor were completely holding on with one breath. They could disintegrate automatically at any time and exit the armor fusion state. The two of them were still holding on with only their mouths. How can you call this a duel? You are clearly using brute force. Facing Xiao Fei's complaints, Xiao Gang snorted coldly, who has time to fight with you like this? If you have the ability, use 3 punches each to decide the winner. Just as the two were talking, the ground suddenly shook. Then the entire ground began to break apart, and spider web-like cracks instantly spread from afar to their feet. What's wrong? Before Fei Ying armor could react, Bucket, who had drilled out of the ground, hugged his legs and feet and pushed him up to the sky. Stretch out in the air, Bucket kept punching Fei Ying armor's chest and abdomen. Then he smashed him to the ground. Fei Ying armor never expected that the nether demon would appear at this time. And it was the one that defeated him last night. He fell to the ground in a mess and struggled to get up. His face, twisted with pain, was full of vigilance and solemnity. When did you learn to burrow into the ground? Bat naturally had no time to chat with him, and kicked him hard in the chest. Get lost. For a moment, Fei Ying armor was like being hit by a cannonball, flying in the air for a few weeks, and then fell heavily to the ground. Then, Bat jumped up and came to Fei Ying armor again. He was beaten and hit again. Kai 2 Universe. Looking at himself in the video, he was beaten by this hateful nether demon without any ability to fight back. The extremely arrogant Xiao Fei was trembling with anger. This despicable and shameless guy. If you have the ability to fight me squarely, what's the point of suddenly running out to attack me? And this is when I am the weakest. This BD. Hearing Xiao Fei's accusation, Huanying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rolled his eyes and said, Xiao Fei, you still have the nerve to say that? If you hadn't been deceived, would this have happened? If it were you, you should change your bad temper. Xiao Gang took a sip of water and said bitterly. It's okay that he was used by others, but he also dragged me into the water. I guess I will be beaten later, damn. Return to the video screen. I won't take the initiative to make myself unhappy. But if you need help, just say it quickly. Xiao Gang, who was full of anger, just folded his arms and watched Xiao Fei get beaten. Anyway, he didn't want to be cold now. If he could not only not get any good results by offering help, but also get a lesson, why should he ask for trouble? After all, he was not a masochist. Now that he did not leave immediately, he thought he had done his best for Xiao Fei. Who knew that after hearing what he said, Xiao He would become even more excited to accuse him? You betrayed me, don't you think it's enough? Hearing this, Xiao Gangzi felt puzzled. You are talking some incomprehensible nonsense again. At this moment, a speeding car suddenly crashed into the King Kong armor. King Kong armor was startled, and quickly stretched out his hands to grab the bumper of the vehicle, supporting it with force to resist, so that he was not knocked over. Are you crazy? Stop the car quickly. However, in the face of the King Kong armor's scolding, the driver ignored it, but stepped on the accelerator even harder. With a hum, the car engine roared, and the huge horsepower pushed instantly directly against the King Kong armor. It kept retreating behind. The legs of King Kong armor plowed countless sparks on the ground. Damn it! Seeing that this was not a solution, King Kong armor roared. He exerted force with both arms and directly lifted the entire car out. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 26. The Rescuer, Xing Tian armor. Looking at the overturned car falling to the side, King Kong Armor panted violently. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the car driver appeared behind him without knowing when, and then revealed the true form of the nether demon. It was the fat salmon. Sensing the movement behind him, King Kong Armor turned his head hurriedly. Seeing another nether demon appear, he was shocked. It turned out to be you, the ugly monster. The ugly monster is better than you. Salmon shouted angrily, bent his legs slightly, and the whole person popped out like a cannonball. The huge palm force slapped and knocked King Kong Armor to the ground directly. Although Salmon was fat, his strength was amazing. In addition, King Kong Armor's strength was seriously consumed at this time, and he was completely suppressed by him for a while. On the other side, Bat also gained an absolute advantage. It seems that you have no strength left. I didn't kill you last time because I calculated that today is the day you will die. Even though his strength was only 1/10 of what it was now, Fei Ying Armor still fought back. You think too much. If you hadn't set me up last time, would you still be here talking nonsense? Facing the stubborn Fei Ying Armor, Batter's eyes flashed with coldness. Then let's try. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed and kicked Fei Ying Armor again. Just when Xiaofei and Xiaogang were in danger. In Xiaoshan's express delivery store, Huanying ran into Yuzai who worked in the store. Looking at this familiar girl, Huanying had an indescribable feeling. She took the initiative to greet him. We seem to have met before, right? We probably didn't know each other at that time. My name is Huanying, and you? As he said, Huanying extended his hand in a friendly manner. However, Yuzai gently grabbed Huanying and wrote her name in her palm. Yuzai. Your name is Yuzai. Yuzai nodded, looking ahead with a evasive look. Huanying just felt it was very strange. Can't you speak? Why do you need to write? Yuzai didn't respond to this. Huanying was even more puzzled. Yuzai, why don't you look at me? Looking at the strange and mysterious Yuzai in the video, the audience also speculated. Ma Lingling, according to my bold speculation as a detective enthusiast, this girl named Yuzai is definitely not simple. Duanmu Yan, Tisk, I thought you were going to say something, isn't this an obvious fact? Ma Lingling, Duanmu, you are here to ruin my show again, why don't you go and make chicken soup? Duanmu, __. Dongshan, let's not talk about Yuzai first, where is Xiao Tianren? If he doesn't help, Xiaofei and Xiaogang will be beaten to death. Zinan, Xiao Tian is also miserable, he has to save the day every time. Back to the video. The secret room of Ba Wang Group. Lu Fa, who was originally fine, suddenly looked painful. Hold on. Northeast, evil spirit. He calculated for a while, and his face suddenly changed. At the same time, according to the instructions given by Ying Ying, Xiao Tian also took a taxi to the place where Xiaofei and the others were fighting. Looking at the two teammates who were at a disadvantage, Xiao Tian took out the Xing Tian armor summoner without saying a word. After a scan with his pupils, the belt instantly appeared on him. Xiao Tian inserted the armor summoner into the middle of the belt. Suddenly, a red light flashed. Xing Tian armor. Merge. A wave of air surged, and the majestic and solemn Xing Tian armor appeared. Shifting. Xing Tian armor folded his hands, and the whole person turned into a stream of fiery red light. And instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters, flashed behind the two nether demons, and beat them back one after another. Xiao Tian! Xiao Tian! Seeing the appearance of Xing Tian armor, Xiaofei and Xiaogang were relieved as if they had seen the backbone. Bat looked at the three armored warriors gathered together, and laughed without fear. Now that the three of you are here, the boss will definitely be very happy. Brother, it's time for us to make military achievements. Xing Tian armor snorted coldly, it seems that your strength is getting stronger and stronger. You can even speak human language. Bat raised his arm and said provocatively. Stinky boy, let me see what the Xingtian armor can do to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he chose to take the initiative to attack. However, in less than a second, Batter and Salmon were hit by the Xingtian palm and fell together at the speed of light. Seeing the Xingtian armor fighting 1 against 2 with ease, the audience was also amazed. Kunzhong, this Xingtian armor is so powerful. Fei Ying armor is already struggling to deal with 1, but Xingtian armor can easily fight 2. The difference is quite big. Dongshan, it seems that Xingtian armor is the most powerful among the 3 armors. And Xiaotian also uses it well enough. By Miao, fortunately, such a powerful armor is used on the right person, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Xiao Gang, damn guy, what are you saying? Xiao Gang, this guy named Bai Miao has a worse temper than the young master. I've had enough. Xiaofei, Bai Miao, right? You wait. I'll remember this account first, and then I'll see how strong you are. The video screen continued to play. Explain it to me clearly, you just said that I betrayed you. When did I betray you? Seeing that the threat was no longer there, Xiao Gang and Xiaofei started to argue again. You dare to do it but not to take it, useless man. Xiaofei cursed. Xiao Gang was almost furious, say it again. Just as the two were bickering, Batter and Salmon had already taken out their weapons. At this moment, they had realized the huge gap between themselves and Xingtian armor. If they didn't go all out, they would probably have to die here. Not to mention, with the weapons in hand, the strength of these two guys has indeed increased a lot. For a while, Xingtian armor also felt some pressure. In this case, it's my turn. Xingtian armor stretched out his hand and the card flew into his hand instantly. He thrust it into the summoner fiercely. Fire sword. As Xingtian armor summoned, a slightly broad red long sword appeared in his hand. Bat sneered. No matter how powerful you are, there are 2 knives facing you now. But you only have 1 sword. No matter who you choose to stab, our other one will definitely split you at the same time. While speaking, Bat and Salmon looked at each other and launched an attack at the same time. The 2 nether demons are both veterans of the battlefield and have cooperated many times. After a joint effort, they really caused some damage to Xingtian armor. However, it ends here. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 27 Lufa's plan failed. Big Muscle is the real deal. It is worth mentioning that the tactics of these 2 nether demons are indeed quite correct. And their cooperation can be regarded as ingenious. But unfortunately, they encountered the Xingtian armor. In just a few rounds, the Xingtian armor has figured out the attack routines of the 2 people. The fire punishment sword shook. And with a step, the Xingtian armor spread their joint attack with far more mobility than the 2. Let the battle return to its own rhythm again. The fire punishment sword drew a few red sword beams in the air. And countless sparks exploded on the bodies of the 2 nether demons. For a while, the battle could not return to the one-sided situation before. The secret room of the Bawang group. Liu Fa, who used the secret method to remotely monitor the battlefield, was terrified. Quick, 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 retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late to retreat again at this time. Return to the battlefield. The Xingtian armor shook his arm, and the fire punishment sword disappeared immediately. The next step is to end you. Xingtian armor clasped his hands together, and an invisible terrifying aura instantly spread out. Xingtian's killing field directly enveloped the 2 nether demons. The sky and the earth are boundless, Xingtian's killing technique. You have violated the unforgivable crime of greed and delusion in the galaxy justice law. I, Xingtian armor, declare that I will deprive you of all your rights and seal and arrest you, so surrender. In the killing field, Xing Tian armor's strength surged again. Just a step. An irresistible, breathtaking sense of pressure came over. The two battle-hardened nether demons were shocked to the point that their souls were about to disperse. Kyunkan collects the magic palm. Xing Tian armor's strong palm power slammed heavily on the bodies of the two nether demons. Following a flash of fire, the originally disappeared fire sword returned to his hand again. Fire sword technique. Finally, Xing Tian armor jumped up and switched the weapon in his hand instantly. Xing Tian light bomb. With two huge explosions, the nether demons Bat and Salmon were blown into pieces all over the sky. Xing Tian armor closed his hands, and the genetic codes left by the two nether demons were sealed and suppressed. On the other side, feeling that two more generals had been eliminated, Lufa's heart was furious. Unable to resist the rejection in Beidong's body anymore, he lay on his back on the ground. Useless body. After a fierce complaint, a white mist flew out of Beidong's body and returned to the old clothes again. Kai 2 Universe. The secret room of Ba Wang Group. Watching the video, the plan failed again. Even Lufa, who was as scheming as Lufa, felt angry. It's that damned Xing Tian armor again. This is the second time he has ruined my plan. It seems that if we want to completely defeat these three armor summoners and seize the information code inside, we must first get rid of the earthling named Xiao Tian. Obviously, the two consecutive failures in the video also made Lufa realize the huge threat of Xiao Tian. In his opinion, if we want to achieve the final victory, we must first kill the most difficult Xiao Tian. Thinking of this, Lufa, who was full of bad water, began to brew conspiracy again. Armor 1 Universe. The new base of the Shadow Realm. What's going on? Why did Lufa fail again? The Shadow Tyrant rubbed his bald head and threw the book in his hand away. It seems that he is even more disappointed than Lufa himself. The ugly general picked up the Art of War on the ground. He asked carefully, Master Yingba, are you not going to read this book? Yingba said unhappily, reading a book? I don't read shit. Didn't you see that Lufa failed? Now I understand that in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are paper tigers. Yingba rolled up his sleeves, patted his bulging muscles hard, and showed off. The real reliable one has to be the big muscle tyrant. The ugly general. Back to the video. Welcome to the teppanyaki restaurant. In view of the results achieved today, Welcome made a sumptuous meal for Xiao Tian and the other three. He opened the lid on the iron plate, and the aroma of food immediately came to his nose. Huanying smiled and said, to celebrate the fact that we have eliminated 8 netherworld demons, I have specially prepared so many delicious foods to comfort you three hard-working warriors. Xiao Gang raised his knife and fork excitedly. Xiaofei, however, curled his lips and poured a basin of cold water on him. What is there to celebrate? It's hard to prevent thieves in the house. Hearing that he was being sarcastic again, Xiao Gang was also furious. Hey, don't make trouble. I said there is no such thing. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance camera in the building that night. Besides, I didn't go out that night. Xiao Tian also helped and said, Xiaofei, maybe the netherworld demon pretended to be Xiao Gang that night, and then deliberately let you think it was Xiao Gang. While taking the plate handed over by Huanying, Xiao Tian continued. They now have the ability to transform into human form, you know that. That's right. Xiao Gang nodded hurriedly. He added, besides, Huanying also said that in the hospital that day, she didn't pay attention to the computer that night. Who knows where you were at that time? After a slight silence, Xiao Fei suddenly said. If that's the case, why didn't they kill me on the spot? Why bother to think about it so much? Xiao Tian said, this is the problem we haven't figured out. Their ultimate goal is not to destroy us, nor to defeat us. What is this for? Xiao Tian frowned, really puzzled. Xiao Gang guessed, maybe they just want us to kill each other. This trick is called killing with a borrowed knife. Xiao Tian analyzed. They want us to have an internal conflict and then consume each other's energy. Then come out and defeat us at the same time. Huanying sighed, fortunately, your knife didn't end up cutting your own people. Xiao Tian held the fork, feeling confused. What is the purpose of defeating us at the same time? Okay, don't think too much, fill your stomach first, eat quickly. Huanying picked up a piece of steak and put it on his plate. The video slowly became dim when it was played here. However, even though the video has ended, the audience is still discussing on the barrage. Xiao Gang, what do you think Lufa wants to do? Xiao Tian, why does he want to defeat the three of us at the same time? There is too little information now, and it is impossible to guess. Ma Lingling, didn't Lufa say in the previous video that he wanted something in the summoner? Maybe when the three summoners gather at the same time, something magical will happen. Miajin, although I don't know what Lufa wants, you must keep your armor summoner safe. Huanying, that's right, you can't let the armor summoner fall into Lufa's hands no matter what. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 28 The Phantom Black Rhino of the Civil War appears. Sans Hui shows off. Kai 2 World. Welcome Teppanyaki Restaurant. Looking at the gradually fading light screen, Huanying said in summary. No matter what Lufa wants in the end, you must protect your summoners. Xiao Tian and the other two nodded. After watching this video, they also realized the cunning of the enemy. Facing Lufa, a venomous snake hiding in the shadow corner. It is not too careful. Then Huanying looked at Xiafei and Xiao Gang again. And you too? Xiafei muttered, what's wrong with us too? Huanying glared at him, you are still talking. Although the man named Bei Miao's words are unpleasant to hear, he does have some truth. If you two continue to blame each other like in the video and do your own thing, it will definitely cause a big mess. Xiafei and Xiao Gang were a little angry when they heard Huanying talking about Bei Miao. Xiao Gang said depressedly, why do you mention that guy? That guy is so arrogant, and he still comes to teach us a lesson. It's really inexplicable. That's right. Xiao Fei rarely united the front, I have never seen a guy with such a foul mouth. He always dislikes others and says he wants to kick us out of the team. Who does he think he is? At this point, Xiao Fei snorted coldly. I don't know which world he is from. I really want to pull him out and teach him a lesson. Just as the few people were talking, the light screen in front of them flashed. The latest video began to update again. Armor Encyclopedia Issue 5, Civil War Phantom Black Rhino Armor appears. Looking at the title displayed on the screen, Xiao Fei's eyes lit up, Civil War Phantom. This Civil War will not be the Civil War I imagined, right? Haha, I know how there can be no conflicts between a team. Shaking his hair, Xiao Fei had a gloating smile on his face. Just now, the armored warriors from other universes laughed at him. Now he can finally return it. He must laugh loudly later. And for some reason, he suddenly felt that this incident seemed to be related to that arrogant Bei Miao. Xiafei was looking forward to it more and more. Xiao Gang was also excited, haha, there will be a good show now. Out of a mentality of a fun person who has been caught in the rain before, so he also wants to watch others get caught in the rain. Xiao Gang is also looking forward to this episode of the video. Duanmu's old house. Looking at the latest video updated on the light curtain. Black Rhino armor. Duanmu Yan pointed at the light curtain and asked Ma Lingling beside him. From the name, this should not be the armor of our world, right? Ma Lingling nodded. Yes, and it doesn't look like it's from the world of Xingtian armor and others. So, this Black Rhino armor should be in the same world as Yanlong armor and others. Duanmu Yan scratched his chin with a playful expression. Tisk tisk, he was actually given the title of the Phantom God of Civil War. It seems that the Flame Dragon armor and his team are not as harmonious as we saw. Ma Lingling rolled her eyes and sighed, I just saw the internal fighting between the King Kong armor and the Fei Ying armor. Now there is another Phantom God of Civil War, the Black Rhino armor. I really don't understand why you guys like to fight among yourselves so much. Shaking her head, Ma Lingling said with some worry. I hope we don't fall over here. Kai Universe. Hamburger Shop. Looking at this new title, Miajin, Zinan, and Dongshan all had their eyes black. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Dongshan joked. It seems that this video brings us a good news and a bad news. The good news is that this Black Rhino armor seems to be from our world. Through the video, we can find this companion in advance. The bad news is that this guy seems to have a bad temper and likes to beat his own people. Zinan also complained, it's more than just a bad temper. Even this mysterious light curtain said that he is a phantom god of civil war. Did he beat all of us? Just thinking about that scene, Zinan felt a little painful. Miajin also rubbed her eyebrows speechlessly, feeling a headache. Judging from the introduction of the title, there is no doubt that the summoner of this Black Rhino armor has a problem with his personality. His joining may cause the originally harmonious team to fall apart. Thinking of this, Miajin had no good solution, so she could only sigh and say, let's watch the video first and find out who is calling this armor summoner. The new base of the Shadow Realm. Black Rhino armor, is there another new set of armor coming out? The Shadow Tyrant, sitting in the shadow, muttered to himself. The ugly general beside him smiled flatteringly, Lord Shadow Tyrant, the appearance of this armor may be a good thing. Oh, what do you mean? The ugly general smiled sinisterly, from the description in this video. The summoner of this Black Rhino armor doesn't seem to be very peaceful. If he really causes a civil war among the armor warriors, then we will have a great chance to fish in troubled waters. Maybe we can even reap the benefits and eliminate these hateful armors in one fell swoop. After hearing the ugly general's analysis, the Shadow Tyrant, who was originally a little worried, immediately smiled. Well, that makes sense, that makes sense. The Shadow Tyrant praised him rarely. I didn't expect that you are not only ugly, but also full of bad intentions. The ugly general. While the audience was discussing and watching, the new video slowly played. After the Wu Kedong incident, the dark forces set their sights on a little girl named Xioxi. They detected through special methods that the little girl was also a descendant of the Light and Shadow Village. So, the mastermind sent people to arrest her. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the Flame Dragon Man and the Wind Eagle Man appeared in time to rescue her. Unexpectedly, the cunning ugly general actually found the dumpling restaurant and took advantage of the safety of his relatives to capture Zinan and Xioxi. At this critical moment, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared. Stop! The ugly general, who was angered by the words, was about to teach Zinan a lesson, when suddenly a loud shout came from the front. At the same time, a fierce light shone. Where did the wild dog come from? It's so noisy. Accompanied by the sound of the voice, a mysterious man approached slowly under the light. Looking at this inexplicably disturbing guest, the ugly general shouted. Who is it? Didn't you see that I was in class? Don't you want to live? However, as soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious man suddenly jumped high and saw the light flash. And the mysterious man instantly landed behind the ugly general in a very pretentious manner. The next second, those who hijacked Xioxi and Zinan suddenly shook and fell to the ground. They were solved in an instant. Looking at the mysterious man who appeared in such a high-profile manner in the video, all the audience were stunned. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 29 Water Black Rhino Armor. Strong Defense. Seeing the mysterious figure in the video, the audience of the Armor universe was stunned. Xiao Gang, damn, who is this person? He is even more pretentious than the young master. It seems that the position of the king of pretense should be moved. Xiaofei, damn the king of pretense, I told you not to call me that, angry. Also, don't compare me with any weird people. Duanmu Yan, this person should not look like an ordinary person. Could this guy be the summoner of the Black Rhino armor? Ma Lingling, very likely. But why did he suddenly run over? Kun's Hong, no? Is he the phantom god of the civil war? Dongshan, regardless of whether he is the summoner of the armor, we should thank him for successfully saving Xinan and Xioxi. Just as the audience sent barrages to communicate, Xioxi in the video had already run to the mysterious figure excitedly. Brother! The audience suddenly realized what was going on when they heard Xioxi's name. No wonder this mysterious person suddenly appeared. It turned out that he was Xioxi's brother. If that's the case, it means that he also has the blood of the Light and Shadow Village in his body. He should be the summoner of the Black Rhino armor. Xioxi, be good. Bai Miao touched his sister's head and said, listen to your brother and go to the dumpling restaurant immediately. Remember not to look back. Okay, I know, brother, be careful. Bai Miao smiled and nodded, remember what your brother said, okay, go. Watching the little girl bounce back to the dumpling restaurant, Zhou Zhang was annoyed. The cooked duck actually flew away. Who are you? Why are you here to mess up? Bai Miao turned around, and his originally warm face became cold. You are unlucky because you caught my sister. And I am also unlucky because I have to save a brainless person. At this time, several bullet comments floated in the video. Xinan. Xiaogong, why does this guy sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Xiaofei, I'm not saying this guy is really pretending. The ugly general was a little confused, who are you? At this time, Bai Miao suddenly turned his eyes and looked at the forest behind him. A dull sound of footsteps suddenly came from it. And a supernatural beast with disgusting pus flowing all over its body walked out of it. This monster looks like a meatball composed of mutated viruses, which is quite disgusting. As he walked, those pus-like wounds kept dripping with mucus. Seeing the face of this pus beast, Bai Miao frowned slightly. Good people are different, and bad people are the same. While speaking, Bai Miao lifted his clothes, and a mysterious green light bloomed from the backpacks hanging in front of him. The next second, a mighty and heavy armored warrior in black appeared in the venue. This mysterious armored warrior has a sharp horn on his head, and the black armor on his shoulders is equipped with equally exaggerated horns. It feels like a heavy steel rhino, ferocious and domineering. Let the Black Rhino armor of water take care of you, a disgusting guy. Armor 1 Universe. ERP Research Base. It's really the Black Rhino armor. Dong Shan sighed as he watched the Black Rhino armor suddenly transformed in the video. Xin Nan was a little confused. Miajin. Don't we all rely on the armor summoner and satellite to complete our transformation? Why is he? Miajin's fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard. Soon, the video footage recorded just now was replayed. He pulled the screen to before Bai Miao's transformation. Look carefully, there seems to be something glowing in this bag before he transformed. If I'm not mistaken, it is very likely that it is the third light and shadow stone, the water shadow stone. This person directly completed the transformation through the water shadow stone. Xinan's face was a little strange. You mean, he carries such an important thing as the light and shadow stone with him all day long? Miajin smiled, although it sounds a bit funny, it is true. And looking at him, it seems that this is not the first time he summoned armor. Back to the video screen. The heavy and majestic Black Rhino armor rushed forward in one step. and his fists kept swinging and hitting the pus beast. However, the pus beast did not dodge, and let the black rhino armor attack itself. Just as the audience was wondering, the pus beast's body softened. The part of him that was attacked by the black rhino's fist quickly deformed and bulged. And in just a blink of an eye, the black rhino's fist was wrapped in it. Damn it! The black rhino was startled and tried to pull out his fist, but found that he couldn't do it anyway. The pus beast let out a low roar and laughed strangely. And then the tumor-like arm slapped the black rhino fiercely. Cookie! A large piece of sparks exploded, and the terrifying force directly knocked the black rhino out. The audience was worried, watching the black rhino about to fall into the lake next to him. At this time, the black rhino twisted his body and lightly tapped his toes, and the whole person stood on the water effortlessly. The armor was obviously very heavy, but at this time it was as light as a feather. Black Rhino bent his knees slightly, and his figure quickly rose up and jumped into the air. A bright moon kept enlarging behind him, making Black Rhino look extremely sacred and dazzling. Water will only make my armor stronger. Black Rhino jumped lightly and returned to the shore again. As he said, after touching the lake water, the energy in his body was raised to a higher level again. Black Rhino stroked the weapon device with his palm, and a green light like a water pattern appeared in front of him. With the palm, a shield-shaped weapon loaded on the fist, shaped like a rhino's head, appeared. This is one of Black Rhino's weapons, the water armor shield. Black Rhino held the water armor shield tightly in his hand, and pointed the rhino horn on it at the pus beast and stabbed it hard. Large pieces of sparks gushed out, and the monster screamed in pain. In pain, the pus beast also began to fight back. The tumor tentacles that served as his hands swung out fiercely. However, the black rhino remained motionless, only a few sparks burst out from his shoulder armor. It was impossible to break the defense at all. Xiao Gang, so tough, this defense is not inferior to my diamond armor at all. Duanmu Yan, I couldn't do anything with this supernatural beast just now, but it just touched the lake water and it burst out with such great power. It seems that these 5-star armors can't be underestimated. Xiao Fei. Okay, I admit that this guy is indeed arrogant. Although his fighting style is too rough, with neither rhythm nor elegance, his strength is not bad. Dong Shan, not only is the defense amazing, but the strength is also incredible. It is worthy of the name of the Black Rhino armor. There is no suspense in this battle. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 30 Zinan, don't think too much, it's just a normal chat. Chapter 30, Zinan, don't think too much, just a simple chat. It's time to end you. Black Rhino flicked his wrist, and the water armor shield turned into light and disappeared. The weapon device on the belt twisted, and the green energy light appeared in front of him again. Black Rhino stretched out his hands and grabbed forward, and the slender meteor gun was caught in his hands. With the main weapon in hand, Black Rhino's combat power increased again. He swung the meteor gun in his hand tightly, either picking or stabbing. Every attack hit the pus beast accurately, making the opponent scream. It was only a short while later that the supernatural beast was no longer able to fight, and his face showed a decline. Seeing that the time had come, Black Rhino no longer hesitated, and he decisively launched a killer move. An energy light with the word printed on it slowly appeared in front of him with his movements. Black Rhino raised the meteor gun in his hand, and the spear slightly pointed. The energy light changed into countless green starlights that poured into the meteor gun. When the energy accumulated to the limit, Black Rhino bent his waist and held the gun and thrust forward fiercely. Crazy waterfall thrust. Boom! A thick green spiral beam of light instantly penetrated the body of the pus beast, causing a shocking explosion. Crazy waterfall top. Seeing that the superpower beast was hit by his ultimate move and had no power to escape, Black Rhino swung his hands to put away the meteor gun, slightly moved his shoulders, and stepped forward fiercely. The thick and sharp horn on the head armor, like a rhino, burst out an extremely deep cold light. After passing through an energy light with the word water printed on it, Black Rhino hit the pus beast hard with lightning speed, and passed through the body directly. At this point, accompanied by a roar, the pus beast was completely blown into pieces. Only a card symbolizing the agricultural beast was left in the venue. Reaching out and pinching a corner of the card, Black Rhino skillfully suppressed and sealed it. Seeing that the situation he had created with great difficulty was actually disrupted by others, the ugly general hiding in the dark hated it in his heart. Failed again, damn armor hero, you remember this. After leaving a declaration of a loser. While the other party hadn't discovered him yet, the ugly general quickly led a group of minions and ran away in disgrace. Looking at Bai Miao, who was releasing the fusion state and walking slowly, Xin Nan greeted him in a friendly manner. So you are the summoner of the water armor. Bai Miao smiled without comment and said lightly, you don't know me, but I have known you for a long time. But... Xin Nan was stunned, but what? But it's better not to meet. Bai Miao didn't take Xin Nan seriously at all, and said arrogantly, I'm not even interested in you as a competitor now. As he said, he brushed past him and strode away. The audience was talking about Bai Miao, the water armor summoner who just appeared in this video. Xiao Gang, this guy is too arrogant. After all, Xin Nan is his teammate who will fight side by side in the future. What the hell is this look of contempt? Duanmu Yan, this guy is a very difficult person to get along with. With him, Xin Nan and his friends will have a lot of fun in the future. Dong Shan, although I am very happy that a new partner has appeared, this character is really... Alas, I hope he won't make any trouble in the future. Xiao Fei, I think too much. With such a self-righteous guy around, you will have a hard time. Don't forget that even this light curtain said that he is a phantom god of civil war. You can think about it carefully. Bai Miao, what? Telling the truth is self-righteous? It's ridiculous. It's because there are too many brainless guys like you that we are always led by the nose by the enemy. Xiao Fei, okay, I was wondering why this disgusting tone of voice is so familiar. It seems that the Black Rhino armor summoner in the video is you. Bai Miao, oh, so what if it's me? Xiao Gang, damn, it's you. This time I want to see what you can do, I must laugh at you. Bai Miao, you are indeed a brainless guy, do you think I will be like you? I don't know what I am talking about. Armor Universe 2. Ah. Bai Miao is such a hateful guy. I'm so angry. Xiao Gang was mad at Bai Miao's infuriating words on the barrage. Why can such a guy become an armor warrior? I really can't figure it out. Xiaofei, who was pulling a face, also agreed with him, although you are stupid sometimes. But I stand on your side this time. You had the nerve to say that about us before. Guys with bad personalities like him should be kicked out of the team. Xiao Gang nodded fiercely, yes, that's how it should be. Huanying looked at the two people who shared the same hatred and shook her head speechlessly. At this time, she suddenly noticed that Xiao Tian sighed. What's wrong, Xiao Tian? Nothing. Xiao Tian shook his head and said. I just think that no matter which world it is so difficult to unite teammates. Duanmu's old house. The arrogant Bai Miao in the video. Duanmu Yan sighed, are all the rich second generations so arrogant? First it was Xiao Fei from the Xingtian armor world, and now it's Bai Miao from the Yanlong armor world. Everyone has a bad and stubborn personality, and can choke people to death with one mouth. Rubbing her palms, Duanmu Yan said, if you are a teammate with people with such personalities, you will get high blood pressure in a few days. Hey, Duanmu, don't kill a whole boat of people with one stick. What do you mean all the rich second generations are like this? Ma Lingling rolled her eyes at him. Corrected, people with bad personalities like them are a minority, okay. Duanmu Yan looked at her curiously. You are not a rich second generation, how do you know? Is your family also very rich? Sister Fu, V50 me and see the strength. Go to hell. Back to the video screen. Under the scorching sun. A supernatural beast that looks like a wolf suddenly appeared on the bustling street. And it wreaked havoc as soon as it appeared on the street. This evil wolf beast is extremely agile and extremely hostile to humans. Its sharp claws kept waving at passers-by, causing a large number of casualties. For a moment, screams rose and fell on the entire street, which was extremely tragic. The commotion on the street soon attracted Bei Miao's attention. At this time, he was inviting Mincy to have dinner at a high-end restaurant. After discovering something strange, Bei Miao frowned slightly, and then whispered to Mincy, I'll go to the car to get something. I'll be back soon, you sit for a while. Although Mincy was a little confused, she nodded. Looking at Mincy in the video, the audience looked strange. Xiao Gang, if I'm not mistaken, this sister named Mincy seems to be a friend of Zinan, right? How could she be involved with Bei Miao? Xiao Fei, tisk tisk, you don't understand this, there is a saying that money makes the devil push the mill. I just don't know if Zinan knows about this. Dongshan, it's just a meal, can you guys stop talking so ambiguously? Zinan, don't think too much, they should just be chatting casually. Duanmu Yan, oh, Zinan, I won't say much else, anyway, you have to be strong. Zinan, don't worry, I'm fine. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 31 Disdain from the Phantom God of Civil War. ERP base. The energy reaction of the supernatural beast quickly caused an alarm inside the base. Miajin quickly searched and found the location of the incident, Dongshan, in the north of the city. Okay, I'll go there. Dongshan nodded, and without delay, he ran to the transmission room immediately. Just in case, Miajin contacted Zinan again and informed him of the specific location. So Zinan also drove a motorcycle to the scene quickly. In an open space in the city, the evil wolf beast was constantly venting its desire for destruction. At this time, accompanied by a blue beam of light, Wind Eagle Man used satellite transmission to arrive at the scene instantly. Without saying a word, Wind Eagle Man directly started fighting with the evil wolf beast. However, after only a brief fight, Wind Eagle Man suddenly discovered that the speed and strength of the supernatural beast on the opposite side were far superior to the previous monsters. The careless Wind Eagle Man was just a moment of distraction, and he suffered several injuries in succession. Seeing that the opponent was so difficult, Feng Yingxia, who dared not be careless, immediately stretched out his hand to summon a weapon. However, just as Feng Yingxia made a move, the evil wolf beast seemed to have foreseen the future. It took the lead in taking out a big knife and slashed it diagonally, scraping a large piece of flowers on Feng Yingxia's armor and completely interrupting his action. Without a weapon, coupled with the elusive speed of this supernatural beast, Feng Yingxia's disadvantage continued to expand, and he was completely suppressed in just a few breaths. It was the first time that the audience saw Feng Yingxia being beaten without any ability to fight back, and they all opened their mouths for a while. Duanmu Yan, good guy. This monster is good. It even knows to interrupt the armor warrior's summoning of weapons. It seems that these supernatural beasts are getting smarter and smarter. Xiao Fei, this is a bit troublesome. If Feng Yingxia had fought with all his strength at the beginning, the situation might have been different. But now he has fallen into the opponent's rhythm and is expected to lose. Welcome, I originally thought that only the nether demons in our area would evolve, but I didn't expect that the supernatural beasts on their side would grow so fast. It's really stressful. Xiao Gang, has the novice protection period expired? Wind Eagle Man was so powerful before, but now he has collapsed all of a sudden. Xiao Tian, one wrong step, all wrong steps. If no one comes to help, Wind Eagle Man will be in danger. Just as the audience sent barrages to communicate, the situation on the battlefield became more and more serious. In the fierce wolf beasts slashing like a storm, Wind Eagle Man, who lost everything with one careless move, was actually beaten to pieces. Seeing the armor warrior reveal his true form, the evil wolf beast howled excitedly, raised the big knife in his hand high, and chopped it down fiercely. Seeing that Dongshan was about to be chopped into meat paste. At this critical moment, Flame Dragon Man arrived in time. He kicked the ferocious sword in the opponent's hand with a flying kick. Seeing that Dongshan was not hurt, Yanlongxia was relieved and began to deal with the evil wolf beast with all his strength. Learning from the lesson of Fenjingxia, Yanlongxia, who was good at bursting, launched a violent storm and rainstorm attack. The fist like a volcanic eruption bombarded the evil wolf beast fiercely. With sparks flying, the evil wolf beast retreated step by step. Just when the situation was very good, the evil wolf beast flashed and disappeared. When it appeared again, it had come behind Yanlongxia, accompanied by a shrill sound of breaking through the air, and the sword in its hand also slashed down fiercely. The powerful sword cut out countless sparks, and in just a moment, Yanlongxia was chopped away. The situation immediately became anxious. At this time, Bai Miao, who was late, finally arrived. He waved his clothes, and the bag he carried with him once again emitted a bright green light. Black Rhino Armor. Merge. As an exciting BGM sounded, Black Rhino instantly appeared in the stalemate battlefield. He grabbed the fist of the Flame Dragon Warrior with one hand, and easily blocked the machete of the evil wolf beast with the other hand. The posture is extremely relaxed and free. Seeing the sudden appearance of Black Rhino, Flame Dragon was slightly startled. Then he heard the other party say coldly, "You'd better learn how to fight." After that, Black Rhino unceremoniously shook off Flame Dragon, and then punched the wolf beast. Boom! A large piece of sparks exploded. The wolf beast, which had beaten Wind Eagle without any chance to fight back, was actually punched away by Black Rhino. Looking at the bad attitude of Black Rhino, Xin Nan frowned slightly under the Flame Dragon armor. Dongshan informed Mei Zhen of the reappearance of Black Rhino. At this time, Black Rhino and Wolf Beast were already fighting on the battlefield. The howling wolf beast kept waving the sword in his hand and slashing at Black Rhino. However, the high defense of Black Rhino armor was beyond his imagination. Black Rhino was like a towering mountain. No matter how the wolf beast attacked, he remained motionless and unscathed. The sharp and heavy machete fell on the shoulder armor of Black Rhino. Apart from a few sparks, it didn't even leave a scratch. Seeing this scene, not only was the wolf beast a little confused, but even the audience was secretly shocked. "Is that all the strength you have?" Black Rhino sneered, and then his powerful fist hit the wolf beast hard. The opponent staggered and almost fell to the ground. A ball of heavy air blew out of the wolf beast's nostrils, and his scarlet eyes were full of blood. From its appearance to now, it has never suffered such a big loss. Thinking of this, a red light flashed in the wolf beast's wolf eyes, and a whirlwind blew out of thin air, and 3 identical human figures jumped out of its body. It actually had 3 more phantom clones. The evil wolf beast used its best trick, summoning its clone to surround the Black Rhino hero. Just as it was about to avenge its previous defeat, Shadow Tyrant suddenly summoned it back. So the battle came to an abrupt end. Without the super beast, Zinan and Bai Miao also lifted their transformed forms. Dongshan also met with Zinan, and the two looked at Bai Miao from a distance. Although the 3 belonged to the same camp, there was a clear distinction between the 2 sides. Just when the atmosphere was a little awkward, Miajin, who received the news, rushed over as soon as possible. Looking at Bai Miao with a stern face, Miyajin took the initiative to negotiate. "Hello, I'm Miyajin from the ERP lab. I want to talk to you about the light and shadow armor." Bai Miao smiled calmly. "I never refuse invitations from girls. But at the same time, I can only focus on one girl. This is the minimum requirement for a gentleman." Hearing this, Zinan and Dongshan turned their heads away speechlessly. At this moment, they just felt that this guy named Bai Miao was really a show-off. "Here's my business card." Bai Miao handed over his business card and glanced at Zinan and the others behind him. With a hint of disdain, he said, "We can make another appointment to talk about your messy team." Zinan and Dongshan were speechless for a while because of his connotation. The audience also brushed the barrage, very dissatisfied with this arrogant attitude. "Xiaogong, this guy really deserves a beating. Don't he even have the most basic manners? I really want to beat him up. Xiao Fei, he is really pretentious. I don't have such a bad temper as him. This guy is so arrogant, and he just belittles others. It's really hard to keep calm. Xiao Tian, as a teammate, it's not right to criticize others so condescendingly. Bai Miao's behavior is really hard to have a good impression. Dongshan, what do you mean by a messed up team? I admit that he is really strong, but it's too much to say that. Duanmu Yan, 666, he is worthy of being the phantom god of the civil war. He raised his teammates' blood pressure to the maximum right away. It's simply a show of heaven. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 32 Let me be the leader and make the armor heroes great again. Kai Universe. Inside the hamburger shop. This guy has such a bad personality. Who would talk like that right from the start? Dongshan shook his head and frowned. Obviously, he had a very bad impression of Bai Miao in the video. When he first saw the title of the video, Dongshan thought that this evaluation was too arbitrary. He even thought that there might be some misunderstanding that led to the civil war in their team. Unexpectedly, the root cause really came from Bai Miao. The aggressive tone, the condescending attitude. This personality is really different from the teammates Dongshan imagined. Although they did not meet in reality, in this short video of more than 10 minutes. Bai Miao's arrogant attitude has caused him strong discomfort. What made him even more angry was that the other party denied the efforts he and Zinan had made all along, and said that they were a messy team. Even Dongshan, who was gentle and easy to talk to, could not accept this. Dongshan was complaining. Xin Nan on the side was silent. He gently stirred the coffee in the cup with a spoon in his hand, and no one knew what he was thinking. Xin Nan, why don't you say a word? Dongshan soon noticed his abnormality. Xin Nan came back to his senses and responded. Nothing, I just thought that with his joining, our work should be much easier. Dongshan shook his head, not optimistic. It's hard to say, with his personality, the team must be turned upside down by him. Soon, the scene that made Dongshan's blood pressure soar again appeared. In the picture. According to the agreed time, Bai Miao came to the hamburger restaurant as scheduled to have a detailed discussion with Mei Zhen. Both sides talked frankly about the light and shadow armor. But soon, the two had some differences. So you don't agree with me leading the team? Bai Miao frowned. According to Bai Miao's expectation, he was the strongest among the three and was the most qualified to be the captain. Only in his hands can the armor hero team grow stronger. Unexpectedly, as soon as he revealed this idea, he was rejected by Miyajin. Miyajin naturally had her own concerns. So she said tactfully, I think the role of the team is more important. And the current model may not be bad. You didn't. Okay, I understand what you mean. Bai Miao interrupted. After a slight pause, he continued, anyway, I will let you know that what I said is right. Before you understand what I mean, I will follow your way. But I still won't do it his way. Watching the arrogant Bei Miao in the video, the audience began to complain again. Xiao Gang, this guy is really bold, he wants to be the captain as soon as he opens his mouth, he is already crazy. Duanmu Yan, this guy's personality is really unpleasant, just across the screen, you can feel his domineering taste. What I say is right, classic domineering quotes, too classic. Welcome, this character is very similar to Xiao Fei before, except that Xiao Fei does what he wants, and he really wants to be the leader of the team. Xiao Fei, hey, hey, hey. You are welcome to talk about him, don't drag me into this. I don't want to be compared with this guy. I can't stand his narcissism. Xiao Fei. I want to see what this guy did to cause a civil war with his teammates. Ma Lingling, the he Bei Miao mentioned should refer to Xin Nan, right? Why does it feel like he has been targeting Xin Nan? Bei Miao, first of all, I am not targeting anyone, I am just telling the truth. Secondly, you guys don't need to point fingers here. It's not your turn to judge what kind of person I am. That's it. Xiao Gang, damn. You guy. Back to the video. Bei Miao and Mei were really going to say something. Suddenly a customer came to the store, and the two of them quickly stopped the topic. Xiao Song sat down next to Bei Miao and looked at him curiously. Then he looked at Miajin, what's wrong? Why are you so nervous? Miajin coughed lightly, Xiao Song, we are closed today. I know, I came to show you this. As he said that, Xiao Song took out a few photos from his bag. Here, these are the photos of Black Rhino I just found on the internet. They are all taken with a mobile phone, so they are not clear enough. When he heard that it was about Black Rhino, Miajin immediately became interested and picked up a photo to check it carefully. Bei Miao, who was standing next to him, also showed a look and grabbed a photo. When he saw himself after the transformation in the photo, his face turned black. He put the photo back silently. He picked up the teacup and started to drink water tactically. Xiao Song took a look at this guy with an unnatural look and felt that he was a little weird. At this time, the camera gave the photo that Bei Miao saw. When the audience saw the Black Rhino in the photo, they all couldn't hold it back. Xiaogong, ha ha ha. What the hell is this? This pose is too silly, isn't it? I'm dying of laughter. Xiao Fei, Xiao Song, right? You did a great job. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've seen an armor hero photographed like a monster, so funny. Ha ha ha, Bei Miao, you've got this day too. Kun Zhong, this photo, puff. Ha ha ha, it's so funny, what kind of pose is this? Ha ha ha. Dong Shan, Xiu'er, silence is really better than words at this time, no wonder Bei Miao's face turned so ugly. When Bei Miao saw the photo of himself in the video, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He immediately sent out a barrage to question Xiao Song. Bei Miao, I'm so. With such poor skills, what kind of reporter are you? What are you shooting? Xiao Song, this angle is not easy to capture, what can I do? Besides, you want to see it yourself, I didn't force you to see it. How come you still rely on me in the end? It's so funny. Bei Miao, you. Xiao Gang, ha ha ha, good job, Xiao Song, I support you. Xia Fei, haha, I'm so happy. It's rare to see this guy break his defense. Just when the audience was sending bullet comments, they were so happy. The scene in the video turned. Bei Miao, who successfully joined the team, began his first simulated practice. With the energy supply of the water shadow stone, the machine turned for a while. Bei Miao, who was spinning around, came to a cloud top. Hello, summoner of the water armor. Hearing the voice, Bei Miao turned around suddenly. Then he found that an old man with white hair and beard appeared behind him at some point. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 33. The advice from the old man from Shenshan. Sans Hui was defeated. How do you know me? Bai Miao looked at the old man who suddenly appeared with a wary look. The old man Shenshan smiled slightly. Everything you do is known by heaven, earth, you and me. You have been wandering outside for so long, you should have a state of mind that many other summoners do not have. You must face these feelings honestly and do not reject them. Bai Miao said impatiently, you say some strange things as soon as you meet. I am here to become stronger, not to preach for you. Faced with Bai Miao's rude attitude, the old man Shenshan did not take it as an offense, and remained patient and peaceful. I can understand your heart. Be eager to do good and hate evil as much as you hate it. These 8 words, not bad. Bai Miao's expression moved, but his face remained silent. The wise eyes of the old man Shenshan seemed to see through everything. As your guardian, I want to tell you that everything has at least 2 sides. Each side reflects the origin of things. So you can't always see only one side. Focus on one side and think about the other side. Perhaps this is what you should learn most now. After listening to the words of the old man Shenshan, Bai Miao seemed to have realized something. You mean, I don't need to practice stronger martial arts now? No need. The old man Shenshan nodded. A successful battle often wins people thousands of miles away. If you first conquer your heart and face each side honestly, then you will have greater power at that time. Looking at this mysterious old man who inspired Bai Miao, the audience was a little surprised. Ma Lingling, what is the origin of this mysterious old man? He actually saw the problem of Bai Miao at a glance. Dong Shan, the mysterious old man you are talking about is actually the old man Shenshan. He is a character mobilized from the genetic memory in the subconscious genes of our 5 elements bloodline using the virtual battle room. We usually practice with him to improve our strength. Xiao Gang, so cool. This is too sci-fi. Not only is there this virtual battle room, but even a martial arts teacher has come out. Why don't we have anything here? Damn it. Zheng Ying, who said there is none. We also have a practitioner who can teach you armor combat techniques. Okay, it's a king, who I talked to you about before on the barrage. Qing Zai. Zai, Qing Zai? I seem to have heard you talk about him before, but I've never seen him. Where is he? Zheng Ying, a king has been away for some time recently. When he comes back, I will introduce you to him. Duanmu Yan, this is both a secret practitioner and a magic practitioner. There are quite a lot of talented people. Qing Zai, in addition to magic practitioners and secret practitioners, there are actually hidden practitioners, but we have never found them. Xiao Tian, I always feel that there are more and more mysteries. Back to the video screen. On the basketball court, Li Lu, the owner of a barbecue stall who is suspected to be the successor of the Tsuchikage, was shooting while waiting for his friend Kunz Hong. At this time, the wolfman, who had been silent for a few days, appeared again. Danger! Kunz Hong just came from the street on his bicycle. Seeing this scene, he hurriedly warned. However, the wolfman had already approached. Seeing that Li Lu was about to be killed. At the critical moment, Bai Miao, who got the news, finally arrived. Seeing the old rival wolfman appear again, Bai Miao took out the Black Rhino armor summoner specially made by Miajin without saying a word. Black Rhino armor. Merge. Although the transformation method has changed, the power of the armor has not been reduced at all. So far, the Black Rhino man who appeared before has appeared in the video again. Seeing the appearance of Black Rhino, Kunz Hong, who was originally worried, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Great, let's destroy this evil wolf. Facing the wolf, Black Rhino, who had experienced its power, did not get ahead of himself. He summoned his weapon, the water armor shield. Raising the sharp-horned weapon in his hand, Black Rhino stabbed and pushed the wolf beast hard. However, this time the wolf beast seemed to have been strengthened again, and its strength rose to a new level again. The water armor shield, which was originally powerful enough to split mountains and rocks, only produced a few sparks when it was pressed against its body, causing it to step back a few steps. The wolf beast, which was not hurt, roared, posed like a boxer, and provoked Black Rhino. After the two sides fought for several rounds again, the wolf beast suddenly pulled away. And with its claws closed, two identical figures walked out from behind him. It turned out to be the clone phantom that was cast before. Doppelganger. The three evil wolf beasts surrounded him in front of him, and Black Rhino felt like he was facing a great enemy. He stared at the three monsters closely, trying to find the flaws. At this moment, the three evil wolf beasts began to attack. It was not until the official fight that Black Rhino realized how difficult this clone would be for me in the future. Not only did he have two more enemies out of thin air, but what was even more difficult was that these clones were real and fake, and they were real and fake. Every time he was about to attack the opponent, he immediately turned into a phantom and disappeared. Not only did it consume a lot of his physical strength in vain, but he was also attacked by the real evil wolf beast several times. Facing the opponent's dazzling phantom clones, it was impossible to defend against them. It was just a short while, and the Black Rhino armor had already fallen into a disadvantage. Damn it! In the video I watched, the Black Rhino who was beaten without any chance to fight back. Several lines of gloating comments kept floating by. Xiao Fei, you'd better learn how to fight Le. Xiao Gang, ha ha ha, you're laughing, Bei Miao, you never thought that you would be defeated sometimes? Let's see if you will still be arrogant and pretentious in the future. Duanmu Yan, you were quite impressive when you taught the Flame Dragon Man a lesson, but I didn't expect you to be so weak now. So is this the Phantom of the Civil War? Dong Shan, so you still have to rely on the strength of the team. No matter how messy the team is, it is better than fighting alone. Back to the screen. Just when the Black Rhino didn't know how to break the deadlock, the sound of breaking through the air came from behind. A red dart and a blue energy arrow suddenly fell from the sky, completely destroying the phantom of the wolf beast's clone. The Black Rhino looked up and saw that it was the Wind Eagle Man and the Flame Dragon Man who came. Seeing Wind Eagle, Flame Dragon, Black Rhino, three armored warriors appear at the same time. Somewhere in the corner of the street, Xiao Song, who is everywhere, is so happy that his nose is almost bubbling. Haha, I'm rich now. Raised the camera in his hand and took a lot of photos. Back to the battlefield. With the addition of Flame Dragon and Wind Eagle, the situation was reversed in an instant. Now it's the turn of the three armored warriors to surround the hungry wolf beast. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 34 Meditation Seal, YYDS. Solve the evil wolf beast. Xiaosong, haha, now the offense and defense have changed. I didn't expect to see three armored warriors in the same frame, this is definitely a big selling point. Xiaogong, how come you are so elusive? You are always there when the armored warriors fight. Xiaosong, haha, this is the quality of being a reporter. How can you get news if you don't run around? Don't do basic exercises. Duanmu Yan, it's a waste of talent to use such a good skill to be a reporter. I suggest you apply for a private detective directly, you will definitely earn more. Xiaofei, it's really abominable. I originally wanted to record the scene of this arrogant king being defeated. I didn't expect that the Flame Dragon Man and the Wind Eagle Man would come so quickly. It's really a disappointment. Just when several people were communicating with each other through the barrage sent by the barrage, the situation in the field changed in vain. Facing the 3 armored warriors who surrounded him, the evil wolf beast was startled at first, and then quickly calmed down. Before the 3 launched their attacks, the cunning evil wolf beast leaped directly. The whole monster instantly disappeared in the encirclement. The next second, 6 identical evil wolf beasts appeared out of thin air and surrounded the 3 armored warriors again. Things change. The 3 of Yanlongxia did not expect that this evil wolf beast actually had such a skill. Everyone be careful. The 3 of them gathered together back to back, guarding against the sudden attack of the evil wolf beast. Just when the 3 were cautious and trying to find the true identity of the hungry wolf beast, the identical monsters launched an attack at the same time. 6 gusts of wind whistled past, and sharp claws cut through the sky. With the amazing speed advantage, these 6 evil wolf beasts were like 6 sharp knives, fiercely inserted into the gaps of the 3 armored warriors, separating them instantly. At the same time, fierce attacks like a storm followed one after another. Yanlongxia and his men did not see the opponent's movements at all, let alone blocking. So, after just one encounter, the 3 of them had dozens of more scars on their bodies. Armor Universe. Shadow World New Base. Good. Good fight, just keep going and eliminate these 3 damn armor warriors. Looking at the majestic wolf beast in the video, Shadow Tyrant clapped his hands and laughed. It's worthy of being the capable general I carefully cultivated. If you keep going like this, the armor summoner on the opposite side will not be able to hold on. The ugly general below flattered him with a flattering face. Congratulations, Master Yingba, congratulations, Master Yingba. It seems that your long-cherished wish will come true soon. After your careful training, the evil wolf beast is indeed much stronger than the previous supernatural beasts. Hearing the flattery of the ugly general, the Shadow Lord smiled proudly. Of course. This is a treasure I specially prepared for these armored warriors. Unlike you, a dung bucket, you can't even catch a little girl, The ugly general. Back to the video. After being ravaged, the 3 of them gritted their teeth and staggered together again. The black rhino's brain was working rapidly, and the current situation was precarious. If they didn't come up with a solution, I'm afraid they would all die here today. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. Bai Mia recalled the words that the old man Shen Shan said to him before he set off. Everything has 2 sides. First, conquer your heart and face each side honestly. Then you will have greater power. Conquer my heart. Face each side honestly. Bai Miao muttered to himself, and suddenly noticed the shadow under the evil wolf beast. Suddenly, he was shocked, and a light of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. So, this is what the old man meant. The black rhino, who was more confident, swung his arm, and the water armor shield disappeared. The black rhino slowly stood up and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Then he looked forward, put his hands on his chest, and pinched them together. Zen Seal. Suddenly, a mysterious wave of extremely profound and mysterious swept around him. The next second, everything in the place covered by the mysterious wave was frozen in an instant. Or the 6 evil wolf beasts all stopped in place. Even the Wind Eagle warrior and the Flame Dragon warrior, who were also armored warriors, were also frozen and unable to move. At this moment, in this space and time, the Black Rhino warrior is the only master. Black Rhino warrior habitually moved his shoulders. His eyes swept across the ground, and instantly locked the target. Looking at the only one with a shadow among the 6 evil wolf beasts, the Black Rhino warrior snorted coldly. Now let's see where you can run. Black Rhino warrior swung his arm and summoned the energy light of the meteor gun. His hands stretched forward, holding the dark sharp spear tightly in his hands. After brushing a few gun flowers, the Black Rhino warrior directly opened the big move. As the charging sound waves sounded, a green energy light sticker with the word printed on it slowly appeared. The tip of the meteor gun lightly tapped, and the entire energy light sticker slowly swayed like a water ripple. In an instant, it turned into countless green light spots like fireflies, all of which sank into the meteor gun. After absorbing this terrifying energy, the entire gun body of the meteor gun flashed with an extremely dazzling green fluorescence. Quang Pu Jia. Meteor gun's Quang Pu Jia sticker, smashing demons and suppressing violence, destroyed by Quang Pu, as flat as mirror water. The black rhino warrior lowered his waist and held the gun, and stepped forward fiercely. Boom! A wild roar of a beast sounded, followed by a thick green spiral light column that instantly plowed the ground, penetrated the body of the evil wolf beast with lightning speed, leaving a green Kyunkan magic circle on its body. At the same time, the time-stop effect of the Zen seal was finally unlocked. Top of the crazy waterfall. Seeing that the evil wolf beast was firmly fixed in place by his Kyunkan magic circle and could not move, Black Rhino Warrior swung his hands, and the meteor gun turned into starlight and disappeared. After slightly moving his shoulders, Black Rhino Warrior shook his arms, and the magma-like power in his body instantly rushed out. Black Rhino Warrior stepped forward fiercely. The thick and sharp horn on the head armor, like a rhino, burst out with an extremely deep cold light, pierced through an energy light post with the word water printed on it. Carrying unparalleled terrifying power, fiercely pressed on the body of the evil wolf beast. Directly penetrated the body. Only the evil wolf beast let out a wail. And then, an explosion was heard, and the supernatural beast was completely blown into pieces. When the thick smoke dissipated, only a card with the evil wolf beast printed on it was left in the center of the venue. Black Rhino Warrior pinched a corner of the card step by step and placed it in front of his Kyunkan belt. With a flash of fluorescent light, the card disappeared instantly, and the wolf beast was completely sealed and suppressed. Well done! Seeing Black Rhino defeat the wolf beast, Wind Eagle and Flame Dragon both smiled. Hearing the praise from his teammates, Black Rhino nodded slightly as if he was not used to it. As the video slowly faded, the audience slowly came back to their senses. Duanmu Yan, damn, I didn't expect this Zen seal to be so powerful. Can even monsters be stopped in time? Xiao Gang, I've said this move is too buggy. It's a complete dimensionality reduction attack when dealing with monsters, but why didn't I see them use it when fighting monsters before? Dong Shan, don't think the Zen seal is too invincible. Although this move is indeed infinitely useful, it also has great limitations. In addition to being extremely energy-consuming, the opponent can't be too strong. In short, this move is not as perverted as you think. Xiao Fei, according to you, as long as the strength is strong enough, it can be used anytime, anywhere, regardless of the occasion and time? Xin Nan, in theory, but to be honest, I have never seen such an overwhelming armor, and there should be no such powerful existence in this world, otherwise, the supernatural beasts would have been destroyed long ago. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 35 Undercover Shadow Tyrant. What? The undercover agent is actually me? Duanmu's old house. This is the Zen seal, and it belongs to the old man of Shenshan. They are both armor heroes, why do they have so much background? Duanmu Yan became more and more depressed the more he thought about it. So, he looked at Ma Lingling expectantly. Lingling, tell me honestly, do we have any hidden cards here? We don't ask to be as perverted as them and be able to freeze time and space. Give me a more powerful weapon, or an old man to teach me Kung Fu. Facing Duanmu Yan's hopeful eyes, Ma Lingling rolled her eyes unhappily. Don't think about it. It's just a transformation belt, you can take it or not. Duanmu Yan was dumbfounded. Damn! No way, there's only one belt. They have teammates, bases, logistics, coaches. When they have nothing to do, they cook teppanyaki and eat hamburgers. How come I only have one belt? What's worse is that I not only have to play Oxer, I also have to squeeze out time to do part-time jobs to earn living expenses, otherwise I won't even have food to eat. What the hell? Counting them one by one with his fingers, Duanmu Yan's face became darker and darker. He just felt like a cow and a horse. Damn, they are both armor heroes, why are they treated so differently? Duanmu Yan said that he was a little numb. Looking at Duanmu Yan, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, Ma Lingling seemed a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly and emphasized seriously, Duanmu, we must learn to be self-reliant. Don't learn from them, they are all flowers in a greenhouse. But you are different, you are General Duanmu, who is certified by the video. Ma Lingling raised her little fist and cheered. I believe that even if you are alone, you can still overthrow the entire Oxer organization. Come on. Hee. Duanmu Yan stared with a pair of dead fish eyes, not moved at all. You are fighting against the entire Oxer alone. If you want me to die, just say it directly. There is no need, Before he finished speaking, Duanmu Yan suddenly stared at the new video title on the screen. What's wrong? Seeing his strange expression, Ma Lingling also turned his head and looked at the video screen. There was a line of big words written on it. Armor Encyclopedia Issue 6, Undercover Shadow Tyrant, my mission is accomplished. Looking at this title, Ma Lingling and Duanmu Yan looked at each other. His face was full of weirdness. Armor Universe. The new base of the Shadow Realm. Waste. All of them are waste. None of them are useful. Watching the video, the evil wolf beast that he had high hopes for was solved by the Black Rhino. Shadow Tyrant was furious and furious. He had spent a lot of effort to cultivate this evil wolf beast. He had thought that he could avenge his previous shame and solve all those hateful armor warriors. But he did not expect that he would become the material for others to brush experience. He really could not accept such a result. Looking at the ugly general who was looking at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, Shadow Tyrant was even more angry. A stream of evil fire rushed into his chest. The furious Shadow Tai jumped off the stone seat directly, raised his hand and slapped him, giving the ugly general a big slap. UBD. Didn't you say that their meditation seal couldn't control the supernatural beasts? What's going on in the video? Hey! You lied about military intelligence. UBD. The Shadow Tyrant scolded the ugly general. Sometimes I really suspect that you are an undercover agent, otherwise why do all your plans end in failure? When he heard the word undercover agent, the ugly general with his head down trembled, and a trace of panic appeared on his originally angry face. Fortunately, Yingba was only busy cursing and did not notice this. And just as he was cursing, the light screen that had been dimmed suddenly lit up. The title of the new video began to be updated. The Yingba subconsciously looked up. However, the next second, he was petrified, with great astonishment and disbelief on his face. I am the undercover agent. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The ugly general with his head down found that there was no movement around him. So he also looked up carefully. But just one glance made him stunned in place. And the whole person fell into extreme shock. Yingba is an undercover agent. The ugly general first subconsciously rejected this possibility. But when I think about the fact that this video has never been wrong, plus the performance of Yingba all along, could it be that Yingba is actually an undercover agent? The reason why he hides in the shadow world, in addition to collecting intelligence, another purpose is to provide monsters for the armored warriors to grow quickly. The ugly general who was overthinking took a breath of cold air, and felt that the thought was extremely terrifying. No wonder Yingba was so anxious to summon the evil wolf beast back when it first appeared. It turns out that this is to give Black Rhino time to grow. The truth is out. The Shadow BA is the undercover lurking in the shadow world. Squinting his eyes, the ugly general calmly looked at the shadow BA who was still pretending to be surprised. "Old man, you are quite good at acting, you are really hiding deep. You almost fooled me." As his mind turned quickly, the ugly general felt that he had seen through everything. No, he must report the situation here as soon as possible. ERP experimental base. Shadow Tyrant is actually an undercover agent. When they first saw those words in the video, Zinon and the others were also surprised. What's going on? Aren't these supernatural beasts summoned by Shadow Tyrant? How could he be an undercover agent? Dongshan scratched his head, puzzled. Miyajin also frowned slightly. The video has never been wrong. Even it says so here, so there must be something wrong with this Shadow Tyrant. Dongshan still couldn't understand. Isn't Shadow Tyrant the boss himself? Speaking of this, Dongshan thought of a possibility, and his pupil shrank. If even he is an undercover agent, doesn't that mean? Zinon nodded, and said in a serious tone. That means there is a deeper level of darkness above Shadow Tyrant. Miyajin held his hands tightly. This is getting more and more complicated. Somewhere in the deep dark shadow. King Kai suddenly opened his scarlet mechanical eye. Is Yingba an undercover agent? King Kai looked at the title of the video suspiciously. Although he had been in remote contact with Yingba all along, he thought he knew Yingba very well. Logically, the other party should not be an undercover agent. Apart from anything else, it is really hard to associate Yingba's brain with the word undercover. Could it be that I was wrong? When he thought of Yingba, he might have betrayed and deceived him. King Kai's expression suddenly became a little crazy, and his mechanical right hand was even more creaking. Reading books every day is fun on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 36 Shadow Tyrant, damn it, you all come to slander me. Chapter 36, Shadow Tyrant, damn it. Everyone is slandering me. It was another early morning. Dongshan passed by the newsstand he passed by every day. Suddenly he noticed that another armor hero incident was on the news. He lowered his head and picked up a newspaper. He found that the report was a photo of 3 armor heroes fighting against the wolf beast. What attracted Dongshan's attention even more was that in a small corner of the newspaper, a photo of a mysterious stone was inserted. Dongshan was immediately interested when he saw the stone that looked like the wooden shadow stone. Not long after Dongshan left, Zhou also found this extremely popular newspaper. When he saw the mysterious stone on it, Zhujiang's eyes lit up. After a few low, sinister laughs, he returned to the base and reported to Shadow Tyrant. Just after Zhou left, a long-haired girl with a cold temperament also appeared in front of the newsstand. His narrow eyes swept over the newspaper and he also noticed the news. The audience watching the video were talking about the mysterious stone in the newspaper. Dongshan, except for the color and the fact that it doesn't glow, this stone is exactly the same as the light and shadow stone in our base. It is very likely to be the earth shadow stone or the gold shadow stone among the 5 elements of light and shadow stone. Kun's Hong, doesn't this mean that a new armored warrior will soon appear? I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of armored warrior it will be this time. Ma Lingling, it doesn't seem so easy to get the light and shadow stone. In addition to Dongshan, the people in the shadow world seem to have discovered it. With their style of doing things, it is estimated that they will take action soon. Duanmu Yan, not only the forces in the shadow world, but also the identity of the woman who appeared is also suspicious. From her expression, she seems to have recognized the light and shadow stone. Huanying, with so many competitors suddenly appearing, a bloody storm seems inevitable. Xiao Gang, compared to this broken stone, I am more curious about how this guy Yingba suddenly became an undercover. Ha ha ha, don't you think it's magical? Back to the video. In the hamburger shop, Dongshan handed the newspaper in his hand to Miyajin's table. What do you think this is? Looking at the ancient stone on the newspaper, Miyajin looked at it carefully for a while. Soon, she said excitedly, "This should be a light and shadow stone." Dongshan nodded, "I think so too. It is likely to be an earth shadow stone or a gold shadow stone." Miyajin looked back and forth with the newspaper. "No, let's test it first. If it is, we have to take action." Soon, the two found Grandpa Wei's small grocery store according to the map. At this time, Grandpa Wei was carefully wiping his precious stone. Dongshan and Miyajin looked at each other and took the initiative to greet him. "Grandpa Wei, this stone is really beautiful, can you show it to me?" Grandpa Wei smiled and said, "This old stone of mine has become very popular. Come on, take a look." Obviously, many people have come to see this mysterious stone recently. So Grandpa Wei was not surprised and immediately handed the stone to Miyajin. After taking the stone, Miyajin carefully observed the lines on it. Dongshan, who was standing by, took out the instrument he had prepared long ago and scanned it back and forth. Looking at this scene, Grandpa Wei was stunned. Miyajin hurriedly changed the subject. "Grandpa Wei, I want a box of milk." "Milk? Okay." Sure enough, when he heard that there was a business to be done, Grandpa Wei immediately turned around to get the milk. And Dongshan took the opportunity to collect relevant data. At the same time, on the other side, at the Shadow Realm base, the Shadow Tyrant was concentrating on reading the newspaper brought back by the ugly general. Xiaogong, ha ha ha, the world-famous painting The Shadow Tyrant reads the newspaper. This is too funny, the Shadow Tyrant actually reads the newspaper. Xiao Fei, so funny. His head is almost hanging down on the newspaper. It seems that Yingba is nearsighted. Happy. Dongshan, he sits in the cave all day long. All the electricity is used to cultivate supernatural beasts. He is reluctant to turn on the lights. It is inevitable that he will be nearsighted. Welcome, Phew, ha ha ha, after hearing what you said, why do I suddenly feel that Yingba is a bit miserable? This is too funny, ha ha ha. When Yingba saw the mysterious stone on it, he was very excited. He immediately ordered the ugly general. "Ugly general! Go! Get this stone for me!" He added, "Be neat and tidy, this is our last hope." "Ugly general, don't worry, Lord Yingba, it's just an old man, it's too easy." After the ugly general left, Yingba, who lived alone in the shadows and darkness, suddenly felt a little lost. Earth Shadow Stone, it's been a long time. Kai Universe. ERP Base. When seeing the nostalgic look on the face of Shadow King in the video, Xian Nan and the other two looked at each other, with some doubt in their eyes. This Shadow King seems to be very familiar with the Earth Shadow Stone. Xian Nan guessed, has this guy ever come into contact with the Earth Shadow Stone? Mei Zhen frowned slightly, a little confused. In theory, unless there is an accident, the Light Shadow Stone is kept in the hands of the descendants of the Light Shadow Village. How did Shadow King get in touch with it? Dongshan's eyes showed a trace of thought, and he said thoughtfully, "It seems that Shadow King's identity is not as simple as it seems." Back to the video. As night fell, Binger and Xi Zhao, who had appeared before, walked alone on the street. Binger's cold voice slowly sounded. "The boss is getting less and less patient with Shadow King." Xi Zhao said lightly, "Didn't you say that this is his last chance? Why would someone who is not good at doing things use it?" Binger looked impatient. "Xi Zhao, perform the mission well and take care of your own business." "Kun Zhong, boss? Incompetent? So there is someone above Ying Ba? Xiao Fei, otherwise, how do you think Ying Ba is an undercover agent? There must be a dark force at a higher level. These two people are probably the ones who are in contact with him." Xiao Tian, listening to the conversation between these two people, Ying Ba's superiors seemed to be dissatisfied with him. "Xiao Gang, could it be that Ying Ba's undercover identity has been discovered? Looking at the barrage of comments launched in the video over the years, Ying Ba himself was furious. Damn it! I said I'm not an undercover agent. Why are you all slandering me? Back to the video. At night, ERP Experimental Research Base. Bei Miao, who was still staying at the base, looked at Dong Shan holding a large box of things and was a little puzzled. What is it, a large box? Dong Shan smiled helplessly. Milk. What do you buy milk for? For you to drink. Bei Miao? Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 37 Earth Shadow Stone and Barbecue Man. It is indeed. Looking at the information on the instrument, Miajin was refreshed. Hearing the voice, Dongshan and Bei Miao also gathered around curiously. Miajin smiled and explained, the data shows that it is exactly the same as the previous 3 shadow stones. According to the pattern on it, it should be the Earth Shadow Stone. Dongshan was happy. Great, another stone was found. Let's go to Grandpa Wei's house and get it. Miajin was about to nod, but seemed to remember something. The shadow stone will glow, which means that the right summoner has appeared. Just like you, Dongshan. Dongshan nodded. Without further delay, quickly adjust the surveillance cameras on the streets near Grandpa Wei's house to have a look. Seeing Dongshan and the others inexplicably using surveillance cameras, Bei Miao was really speechless. Can't these be done later? The most urgent thing now is to get the light and shadow stone back. Miajin and Dongshan were stunned, and then looked at each other. Damn, it makes sense. It was late at night and the place was quiet. Grandpa Wei, who was guarding the grocery store, began to weigh his precious stone again. Little did he know that danger was about to come. The small door of the room was gently pushed open from the outside. And then a cloud of smoke slowly drifted in. Grandpa Wei, who was unaware of anything, only felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. And soon his head was nodding and he fell asleep. At this time, a figure was projected on the curtain, and the tiptoeing Zhou Zhang quietly walked in. After packing the stone in hand, Zhou Zhang had just left the grocery store. And immediately 2 figures stopped him from the front and back. Looking at Dongshan and Bei Miao who appeared to disrupt the situation again, Zhou Jiang's face sank. You again? Bei Miao chuckled, isn't it heavy to carry the stone? Dongshan raised his eyebrows and said, do you want me to help you carry it? As he spoke, Dongshan stepped forward and punched Zhou Zhang. The two started a fierce fight. Bei Miao, who was standing aside, crossed his arms and was responsible for holding the line. Just then, a masked man suddenly rushed out and joined the battle. Seeing this uninvited guest, Dongshan and Bei Miao were shocked. And Zhou Zhang was hesitant, as if he recognized the identity of the masked man. Xi Zhao, who was masked, saw Zhou Zhang still standing there stupidly, and couldn't help but snorted coldly. Why don't you go? Hearing the instructions, Zhou Zhang woke up from his dream and ran away. At this time, Dongshan and the others came to their senses. It turned out that these people were in the same group. Dongshan wanted to stop Zhou Zhang, but was held by Xi Zhao, and couldn't get away. Bei Miao, who was responsible for the raid, was about to step forward. But unexpectedly, another masked man in black suddenly appeared and blocked his way. With such a delay, Zhou Zhang had disappeared with the Earth Shadow Stone. Seeing that the light and shadow stone that was about to be obtained was delayed by this Cheng Yaojin who showed up halfway, Bei Miao was extremely angry and vented all his anger on this man in black. During the fight between the two, the mask of the man in black was suddenly rubbed off. A head of long black hair poured out instantly, revealing a pretty face with a cold color. Bei Miao suddenly discovered that the man in black in front of him was actually a woman. For a moment, he couldn't bring his raised fist down. Duanmu Yan, good guy, why do I suddenly feel like a martial arts TV series? By the way, this girl seems to be from the film industry, the one who said that the film Tyrant was ineffective before. Xiao Fei, obviously a good-looking person, but he became a claw of the dark forces. It's really a waste of talent. But speaking of it, although this arrogant man has a bad personality, he is quite sympathetic to women. Xiao Gang, although men shouldn't hit women, if this happens, the Earth Shadow Stone will slip away. Zinan, since they are also in the Shadow World, we will definitely meet again in the future. But I can't figure out what these guys want the Earth Shadow Stone for. Do they know how to use it? Back to the video screen. Just when Bei Miao hesitated, Binger quickly performed the escape technique and disappeared. Seeing that the plan succeeded, Xi Zhao on the other side did not fight with Dong Shan for much, and left the scene in the blink of an eye. Dong Shan returned to Bei Miao and asked in confusion, "Why did you let her go? Men don't hit women. This is a matter of principle." Bei Miao said lightly. Now that the plan has failed, the two can only rush back to the base and reconsider. I didn't expect them to have so many helpers. The light and shadow stone fell into their hands. Dong Shan explained the action to Miajin at night. Although Miajin was a little disappointed, she was not too depressed. She calmly analyzed, to summon the light and shadow armor, you must have the light and shadow stone and the summoner. Now that the light and shadow stone has been taken away by them, we must find the summoner as soon as possible to avoid being summoned by them. As she said, Miajin's fingers quickly tapped the keyboard and soon the monitor screen was dispatched. Look, I scanned all the people within a radius of 20 meters during the period when the light and shadow stone was emitting light that day. There are a total of 17 people, near the basketball court where you often play. As she said, 17 photos flashed back and forth on the computer screen. Dong Shan stared at the screen with sharp eyes without blinking, and suddenly he spoke. Wait a minute, rewind. Seeing that Dong Shan seemed to have discovered something, Miajin hurriedly recalled the photos. Stop, right here. At this time, a photo of Kunzhong and the barbecue shop owner Li Lu suddenly appeared on the screen. Dongshan's eyes flickered slightly. Kunzhong? Miajin asked, where is the man next to him? He's his friend, a barbecue seller. In the chat group. Kunzhong, damn. I was just watching a video, how did it get to me? Xiaofei, could it be that you are the Earth Armor Summoner? You look silly, and except for your old-fashioned clothes, you have nothing to do with the Earth Armor? Kunzhong, _ Xiaogong, don't pay attention to him, he is suffering from the young master disease again. Come on, I'm optimistic about you. Maybe you are really the 1 in a million armor warrior. Welcome, _Xiaogong, I can't tell, you are quite good at flattering yourself. Xiaosong, do you think there is a possibility that the barbecue guy is the real armor summoner? Barbecue man. This sounds so exciting and topical. It will definitely make the news. Zinan, _ Dong Shan. Bei Miao, shut up. Looking at the 3 words barbecue man on the video barrage, Miajin almost spit out a mouthful of water. This Xiaosong is really a genius at naming. Shaking her head, Miajin ignored it and continued to watch the video. Back to the video, the camera turned. The picture was given to Yingba. Yingba couldn't let go of playing with the Earth Shadow Stone, his mouth was almost grinning to his ears. However, what was surprising was that the Earth Shadow Stone began to emit a brilliant golden light as soon as it reached Yingba's hand. It was as if it was responding to Yingba. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. I finally got it, finally got it. Zhou, you did a good job this time. In excitement, Yingba even praised Zhou for a rare time. Yingba waved his hand and was about to dismiss the ugly general, but suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. Master Yingba, do you have any other instructions? Yingba stared at the ugly general with a grim look and warned, "You must keep the matter of the stone a secret. The same applies to the higher UPS." The ugly general lowered his head and bowed, saying, "I understand." Then he slowly stepped back. Just as he was about to leave the cave, the ugly general suddenly smiled coldly and glanced at Yingba meaningfully. Yingba, who was unaware of it, held the stone tightly in his hand as if it were a treasure. After seeing the ugly general completely leave, he slowly pulled down the sleeve of his left hand. He saw a light golden tiger head pattern suddenly appear on it. The most surprising thing is that this pattern is exactly the same as the one on the Earth Shadow Stone. Yingba's voice was full of surprise of regaining what he had lost. "This is something that originally belonged to me. It feels so good to get it back after losing it. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Looking at the lines on Yingba's hand in the video, combined with his words, all the audience were stunned. A bold guess began to appear in their minds. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 38 Who is the undercover? Mission Impossible. Chapter 38, Who is the undercover? Mission Impossible. Duanmu. No wonder this shadow tyrant is so eager to get the Earth Shadow Stone. It turns out that this guy is also a descendant of the Earth Shadow Village. Xiaosong, oh my god. This is really big news. It's a pity that it can't be reported, damn it. Xiaogang, looking at the energy reaction state of the Earth Shadow Stone, can this shadow tyrant also summon armor? Xiaofei, could it be that this guy is squatting in the Shadow Realm just to find the Earth Shadow Stone? Damn, it's terrifying to think about it. Duanmu, things are a bit serious. Will the Shadow Tyrant transform into a new armor warrior and fight against the Flame Dragon warrior? Ma Lingling, no wonder he specifically told the ugly general not to tell the news of the stone to the superiors of the Shadow Force. It turns out that he wants to take it for himself. Confirmed. This guy is the undercover hidden in the Shadow Realm. The new base of the Shadow Realm. Looking at himself laughing wildly in the video, the real-world Shadow King felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. It is true that he is the descendant of the Tsuchikage village, but he never expected that he would be exposed in this way. Damn it. It is all because of this damn video. Now even people in other universes know that he wants to take the Tsuchikage stone for themselves. What makes Shadow King even more depressed is that these guys actually called him an undercover. God has mercy on him, he is really not an undercover. But now these guys have set the pace and confirmed it. This time it is really yellow mud falling out of the crotch, it is shit if it is not shit. When he thought that it is very likely that King Kai is watching the video and knows that he is an undercover, a chill rushed into Shadow King's heart. Thinking of King Kai's previous cruel methods, Shadow King couldn't help but shudder. Go. We must leave here quickly before King Kai sends someone. Just when Yingba was packing up his belongings and trying to run away, the video began to play the scene he was worried about. Back to the video. Shadow Realm Base. Zizao and Bing'er came to Yingba's lair together. Without any courtesy, Zizao came up and asked directly, "Is the Earth Shadow Stone with you?" Sitting in the shadow, Yingba's expression could not be seen clearly because he was wrapped in a black robe. Only a calm voice came out slowly. "It's true that there is no stone. What's the use of that broken stone? Besides, how dare I deceive the king of the realm?" Seeing Yingba still pretending to fool around here, Bing'er laughed sarcastically. But unexpectedly, they did not directly conflict with Yingba as expected by the audience, but turned around and left without saying a word. After Zizao and Bing'er disappeared completely, Yingba, who was still pretending to be calm, immediately roared in exasperation. "Ugly General! Yes, yes, Lord Yingba!" Hearing the call, the ugly general hurried over trembling. Looking at the ugly general who bowed and obeyed as usual, Yingba narrowed his eyes slightly. "Did you leak the news to the higher UPS?" The ugly general's lowered eyes flickered slightly, but he complained. No, no, Lord Yingba, how dare I speak without your order? Even if I have 10 lives, I dare not. Hearing this, Yingba frowned deeply. If I knew who leaked the news. Humph. Hearing the murderous intent in Yingba's voice, the ugly general was silent and buried his head even lower. Yes, Lord Yingba. Looking at Yingba and the ugly general in the video, the audience sighed with emotion. Ma Lingling, good guy. I didn't expect that this little ugly general is actually an old actor. His acting skills are good. This just right little expression, and the details that are shaking like sieves, are simply better than all the young actors on TV. If it weren't for his eyes being too gloating, I'm afraid I would have been fooled by him. Duanmu Yan, Yingba's acting skills are really inferior to his. Not only is his acting skills not as good as others, but he is also fooled by his subordinates. It's rare for a boss to be so bad. Xiao Gang, this Yingba is quite interesting. He is submissive to the people sent by his superiors, but he turns around and punches his subordinates. This is too classic. Xiaoshan, judging from the information we have, this ugly general is probably an undercover sent by the so-called boss to monitor Yingba. Now that the two undercovers meet, it depends on who has the better skills. Just as the audience sent barrages to communicate. The camera in the video turned and the picture switched to a beach. At this time, the ugly general who had just come out of the base was standing respectfully beside a middle-aged man wearing a black windbreaker and grey hair. After listening to the ugly general's narration, the middle-aged man, the king of the world, said lightly. He is no longer useful, General Ugly. Yes. Let him go and get the Earth Shadow Stone back. Yes, I understand, General Ugly hesitated, but Lord Kai, I am worried that I am not his opponent. King Kai raised his right hand with his back to him. Go, I will send someone to help you. At this time, the audience suddenly found that King Kai's right hand was not flesh and blood, but a mechanical prosthesis. King Kai said so much, General Ugly did not dare to look at it or ask any more questions. After answering, he bowed and left. Watching the ugly general with obscene behavior walking away, Binger asked with some worry. King Kai, do you really want to use him? King Kai did not answer, but laughed wantonly. The laughter was full of mockery and unparalleled confidence. In the chat group, Xiao Gang, this weirdo called King Kai should be Yingba's superior. That mechanical right hand looks a bit scary. Ma Lingling, haha, I guessed it right. Zhou Zhang is really an undercover agent planted by Yingba. This time, there will be a good show to watch. Duanmu Yan, in terms of playing tricks, Yingba, who has a rough personality, can't beat King Kai. Zhou Zhang has been following him for so long without being discovered, but he can be considered to have won back a game by deceiving King Kai. Dongshan, the next step should be the fight between these two undercovers. I didn't expect there would be such a big show to watch. It's like a spy. Back to the video. The camera turned, and Zhou Zhang, who received the order, returned to Yingba's lair again. When he thought that Yingba, who had been bullying him, would die in his hands today, Zhou Zhang was very excited and laughed out loud with great joy. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this arrogant laughter, Yingba suddenly turned around and found that it was the ugly general. But unlike the usual timid image, the ugly general today seemed particularly arrogant. He even pulled down the mask on his face. After squinting his eyes and looking at the other party for a while, Yingba's heart sank. What are you doing? After taking off the mask, the ugly general became arrogant when talking to people. The superiors have told you to hand over the Earth Shadow Stone. As if looking at a clown, Yingba sneered, who do you think you are? The ugly general thought that the king of the realm was backing him up, and he didn't take Yingba seriously at all. Facing the other party's questioning, the ugly general smiled crookedly, in this case, I will. However, before the ugly general finished pretending to be fierce. Yingba directly grabbed his neck and lifted him up. 11. Read books every day and have fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 39. Snow Mastiff vs Ground Tiger. The Escaped Shadow Tyrant. Chapter 39, Snow Mastiff vs Earth Tiger, the Fleeing Shadow Tyrant. Spy, I knew he sent you here. The Shadow Tyrant picked up the ugly general with one hand, just like he was pinching a little chicken. Want the Earth Shadow Stone? Come and try it. Feeling the increasing force on his throat, the ugly general's face turned red, and he was almost unable to breathe. Help! Come and save me! Hearing the ugly general's cry for help, the entrance of the base cave suddenly shook. And then the heavy footsteps came slowly from far to near. The next second, the audience's sight suddenly appeared a silver-white, extremely heavy armored warrior. This unknown armored warrior's footsteps were extremely heavy, and every step he took on the ground would cause the earth to shake. As he slowly approached, a breathtaking sense of terrifying oppression came over him. It was almost suffocating. Obviously, this armor that has never been seen before is a heavy armor different from the flame dragon and other armors. And its strength is also quite strong. Looking at this mysterious armor that suddenly appeared, all the audience were surprised. Xiao Gang, what a strong sense of oppression. Just looking at this size, it is definitely not inferior to my diamond armor. I didn't expect that there are heavy armors here. I really want to have a good exchange of experience with this buddy. Xiao Fei, still exchanging experiences? Are you stupid? This guy is obviously the helper that King Kai arranged for the ugly general. In other words, he is a minion of the dark forces. Communicate with him? Do you think you are not dying fast enough? Xin Nan, this should be the last gold armor. I didn't expect that this armor has been in the hands of the dark forces all along. Dong Shan, now we only need the earth armor, and all the 5 elements armors are collected. We must not let King Kai get another armor, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Back to the video screen. Feeling the astonishing sense of oppression approaching, Yingba looked extremely solemn. He did not expect that King Kai had such a trump card in his hand. Just by the momentum, he immediately judged that the other party was definitely a strong enemy. It seems that he has quite a lot of lackeys. Yingba snorted coldly and threw away the ugly general in his hand. With a flip of his wrist, a card of a supernatural beast appeared in his palm. Just when Yingba wanted to take the opportunity to insert the card into the slot of the breeding hole to revive it, a powerful hand wearing silver armor suddenly grabbed his wrist. The Snow Mastiff man exerted force on his palm and squeezed it tightly. Crack! Suddenly, a piercing pain came. Yingba cried out in pain, and the supernatural beast card in his hand could no longer be held and fell to the ground. Even he himself was thrown hard by the Snow Mastiff man and staggered backwards. After barely stabilizing his body, Yingba looked at his purple wrist with a gloomy face. Come on if you are impatient to live. Frightened and angry, Yingba reached out and took out the Earth Shadow Stone emitting dazzling golden light from his robe. He raised his right hand and shouted suddenly. Earth Tiger Armor! Merge! A dazzling white light flashed. And the Earth Tiger warrior with a dark golden body appeared in the video. This is the Earth Tiger Armor. Feeling the incomparable power in his body, Yingba was excited. For a moment, his confidence suddenly rose. Armor against armor, he may not lose. Besides, no matter what, he is also an old senior, and the opponent is a kid who is still wet behind the ears. This time, the advantage is mine. However, facing the confident Earth Tiger warrior, Snow Mastiff warrior moved his shoulders. He said calmly, surrender, it's useless. Humph. You'll know after you fight. As he spoke, Earth Tiger warrior leaped and took the lead in attacking. For a moment, the sound of metal colliding was endless, and large sparks were flying. After a few short rounds of fighting, both sides were injured. Although Snow Mastiff Warrior's combat experience was not as experienced as Earth Tiger Warrior, he was young and strong. Therefore, neither side had an advantage in this fist and foot competition. Seeing that he couldn't take down the opponent for a while, Earth Tiger Warrior snorted coldly and summoned his weapon. The weapon device on the Kyunkan belt turned slightly, and a dark golden weapon light appeared in front of him. Earth Tiger Warrior reached up with both hands, and a pair of sharp tiger claws with cold light were installed on the back of his hand. Earth-splitting claws. Earth Tiger Warrior tentatively waved his claws at the air a few times, and a shrill sound of breaking through the air was heard instantly. The sharpness of this pair of claws was far beyond his imagination. The Snow Mastiff Warrior on the opposite side saw that he had summoned a weapon, and he did not dare to be careless. He threw his arm over his belt, and a heavy silver-white axe was tightly grasped by him. This is the main weapon that Snow Mastiff Warrior is best at using, the Thunder Axe. With weapons in hand, the strength of both sides has been raised to a level. The two of them waved their weapons in their hands and fought again. Axe chops, claws cut, cold light flashed, and the sound of weapons colliding resounded throughout the base. In order to defeat the opponent, the two sides in the battle used all their skills to the fullest. The audience in front of the light screen also watched it and exclaimed that it was exciting. Duanmu Yan, awesome! Is this the battle between armored warriors? It feels completely different from fighting against mutant beasts. Miyajin, Earth Tiger Armor, now all 5 armors have been unveiled, but I don't know when they can fight side by side. Xiao Gang, I don't know which of these 2 armor warriors is more powerful. Seeing how hard they fight, it's probably a draw. Qing Zizai, no, although it looks evenly matched, the longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for Earth Tiger Armor. Yingba is old after all, and if this continues, he will soon be worn down. And the facts are indeed as Qing Zizai expected. Soon as time passed, Earth Tiger Warrior, who had already shown signs of fatigue, was seized by Snow Mastiff Warrior and chopped on the chest with an axe. With a series of sparks flashing, the Earth Tiger Armor actually disintegrated directly. Yingba, who revealed his true form, covered his chest in pain, his face full of unwillingness. Damn it! Is it that my body can't bring out the power of this armor? Seeing that he was no match for the opponent, Ying Ba waved his black robe and fled very neatly. As Ying Ba fled and disappeared, King Kai quickly took over the base. After listening to the report of the ugly general, King Kai's scarlet mechanical eye flashed red. It seems that he is really ready to go against us. The ugly general quickly apologized. I deserve to die for not discovering the changes of Ying Ba. King Kai said in a deep voice without comment, now that things have come to this, we must cut the grass and root it out. Yes. I will do my best. King Kai turned his head slightly and looked at Xi Zhao, who was silent on the side, and said in a cold voice. Xi Zhao, you haven't fully exerted the power of the Snow Mastiff armor. You must continue to increase your training. Binger, you go to assist Xi Zhao. Hearing the word training, Binger's expression moved slightly, but she still answered. Yes, Binger understands. A device full of electricity appeared in front of everyone. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 40 Shadow King, my mission is accomplished. Chapter 40, Shadow Tyrant, my mission is complete. Kai Universe. ERP Base. Fire Dragon Armor, Woodwind Eagle Armor, Water Black Rhino Armor, Earth Tiger Armor, and Gold Snow Mastiff Armor. Now everything is complete. Miyajin recorded all the current data. Dongshan took a sip of coffee and shook his head helplessly. What's the use of just knowing the name? The Snow Mastiff armor is with King Kai now. It's extremely difficult to take it back. Xian Nan said, in that case, let's not rush for the snow mastiff armor. But we must fight for the earth tiger armor. The earth shadow stone should still be in Grandpa Wei's hands now. We have to act before the dark forces. Dong Shan suddenly said. Speaking of the dark forces, I don't know where the Shadow King in the video hid with the earth shadow stone. Back to the video screen. Beside the peaceful and tranquil city reservoir. Suddenly a black light flashed. The Shadow King in a black robe slowly appeared. At this time, his face was extremely pale, his feet were staggering, and he couldn't even stand steadily. One hand was still tightly covering his chest. It was obvious that in the previous battle, although he escaped dangerously, but the old and weak Shadow King still inevitably suffered extremely serious injuries. At this time, Yingba fell into an unprecedented weakness. However, before Yingba could take a short rest, Zhou Zhang chased him like a thorn in his flesh. You hide and hide, do you think you can escape? If you know what's good for you, hand over the earth shadow stone to me. Maybe I can make you feel relieved. Seeing that the former servile minions dared to talk to him like this, Yingba was helpless and aggrieved. Now all he could do was to reject the other party fiercely and maintain his dignity. Therefore, facing the threat of Zhou Zhang, Yingba just snorted coldly. Seeing that Yingba refused to accept the toast, Zhou Zhang immediately lost his patience. He clapped his hands, and a brown and ferocious supernatural beast came from behind. Seeing the supernatural beast in front of him, Yingba's pupils shrank. This was the supernatural beast he wanted to use to deal with the snow mastiff armor before. Unexpectedly, it fell into the hands of Zhou Zhang at this moment. You didn't expect me to use it against you, did you? The ugly general smiled sinisterly, and waved his hand to let the magic silkworm beast attack, while he hid aside and watched the show. Seeing the ferocious magic silkworm beast about to pounce, Yingba forced himself to take out the earth shadow stone. Earth tiger armor. Merge. In the call with insufficient energy, Yingba transformed into earth tiger warrior again. Fight with you. Trying to squeeze out the last bit of strength, earth tiger warrior leaped up, and suddenly waved his claws to grab the shoulder of the magic silkworm beast, exploding a spark. However, Yingba's last highlight moment ended here. Just as the earth tiger warrior landed, the terrifying mouth of the magic silkworm beast suddenly opened, and dozens of energy beams shot out instantly, bombarding the body of the earth tiger warrior continuously. The severely injured earth tiger armor couldn't dodge at all and could only take the blow head-on. Bang bang bang! Like fireworks exploding, earth tiger warrior fell heavily to the ground in just one encounter, and rolled into the pool in a mess. The demon silkworm beast roared cruelly and became more and more excited. It began to launch a violent attack on earth tiger warrior. Just when earth tiger warrior was being ravaged by the supernatural beast and looked desperate, Dongshan, who received the signal from the supernatural beast, rushed over in time. Although he didn't quite understand what was going on with this earth tiger armor, Dongshan decided to deal with the supernatural beast first. So, Dongshan instantly completed the transformation and began to fight the demonic silkworm beast. With the Wind Eagle Warrior stopping the demonic silkworm beast, Earth Tiger Warrior finally got a chance to breathe. As a flash of light passed, Yingba, who was already at the end of his strength, could no longer maintain his transformation form, and the armor automatically disintegrated. Holding the wall, Yingba slowly squatted down, panting violently. At this time, the ugly general hiding in the dark had a cold light in his eyes. Goodbye. The ugly general sneered and took out a handkerchief coated with a highly toxic substance. When he saw that the Wind Eagle Warrior didn't notice him, he quietly touched Yingba. On the other side, the battle between the Wind Eagle Warrior and the demonic silkworm beast had also reached the most critical moment. The Wind Eagle man, who had completely mastered the attack routine of the demonic silkworm beast, no longer held back and directly launched his ultimate move. Piercing Wind Stab. The Wind Eagle sword, which had absorbed the energy light, turned into a sky full of meteors and stabbed out instantly. The extremely huge and terrifying force directly pierced through the body of the demonic silkworm beast, nailing him to the spot. Then, the Wind Eagle man flew up. Wind Eagle kick. A fierce flying kick completely ended the life of the demonic silkworm beast. Just as the Wind Eagle man sealed and suppressed the demonic silkworm beast's card, the ugly general on the side had already touched the unconscious Shadow Tyrant. Gritting his teeth, the ruthless ugly general covered Shadow Tyrant's mouth and nose tightly with the poisoned handkerchief in his hand. The originally unconscious Shadow Tyrant suddenly woke up from suffocation and struggled wildly. "Stop!" Hearing the voice of the Wind Eagle man, the ugly general immediately put away the handkerchief and ran away. The Wind Eagle man quickly came to Shadow Tyrant and checked his injuries. However, at this time, Yingba was seriously injured and poisoned, and there was no way to save him. Fenjingxia asked, "Are you the descendant of Tsuchikage village?" "I used to be. I reaped what I sowed. I can't do it anymore. I'll feel relieved if I give you this Tsuchikage stone." With his last breath, Yingba entrusted the Tsuchikage stone to Fenjingxia, and then he passed away. Xiaogang, damn! I didn't expect Yingba to give the Tsuchikage stone to Dongshan. Did he find his conscience at the last moment? Kunz Hong, Yingba, my mission is accomplished. Duanmu, good guy. No wonder the title on the light screen labeled Yingba as an undercover. As a boss in the shadow world, he actually gave something as important as the light and shadow stone to the armored warrior. He is really an undercover. Xiaofei. I guess King Kai will be furious when he sees this. Ha ha ha. Xiaoshan, when a man is about to die, his words are good. At the last moment of death, Yingba finally did a good thing. Armored Universe. Shadow World New Base. When he saw his ending in the video, Yingba's ferocious face was full of sighs. I didn't expect that the enemies like armor warriors would come to save me at the last moment. And the people who wanted to kill me turned out to be my subordinates, the ugly generals. Such a result was really beyond Yingba's expectations. For a moment, he was actually a little discouraged. He abandoned everything, gave up his past identity, and devoted himself to the shadow world. In the end, he was not only deserted by his friends and relatives, but also died at the hands of his own men. Such a life is really a failure. Thinking of this, Yingba suddenly threw away all the supernatural beast magic stickers in the package and some experimental items that he planned to use to make a comeback. After taking only some clothes, he left this place without looking back. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 41 famous scenes of seeking death. Evil Jin, you are the only one who is the emperor? Kai 2 Universe. Welcome to the teppanyaki restaurant. After watching the final ending of Yingba, Xiaotian and the other two were surprised and a little sad. Xiaogang shook his head and said, "Sure enough. Being a bad guy will not end well. Yingba is the best example. He didn't die at the hands of the armor warrior, but was poisoned to death by his own men. He is really cooey." Xiaofei took a sip of juice. That guy called Ugly General is really cruel. He directly suffocated his former boss with poison. But Yingba did a good thing in the end and returned the stone to Fenjingxia. Xiaotian nodded and said with some concern. With one less Yingba, but one more difficult Kai Wang, the challenge of Yanlongxia and others will probably be more severe. Ding ding ding. Welcome knocked on the iron plate on the table with a shovel, rolled his eyes, and said unhappily. Okay. You three, you still have the mind to worry about others. Our situation is no easier than theirs. Lufa is much more dangerous than Yingba. You should think more about what Lufa is looking for when you have time. 17. When Xiaogang heard Huanying talking about this, he felt a little overwhelmed. Lufa has been hiding inside the Bawang group. We can't even contact him. How can we know what he wants to find? Xiao Tian also frowned. There is still too little information we know at present. Except that we can't get these 3 armor summoners, we don't know anything else. Now all we can do is to protect the summoners tightly. Xiaofei sighed, the only thing we can rely on now is this light curtain. Wait until it releases a few more videos related to us, maybe then we can know Lufa's real secret. Just as the few people were talking, the originally dark and dim light curtain flashed again. The new video is about to start playing. As soon as they saw the new video was updated, the 4 people in the store were immediately attracted. In the video, a line of large characters appeared. Armor Encyclopedia Issue 7, 3 Famous Death Scenes. Famous death scenes. Xiao Gang scratched his head, a little confused. 12 Is this the latest video? It's hard to tell which armor it is related to. Don't worry about it. Xiao Fei said excitedly. I really want to see how to die. Maybe Lu Fa will appear in it. After hearing what Xiao Fei said, several people looked at the video with expectation. Armor Universe 3. Inside the ramen shop. Through Ma Lingling's introduction, Duanmu Xiang joined this ramen shop quite smoothly. Noodle shop. Although the salary is not high, at least there is a place to settle down. In addition, the food and accommodation are free, and you can eat delicious ramen every day, which Duanmu Yan is very satisfied with. At this moment, Duanmu Yan and Ma Lingling have just finished the lunch rush and are preparing to rest. Just saw the video update on the light screen. 3 famous scenes of seeking death. This sounds very interesting. Duanmu Yan raised his eyebrows and immediately became interested. He wanted to see who was so good at seeking death, and was specially made into a famous scene by the light screen. In the expectation of everyone, the video slowly played. The weather was fine, the birds were singing, and the flowers were fragrant. In a park full of colorful flowers and beautiful scenery, Zinan was having a picnic and camping with a group of friends. Brother Zinan, I need Brother Zizao to help me grill my barbecue today. When the audience heard that Xiaolan, Zinan's cousin, said Zizao's name in the video, they were all stunned. Isn't Zizao a subordinate of King Kai? Why does he sound familiar with Zinan and the others? Could it be another person with the same name? Hearing Xiaolan's words, Zinan stopped skewering meat and asked with a smile. Why, it doesn't taste good. Xiaolan said as a matter of course, you grilled meat with less meat and more vegetables. Brother Zizao loves to eat meat, and grilling more meat and less vegetables will taste good. Listening to the little girl's well-reasoned argument, everyone laughed for a while. The man who had been lowering his head and grilling meat seriously in front of the grill suddenly raised his head and smiled. You even know that I love to eat meat. When the audience saw the man's appearance clearly, they were all shocked. Xiaolan smiled and responded, of course. Every time you come to my house, half of the braised pork knuckles are destroyed by you. Hearing Xiaolan talk about these embarrassing things, Zizao first glared at her fiercely, and then laughed. Naughty girl, come and grill meat together. Looking at the video, Zizao and Zinan are enjoying themselves like a family. The audience watching the video are about to drop their eyes. Zinan, what's going on? Xiao Gang, damn. It's really that Zizao. I thought I heard it wrong just now. How could he get involved with Zinan and the others? They seem to be friends. Xiaofei, what's going on? Is it because I got up in the wrong way? How did they get together? And why didn't I see Dongshan, Bai Miao, and the others? Huanying, oh my god. This change is too big. What happened in the meantime? How did the relationship suddenly become so good? They are in the mood to have a barbecue dinner together. Bai Miao, is this a conspiracy of the king of the world? He deliberately arranged for the summoner of the snow mastiff armor to contact Zinan to collect intelligence and then completely destroy our entire armor from the inside. The warriors' team. A word awakened the dreamer. Bei Miao's speculation was reasonable. It was recognized by everyone at once. Xiao Tian, it is very likely. Think about it carefully. No one knows that Zizao is the summoner of the snow mastiff armor except the people of King Kai. If he really arranges Zizao to go undercover, Zinan and others will be unable to defend themselves at all. Dongshan, if that is the case, the consequences will be disastrous. Judging from the situation at the scene, this guy has completely penetrated into Zinan's interpersonal network and gained his trust. Miajin, this King Kai is really scheming. He can come up with such a conspiracy, which is more dangerous than Yingba. Kai Universe, the new base of the world. Looking at the barrage sent by other people in the video, King Kai showed a trace of confusion on his face. Is that so? It turns out that I deliberately sent Zizao to go undercover. Just now, when the video started playing, he almost thought that Xi Zhao and the missing Ying Ba were both traitors. He didn't expect the truth to be like this. If it was an undercover sent out by himself, then everything would make sense. And King Kai thought more and more. And the confusion in his eyes soon turned into conviction and pride. As expected of me, I can even think of such a method. It's a pity that it was exposed by this light curtain. What a pity. Back to the video screen. While wearing skewers, Zinan suddenly sighed. I don't know how Miajin and the others are doing these days. Zizao said helplessly, you always think about others. It's okay, no matter who summons the light and shadow armor, it's the same, as long as the task can be completed. Hearing this, Zinan was stunned at first, then nodded, that's right. Kai Universe. ERP Experimental Base. After watching the conversation between Zinan and Zizao in the video, Miajin, Zinan, and Dongshan looked at each other, all with some confusion on their faces. Dongshan touched his chin and frowned, saying, it sounds like Zinan in the video hasn't contacted us for a long time. Miajin clenched her wrists nervously, I always feel like something happened in the meantime. Xi Zhao's sentence it's the same no matter who summons the light and shadow armor is really worrying. Miajin suddenly widened her eyes. Could it be that at the time point in the video, Zinan and Zizao were no longer armor summoners? Dongshan couldn't help but look at Zinan, but found that Zinan remained silent. In fact, according to Zinan's usual thinking, he did have the idea of leaving the armor warrior team a long time ago, so that he could devote all his time to the piano. The reason why he didn't say it was just because there was no good opportunity. And the base was short of manpower, so he kept delaying it. However, when he saw himself in the video really leaving all this, I don't know why, Zinan suddenly felt a sense of loss. At this time, Miajin suddenly broke the silence and raised a key question. If Zinan and Zizao are no longer armor summoners, then who is fighting against the monsters now? Hearing this, Zinan and Dongshan were both stunned, and their eyes suddenly became solemn. Yes. If Zinan is no longer an armor summoner, then who is using the flame dragon armor now? What happened in the middle? What happened to the armor warriors? For a moment, the three of them felt confused. They all locked their eyes on the video again. Hopefully, the answer can be given above. Back to the video screen. Zinan just mentioned it and then skipped the previous topic. He turned his head to look at another companion beside him, and asked Taguchi. Xiaosong, when you were a reporter, did you know anyone from the Traffic Accident Investigation Division? As the camera turned, the audience realized that the person sitting opposite Zinan was actually reporter Xiaosong. Not only did he not have the black-framed glasses and camera he had before, but his temperament became more stable. This big change surprised the audience and added some doubts. Xiaosong, damn, this handsome guy turned out to be me. I didn't expect that I would become so much more handsome after taking off my glasses. It turned out that it was those damn glasses that sealed my appearance. Duanmu Yan, what's wrong with you? isn't the point that you have become a former reporter? Xiaosong, et. What's going on? Could it be that I will be successfully promoted to editor-in-chief in the future? Xiaofei, think about it, maybe I was fired. Xiaosong? Kunsong, what happened in the meantime? Why did Zinan, Zizao, and Xiaosong change so much all of a sudden? Holding this huge doubt, everyone continued to watch the video. Hearing Zinan's inquiry, Xiaosong thought for a while, it should be there, I'll look for it, what's the matter? Zinan explained, it's a mystery. My parents left some things and documents when they had a car accident 10 years ago. I was still young at that time and couldn't sign for them, so they saved them in the database for me. Later, I forgot about them. Now their office is moving, so they notified me to pick it up. Xiaosong analyzed, it should be the confessions and testimonies left by some eyewitnesses back then. Just when Zinan talked about his parents' car accident, Mincy, who had been paying attention to this side, suddenly shook her wrist, and her face became flustered and guilty. Zizao, who was beside her, noticed Mincy's uneasiness and quickly took over the conversation and said to Zinan, it shouldn't be a big deal, how about I go with you? Ma Lingling, it seems that Mincy knows about the car accident of Zinan's parents, and it seems to be related to her. CT. Xiao Tian, Zizao seems to know something, and from his performance, he doesn't seem to be a bad guy. He is a careful person who knows how to take care of other people's emotions. Is he really an undercover? By meow, humph, will a bad guy carve the words I am a bad guy on his forehead? The reason he did this is nothing more than to gain the trust of Zinan and others. Xiaofei, strange, although there is a little truth, why do I feel that you, a cocky idiot, seem to be deliberately targeting Zizao? Xiao Gang, I have the same feeling. Back to the video screen. Just when several people were grilling and chatting, Xiang Yang, who was squatting on the grass and playing silently, seemed to have sensed something. He looked up into the distance with some doubt, as if he had discovered something unusual. Driven by some kind of throbbing in his heart, Xiang Yang stood up without saying a word and walked in the direction he felt. Not long after, he left the park and came to a river beach. Following the feeling in his heart, Xiang Yang walked farther and farther aimlessly. At this time, on one side of the road, a monster holding a black axe, with a hideous face and a monstrous black aura all over his body slowly appeared. This monster was one of the 5 shadow guardians in the shadow world, the evil gold guardian. And in a forest not far from the evil gold guardian, the Black Emperor behind the scenes was watching all this silently. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. In the chat group, Dongshan, what a strong aura! What kind of monster is the one holding the axe? Is it a new supernatural beast? Miajin, incredible! Judging from the energy reaction alone, this monster is stronger than all the supernatural beasts that have appeared before. Xiaogong, no way! Stronger than all the monsters before. Could this guy be the big boss? Xiaofei, and the old man in black with a hat is also suspicious. Could he also be from the shadow world, a subordinate of King Ao? Zinan, damn, Xiang Yang is walking towards this monster. Back to the video. Just as the audience was sending barrages to communicate, the extremely terrifying evil gold guardian had already come to Xiang Yang with a sharp axe. Facing Xiang Yang with a dull expression, evil gold guardian seemed to have seen something unprepared. Excited joy burst out from several scarlet eyeballs. Ha 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 ha! If I get your energy, I will be invincible in the world. Hearing the voice of the evil gold guardian, the audience was confused and surprised. Could it be that Xiang Yang is hiding some secret? 42 Emperor Armor Tiandao's proxy. Evil gold, damn! There is a cheat. Kai Universe. Miajin looked at the video with surprise. I remember that this child seemed to come from an orphanage, how could he be targeted by a monster? Dongshan guessed vaguely, Could it be that the blood of the light and shadow village also flows in his body? Just like Kidong and Zioxi before, so they attracted these monsters. Zinan shook his head. No, the reason why they wanted to find the descendants of the light and shadow village before was to prevent the 5 sets of armor from appearing. But now the 5 elements armor has appeared in the world, unless... Dongshan asked, unless what? Even Miyajin looked over. Facing the gazes of the two, Zinan said very solemnly, unless there is another set of armor besides the 5 elements armor. And the power of this set of armor is far greater than the 5 elements armor. Otherwise, such a powerful monster would not be dispatched. At first hearing Zinan's guess, Dongshan and Miyajin were both a little unbelievable. But after thinking about it carefully, but it makes perfect sense. According to the rules of the supernatural beasts, there is no need for them to go to great lengths to deal with a child, unless Yang Yang is very important to them. And the words of the evil gold guardian further confirmed this point. The other party even arrogantly stated that as long as he absorbed Zionjiang's power, he would be invincible. And the subsequent developments in the video exceeded their expectations. Armored Universe 2. Welcome to the teppanyaki restaurant. What the hell? Did I hear it right? This monster in sheep's clothing actually said that he would be invincible in the world soon. Does the child in the video really have such strong power? Is he bragging? Xiao Gang stared straight at him, and couldn't see what was special about Xiang Yang. Xiaofei also had an expression of I don't understand, but I am shocked. Shaking his head, Xiao Tian analyzed calmly. Although I don't understand where this child came from. But the supernatural beasts are obviously not aimless. The other party must be hiding some secrets, otherwise it would not have attracted the attention of this supernatural beast. And it deliberately attracted him here. After listening to Xiaoshan's analysis, Huanying nodded in agreement, and then said angrily. These supernatural beasts are really abominable. They can even kill such a young child. If no one comes to rescue, the child will be in danger. Back to the video screen. ERP base. When a strong human and supernatural beast energy reaction is detected, the red alarm of the base began to scream and buzz. What is puzzling is that there is not even a single person in the base at this time. Whether it is Miyajin, Dongshan or Bai Miao, none of them saw the trace. This abnormal situation also made the audience murmur. And Zinan and his friends who were having a picnic in the park finally discovered Zionjiang's disappearance. Oh no, brother Zinan, Xiang Yang is missing. Xiaolan ran over in a hurry. Zinan's face changed. Xiang Yang is missing? Wasn't he helping Mincy just now? Mincy, CI. Hearing Zinan's call, Mincy, who was in a trance, woke up. When she heard that Xiang Yang was missing, she also became anxious. It seems something is wrong, I'll go and see. Zizao frowned slightly, stood up, and volunteered. Just as everyone was looking around. In the grove beside the river bank, the Black Emperor looked at Xiang Yang below eagerly and whispered. Go get his energy. As if hearing the Black Emperor's order, the evil gold protector strode in front of Xiang Yang. He stretched out his strong left hand and pinched Zionjiang's neck. Feeling the huge force coming from his neck, Zionjiang's originally dull face twisted in an instant because of the pain. Give me the precious energy in your body. The evil gold protector bent down and approached Zionjiang's face, sucking hard. In an instant, a stream of visible essence overflowed from Zionjiang's mouth and nose. It continued to flow into the body of the evil gold protector. As this energy was absorbed, the evil gold protector seemed to have taken some tonic medicine. The momentum of the whole body began to rise step by step. Ha ha ha, it's so easy. Feeling the energy filling his body, the evil gold guardian was overjoyed and absorbed it more greedily. And at this moment, because of the pain of energy extraction, Xiang Yang, who had lost consciousness, suddenly opened his eyes and looked directly at the sun. At the same time, an extremely majestic and powerful energy rushed straight into the sky. In an instant, the stars moved, the wind rose and the clouds surged. The originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and the whole world was dark. The earth was shaking violently, the wind was howling. The dense stones on the river beach were shaking in unison under some kind of terrifying pressure. The original insects and birds disappeared instantly. The whole world lost its voice at this time. Even the entire space was about to stagnate. As if some extremely powerful and terrifying existence was about to come. This doomsday scene in the video completely shocked the audience. This is the first time they have seen such an amazing scene. Xiaogang, damn! What is the noise at this time? Could it be that this kid did it? Huanying, this scene is too scary. Such a strong sense of oppression, I feel suffocated even through the light curtain. What is this? Xiafei, is this the end of the world? This terrifying pressure. Xiao Tian, what is the origin of this child? Why does he change so terribly when he is injured? Continue to return to the video screen. The distant outer space. Under the pull of Xianjiang's subconscious mind. The sun that has been burning for billions of years trembled violently. Then, the extremely pure solar energy was drawn out in strands. And in the dazzling galaxy, it gathered into an extremely dazzling and terrifying energy light column. This terrifying light column containing the power of heaven seemed to have life. As soon as it appeared, it crossed most of the universe at a very fast speed, and instantly landed on the earth. In just a blink of an eye, it was projected on Xianjiang's body. Such a terrifying vision immediately attracted Zizao's attention. The second armor team, who heard the news, also rode motorcycles and rushed towards Xianjiang's direction. On the other side, the evil gold guardian was greedily absorbing Xianjiang's energy. At this time, a magnificent breath like the scorching sun instantly descended. Feeling this familiar breath, the unrestrained evil gold guardian suddenly trembled in his heart. The next second, the weak little ghost who was pinched by him just now disappeared. Instead, there was a golden armor as magnificent as the way of heaven itself. Dragon body, eagle arms, tiger shoulders, mastiff back, legs. This golden armor combines the characteristics of the other 5 armors. The main body of the armor is the supreme gold color, with some silver embellishments. There is a black and white yin-yang tai chi diagram on the belt. The whole armor exudes the supreme and powerful unparalleled power. Seeing the appearance of the Emperor armor, the pupils of the evil gold guardian suddenly shrank. The terrible memory imprinted in the depths of his mind revived. The fear of being dominated by the supreme Emperor armor of the heavenly way surged into his heart again. At this moment, the greed and complacency on the face of the evil gold guardian melted like snow in an instant. Instead, it was replaced by extreme fear and panic. Armor Universe 2, the secret room of the Bawang group. When Lu Fa, whose soul was huddled in the ancient clothes, felt the extremely heavy and terrible pressure in the video, which was like the sun. Only the residual soul was left in the ancient clothes and felt a palpitation. Even his voice was no longer calm and confident as before, but became trembling. What on earth is this power? It actually scares me. Whose golden armor is this? Armor Universe. Inside the Black Domain. Damn it. It's the Emperor. It's the Emperor's power. Damn it. Why did he wake up at this time? Why did his power come at this time? Why? Looking at the familiar golden figure in the video, the 5 guardians of the shadow screamed in fear. In extreme fear. The other 4 guardians began to curse at the evil gold guardian. Damn evil gold! Why did you provoke him? A hole! Why did you provoke him for no reason? You idiot! Why did you draw his attention here? At this moment, listening to the scolding of his companions, the Golden Guardian did not even dare to refute. The moment he saw the Emperor's armor, the evil Gold Guardian was already trembling with fear. Through the light curtain, he seemed to be able to feel the extremely murderous gaze of the Emperor armor. When he thought of himself in the video actually taking the initiative to provoke the summoner of the Emperor armor, the evil gold guardian's face almost turned green. He wanted to rush into the video and slap himself hard. Now the only thing he could do was to pray silently, hoping that the Emperor armor in the video could not be fully revived and save his life. The video screen continued to play. As soon as the Emperor armor appeared, an extremely strong aura swept around. From the moment he appeared, everything around him was submissive. He is the Emperor here, the supreme ruler here, and the only heaven here. For a moment, an extremely dull and depressing atmosphere instantly enveloped the river beach. The Emperor armor's emotionless gaze was cast on the evil gold guardian in front of him. The red-eye armor, which showed neither joy nor sorrow, revealed the indifference and cruelty of the way of heaven. The frightened evil gold protector did not dare to look at the Emperor armor at all. Even though the Emperor armor at this moment only had a trace of the purest fighting instinct of the original body. Suddenly, the Emperor armor opened his 5 fingers and raised his arm slightly upward. The evil gold protector was tightly grasped by the neck by an invisible and powerful terrifying energy, and was slowly lifted up to the air. The situation has changed. The evil gold protector, who was still oppressing Xiang Yang before, was lifted up by the Emperor armor out of thin air like a little chicken without any ability to fight back. Feeling the terrible force slowly tightening at the neck, the evil gold protector kicked his legs unconsciously. He had never felt the breath of death so close as today. Just when the evil gold protector was already desperate, the Emperor armored. "Let's go." The 5 looked at each other, suppressed the shock in their eyes, and ran quickly in the direction of the Emperor armor. At this time, after dealing with the evil gold guardian, the Emperor armor relied on instinct to slowly walk towards the woods on the side. The Black Emperor hiding in the woods watched the Emperor armor walk towards him, and even his breathing became rapid. He looked at the Emperor armor eagerly and whispered softly, "Good boy, come over slowly one." Just as the Emperor armor was about to enter the forest, a dark cloud suddenly blocked the sunlight. The Emperor armor, which lost the power of the sun, tilted its body and half knelt on the ground. Finally, it automatically disintegrated, revealing Xianjiang's true body. After Xianjiang's energy was absorbed by the evil gold guardian and he transformed and fought. His thin body could no longer support him and he fainted. Watching the Emperor armor in the video, he beat the evil gold guardian to death without any effort. The audience was all stunned, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. "Xiao Gang, what the hell? What on earth is this golden armor? This is too awesome. My god. It only took one move to beat the sheepskin monster to a pulp. Xiao Fei, it's really exaggerated. In the world of Yanlongxia and others, is there such a terrifying existence? Compared with him, Yanlong armor and his men are as weak as babies. Moreover, this armor is too gorgeous, isn't it? It completely hits my aesthetic. Damn, I suddenly feel that my Fei Ying armor is a bit useless. Xiao Tian, what a powerful armor. This kind of power is not something that humans can control at all. This armor carries a magnificent power in every move, which has exceeded the limit of humans. It's so scary. Duanmu Yan, I don't understand, but I am shocked. JPG. I can't believe that such a little kid can be the ultimate boss in Yanlongxia's world. If he has this armor in hand, Oxer, everything will be a matter of one punch. Zinan, I can't believe it. I really guessed it right. It turns out that in addition to the 5 elements armor, there really is an ultimate armor. I just don't know what this armor is called. Dongshan, is this kind of armor really something that humans can master? How could such a terrible power choose to reside in a child? Qing Zizai, the aura is too strong, just like the Supreme Emperor. Full of magnificent power, inviolable. And if I saw it right just now, this child named Xiang Yang didn't seem to have any power to help him, but just summoned this armor when the sun shone on him. It's really shocking. Armor Universe. ERP Research Base. It's incredible. Miyajin watched the video she had just recorded over and over again in slow motion. 0134113112FEILU121421421,451. The more Miyajin looked, the more frightened she became. Without any external force. It is completely driven by its own will to transform itself by pulling the power of the sun. This means that as long as the sun exists, its power is endless. It's really scary. Just based on this point, the potential of this mysterious armor far exceeds that of the 5 elements armor. Zinan and Dongshan had not recovered from their shock just now. When they heard Miyajin's evaluation, they nodded subconsciously. After a long while, Dongshan, who had come to his senses, asked curiously. Is there no record of such a powerful armor in history? Miyajin shook her head and said helplessly. At present, the relevant information about the armor is still being collected. From the current information, there is indeed no relevant information about this armor. Zinan said seriously, no matter what this armor is. In short, the current priority is to protect Xiang Yang. We must not let him fall into the hands of the dark forces. 43 Below is courting death. He dares to challenge the strongest warrior in the galaxy, Emperor Yan. Kai 2 Universe. Welcome to the Teppanyaki restaurant. The 7th issue of the Encyclopedia of Armor Stocks, the first of the 3 famous scenes of committing suicide has ended. The target of committing suicide, the evil Gold Guardian. The act of committing suicide, coveting the energy of the Emperor's armor. Looking at the few lines of summary slogans that appeared again on the light screen, Xiao Tian suddenly realized, so that monster is called the evil Gold Guardian. And that powerful armor is called the Emperor's armor. Emperor's armor. Xiao Gang touched his chin and nodded frequently. It's really a gorgeous armor, as noble and majestic as an emperor, and the name is as good as it is. Xiaofei hugged his arms and was a little envious. Such a powerful armor, but it's a pity that only the world of Yanlongxia and his people has it. If we had the Emperor armor, we would have been able to destroy Lufa and his minions long ago. Why do we need to analyze Lufa's actions so carefully and counter his moves like we are now? Judging from the power displayed by the Emperor armor, it can completely sweep all the way and kill directly. After hearing what Xiaofei said, Xiao Tian and Xiao Gang also became envious. They all saw the strength displayed by the Emperor armor just now. Its power far exceeded that of the 3 of them, and the 2 sides were not on the same level at all. The Emperor armor's domineering and majestic power of suppressing a strong enemy with a single hand made them even more jealous. It's a pity that such a powerful armor is unique to the world of Yanlongxia and his people. Thinking of this, the 3 sighed and became depressed. Seeing Xiao Tian and his people's listless appearance, Huanying clapped his hands. Okay. What's wrong with all of you guys being so dejected? The Emperor armor of Yanlongxia and his men is indeed very powerful. But we are not bad either. We also have the equally powerful Shura armor. Hearing Huanying's words, the 3 people who were originally depressed immediately became energetic. Xiao Gang asked curiously, Huanying, can the Shura armor you mentioned be compared with the Emperor armor? Huanying pinched his chin, pondered for a moment, and then said, I don't know too much, but you can imagine how powerful it is to be crowned with the title of legend. Even if it is not as good as the Emperor armor, it should not be far behind. Shura armor. Xiao Tian muttered. Xiao Fei asked urgently, where is this armor now? Huanying shook his head, I don't know. The Shura armor has never appeared in the records of my family. It is the duty and mission of the 3 of you to find it and guard it. I heard that the 3 of them had to find it. Xiao Fei and Xiao Gang, who were a little excited just now, felt a pain in their balls. Huanying's secret cultivation family had been looking for something for hundreds of years but couldn't find it. Can the 3 of them get any results? For a moment, they were half cold. At this time, the picture in the video jumped again. New text began to slowly emerge. Armor Encyclopedia Issue 7, the second of the 3 famous scenes of committing suicide is about to be played. The target of committing suicide, Baru. The act of committing suicide, trying to challenge Shura armor. Seeing the words Shura armor on the video, Huanying and Xiaotian looked at each other, their eyes widened, and their breathing stagnated. Several people immediately sat up straight, staring at the light screen without blinking. The video began to play. The camera was directed to the familiar secret room of the Bawang group. Lufa, who was possessed by Beidong, turned his wrist, and a faint purple light flashed. A purple flip phone appeared in Lufa's palm. The audience was a little excited when they saw the flip phone with intricate patterns and elegant shape. Xiaogang, wow! Is this the summoner of Shura armor? It looks quite extraordinary just from the appearance. Duanmu Yan, the summoner of Fei Ying armor is a Walkman, the summoner of King Kong armor is a game console, and the summoner of Xing Tian armor is a camera, so is the summoner of Shura armor a mobile phone? This is indeed reasonable. Zinan, I just don't know what kind of ability this legendary Shura armor has, it's really exciting. Xiaoshan, but why did the Shura armor fall into Lufa's hands? Is this guy always looking for the Shura armor? In the picture. General, is this summoner not very stable? As a female voice appeared, the camera moved up. When they saw the appearance of the person, the audience's heart skipped a beat, because they found that the person who spoke was Yuzu. Could Yuzu be a spy planted by Lufa next to Xiaotian and others? Influenced by the previous shadow tyrant and ugly general, the audience now sees everyone as a spy. In the video, Yuzu continued, I think there have been several problems. Lufa looked at the summoner in his hand, and his expression was also quite confused. I don't know why. The energy keeps showing insufficient, but how is this possible? Yuzu asked, what should I do? Lufa pondered for a moment and said, it seems that I can only use my last trump card. At the same time, in a hospital ward, Yuzu, wearing a hospital gown, lay unconscious on the bed. Sitting beside the bed was a worried Welcome. At this time, a doctor opened the door and walked in. Huanying stood up hurriedly, Doctor, how is the examination? The doctor said, according to the existing examination report, there is no similar case to compare. I looked at her past medical records. In half a month, she lost almost 23 healthy blood cells. This speed is not fast or slow, and the strange thing is that there is no virus infection. In addition, her immune system is completely normal. At the end, the doctor shook his head, I really can't tell the reason. 1. I think you should notify her family as soon as possible. I have reported her condition to. Hearing what the doctor said, Huanying's heart sank, and he could no longer listen to the rest of the words. Looking at Yuzu lying on the bed, who seemed to be in a coma for some reason, the audience who originally suspected her identity also understood. Xiaotian, I was wondering how could Yuzu be with Lufa, but the guy before was a fake. Xiafei, the guy pretending to be Yuzu must be a netherworld demon. Maybe it's because of him that Yuzu has been unconscious and turned into what he is now. This abominable BD. Malingling, but why did the netherworld demon deliberately target Yuzu? Could it be that Yuzu is not an ordinary person? Huanying, after hearing what you said, I remembered. In the previous video, Yuzu's behavior was very strange. She must be hiding some secrets. And it is related to the netherworld demon and the armor hero. Qing Zizai, it is related to the netherworld demon and the armor hero. Could it be that Yuzu is actually the most mysterious descendant of the Tibetan cultivator? Back to the video. The camera turned, and 3 netherworld demons revealed their true appearance and strode towards the demon suppression tower. The leading netherworld demon was majestic, wearing a set of golden general armor. It looks very majestic, and obviously has been in a high position for a long time. This is the real body of Lufa. On Lufa's left-hand side, is a female ghost demon with a red body and a blue skirt around her waist. She is Kula, the deputy captain of the Red Nether Squad of the Nether Corps. On the right side of Lufa, there is a nether demon with blue-purple skin and a tumor on his head. He is the deputy captain of the Purple Nether Squad of the Nether Corps Baru. After watching the introduction of the video narration, the audience immediately became interested. Duanmu Yan, good guy, is this what Lufa really looks like? He is big and strong, which fits my imagination of a general. Xiao Tian, Nether Corps, Red Nether Squad, Purple Nether Squad. No wonder those nether demons have such outstanding organizational and coordination abilities. It turns out that they are regular soldiers. Where did these guys come from? Zinan, Baru. It seems that this nether demon is one of the protagonists of this video. But isn't the Shura armor in Lufa's hands? As Lufa's subordinate, how could this S*X slave challenge the Shura armor? Is there something wrong with this? Kun's Hong, maybe it's these guys might be fighting among themselves. Xiao Fei, didn't Lufa say he was going to use his secret weapon? Why did he come to the demon suppression tower? This is the strangest thing. With doubts, the audience continued to watch the video. In the picture, Lufa, who took the lead, pushed open the old door with force and walked into the tower. As soon as he entered the demon suppression tower, Lufa took out the Genki Vatra with a flip of his wrist, and began to explore the demon suppression tower carefully. After walking around the entire dilapidated hall, the top of the Genki Vatra emitted a faint purple light in one direction. It's here. At the Genki Vatra under the guidance of Lufa and the other two soon came to a stone chamber on the side of the demon suppression tower. The interior space of the stone chamber was not large. There was nothing inside, only a small stone platform standing in the center. However, when it sensed the stone platform, the Wei Vatra emitted an extremely dazzling purple light. It was obvious that what Lufa was looking for was hidden inside. Lufa's face showed a trace of excitement, and he turned his wrist to put away the Genyi Vatra. He stretched out a palm and carefully wiped the dust on the stone platform, as if he was confirming something. Then, Lufa nodded, swung his fist suddenly, and smashed it down. Bang! The hard stone platform was in under Lufa's iron fist. It instantly shattered, revealing what was hidden inside. It was a smooth oval metal sphere. It looked like a rugby ball made of metal, but the shape was slightly smaller. Seeing this strange oval metal ball still here, Lufa nodded slightly, very satisfied. Baru asked curiously, "General, what is this?" Looking at the puzzled expressions of his men, Lufa smiled mysteriously. He took the oval metal ball out of the rubble on the stone platform, held it in his hand, and shook off the dust on it. Then he said, "This is my last trump card. Follow me." As he said that, he walked out of the stone chamber with Kula and Baru and returned to the center of the hall again. At this time, Kula, who had been silent, stared at the sphere in Lufa's hand. She seemed to suddenly remember something and asked tentatively, "General, isn't this a zero-gravity high magnetic prison?" Lufa nodded slightly. "Kai 2 Universe, welcome to the teppanyaki restaurant." "What the hell? Zero-gravity high magnetic prison? Is this Lufa's secret weapon, the last trump card?" Xiao Gang had an expression of "Are you kidding me?" He never thought that Lufa's so-called trump card was a prison. Although this prison sounds very cool and full of technology. But it's just a prison. Xiao Fei also felt puzzled and said jokingly, "Could it be that this Lufa wants to use this high-tech prison to put us all in?" When I thought about the future battle with Lufa, this guy suddenly shouted and came up with such a thing. Put them all in jail. This scene is so funny just thinking about it. Tisk tisk, this style is totally inconsistent with Lufa's previous image of being shrewd and calculating. And Xiao Tian was thoughtful. No, the prison is not the key. The last trump card that Lufa mentioned is likely to be the prisoner in the prison. Return to the video. Lufa nodded, that's right. The most powerful person in the galaxy is locked up here. When he heard this, Kara's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he had guessed the true identity of the prisoner inside. Kula immediately became worried. General, do you mean to release him? Is it really a good idea to do this? Lufa played with the sphere in his hand and said in a deep voice. I took this guy away from Ares at that time to prevent King Pierre from using him to deal with us. So now I'm thinking, should I use him to deal with this group of armored warriors on Earth? Baru was still a little worried. If he is out of control, we will be in trouble. Hearing Baru say this, Lufa nodded, his expression a little solemn. Well, this is why I didn't release it before. This guy is too dangerous, and his personality is unruly. It's hard to make him act according to my orders. To be honest, if the current situation hadn't become quite serious, Lufa would never consider releasing him. This kind of dangerous guy, according to Lufa's original idea, it should be used when both sides die. 0134113112 Fila 1214311061. But now there is really no other way. No matter what the result is, we can only give it a try. At this time, Kula interrupted and said, General, I heard you say it before. You once said that this Yandi is a martial arts fanatic. Lufa nodded, yes, the purpose of his fight is to seek a defeat. This guy has never lost a fight with others. Last time we also relied on setting up many traps to catch him. After hearing Lufa's words, Kula smiled sinisterly, that's easy. Since this guy only has muscles in his mind and is extremely eager to fight, then we can use the method of provoking him to find those armored warriors to duel. After hearing what Kula said, Lufa's eyes lit up, it makes sense. Since there is a way. At this time, Lufa no longer hesitated, and immediately started to unlock the seal of the prison. After listening to the conversation between Lufa and Kula, the audience was all curious. Duanmu Yan, seeing Lufa's cautious look, the guy imprisoned here seems to be quite a formidable one. I heard from Lufa that even he couldn't beat him. Song relied on conspiracy and trickery to put him in prison. Ma Qingshan, so this is Lufa's final trump card? A man known as the most powerful in the galaxy emperor. It's incredible that such a guy would fall into Lufa's hands. Xiao Gang, Ares, King Pierre? Could it be that Lufa and his netherworld demons all came from this planet called Ares? It's just that because of some changes, they were driven out by the guy called King Pierre on this planet, and then they fled to Earth. Huanying, it should be what Xiao Gang said. Ares planet, King Pierre, and this guy called Yandi. Lufa, this guy really has a deep secret. Xiao Tian, being valued by Lufa so much, this Yandi must not be underestimated. This guy is very likely to be a stronger opponent than Lufa. 44 A bug dares to interrupt? The power of Shura. Kill Baru in 3 punches and 2 kicks. Kaisen Universe. Happy House Ramen Shop. Bang! Duanmu Yan slammed the dough in her hand onto the chopping board, then looked up at the light screen video in the air. Emperor Yan. Or the strongest man in the entire galaxy. I want to see who this guy is. Headquarters of Tianatian Hao Group. Li Xiaozhou shook the red wine in the glass, and the joy on his face became stronger and stronger. First it was the superpower beast and the Emperor armor. Now there is an Azura armor, and the alien Emperor Yan. Things are getting more and more interesting. Drinking the red wine in the glass, Li Xiaozhou stared at the light screen with burning eyes. Let me see how powerful these aliens are, and how they compare to my Oxer. Maybe it can provide me with more inspiration to further transform the zombie virus. Super Armor Research Institute. Amazing, really amazing. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful existence as the Emperor armor in the world. Kei Qualong's face was full of amazement. Absorb the power of the sun and cross the universe. You can transform without any external force. Such a powerful armor is my lifelong goal. even though it has been a while since the Emperor armor appeared. But Ke Quilong is still deeply shocked. For him who is committed to developing the elemental power of nature into armor, the appearance of the Emperor armor is like a beacon, directly lighting up his way forward. Although he knows that he may not be able to create an ultimate armor like the Emperor armor even if he spends his whole life. But Ke Guozheng still can't help but want to try. After watching the battle just now, countless ideas have burst out in his brain, just waiting for him to try and verify. But before that, Ke Quilong adjusted his glasses and tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. Let me see this so-called Shura armor first. Back to the video. Lu Fa's mind moved, and the oval sphere in his hand burst into a dazzling white light, and then slowly floated in the air. At the same time, a mechanical electronic sound rang out. Please prompt the identification phrase. Xiao Gang, good guy, I didn't expect that there would be a password. It is indeed a high-tech item from outer space. Xiao Tian, the prison was reduced to such a small sphere, and the most powerful person in the galaxy was imprisoned. I really can't imagine how the Netherworld army with such advanced technology was sealed. Malingling, indeed. Logically speaking, with Lufa and his technological level and powerful military force, they can completely crush the Earth. But why were they sealed? And they were sealed for hundreds or thousands of years. Xiao Fei, the origin of the 3 sets of armor, the reason why Lufa and his team were defeated, the origin of the secret cultivator family. All of this is too mysterious, and there are still many mysteries waiting for us to solve. Qing Zai, these are all things you have to do later. The most urgent thing is to first understand the strength of the Shura armor from the video and Lufa and his team's trump cards so that you can know yourself and the enemy and never be defeated in 100 battles. In the picture, as Lufa read out a series of mysterious and difficult secret instructions, a voice came from the sphere again. Gravity high magnetic release. As soon as the voice fell, the entire sphere flew into the air and emitted billions of rays of light. After the dazzling light flashed, the palm-sized elliptical sphere disappeared. In its place was a huge silver-white space channel. Looking at the hazy space hole, it seemed as if mercury was constantly flowing. The audience was full of curiosity. Lufa ordered Baru behind him, "Go and have a look." Hearing the order, Baru swallowed his saliva and walked forward cautiously. Just as he tiptoed to the entrance of the space hole and wanted to reach out to touch it, suddenly, the hazy shadow blocking the entrance disappeared instantly, like mercury pouring down, revealing the true appearance of the prison. In the dark space black hole, a burly bald man was sitting quietly with his eyes closed and his head bowed, as if he had fallen into an eternal sleep. Looking at this bald man, the audience in front of the light screen were all curious. It seemed that they did not expect that the man who Lufa called the strongest in the galaxy would be like this. At this time, the bald man slowly raised his drooping head, and then 2 groups of soul-stirring purple light burst out from his eyes. An extremely terrifying and powerful aura rose with the awakening of the bald man Yandi. After waking up, Yandi's eyes first showed a trace of confusion. It seemed that because he was imprisoned for too long, even his thoughts stayed in the past. After a few breaths, he remembered his own situation. Yandi, who had recovered his memory, looked up at the dark space prison. Then he took a step forward and appeared in the demon suppression tower, facing Lufa and the other 2. And as he walked out, the space channel that had imprisoned him for thousands of years was instantly closed and disappeared. Looking at the burly man in front of him, he felt the terrifying oppression coming from him at that moment. Kara and Baru's hearts jumped, and their bodies moved back a little uneasily. Kai Universe, ERP base. Dong Shan was amazed. What a strong sense of oppression. Just from the momentum, it's like a human-shaped beast. This guy is definitely the most powerful and oppressive person in the video so far. Xin Nan also frowned. This kind of domineering power, it seems that Yandi's identity is also very extraordinary, far from being described as a martial arts fanatic. Mei Zhen nodded in agreement. I guess he is also very important, otherwise Liu Fa would not pay so much attention to him, even taking him with him when escaping from the planet Ares. The chairman of Chi Er Universe BA Group's secret room. 0134113112 Fila 1214311261. The old robe hanging in the center of the secret room moved without wind, and a cloud of white mist slowly floated out. A dull and hoarse voice began to sound in the secret room. I didn't expect that Yan Di would be released in the end. I don't know whether this move is right or wrong. Honestly, seeing this scene, Lufa himself was surprised. Yan Di was originally his secret weapon to deal with King Pier and seize the planet Ares. I didn't expect it to be used so early, and it was used in a place like Earth. This was beyond his expectation. In the future, have those three immature summoners forced me to this point? When Lufa thought of this, the atmosphere in the secret room suddenly became depressed. Back to the video. Lufa took the initiative to greet Yan Di, who came out. He had imprisoned Yan Di himself, but he was not afraid or guilty at all. Instead, he greeted him with a smile like an old friend. Long time no see, brother Yan. Yan Di stared at Lufa for a few seconds with his cold and cruel eyes. Then suddenly burst into laughter. Laughing so happily that even the black lines on his face began to twist. I never thought that the arrogant Lufa would be so miserable today. When the audience heard Yan Di scolding Lufa, they all laughed. Duanmu Yan, ha ha ha, this Yan Di is quite interesting. He called Lufa a thief right away. It's hilarious. Xin Nan, I guess Lufa has never been scolded like this since he was a child. Dong Shan, he has been imprisoned by Lufa for at least hundreds or thousands of years. He has accumulated resentment for so many years. It's polite not to punch him. It's normal to scold him. The most interesting thing is that Lufa didn't even refute it at all. Xiao Gang, ha ha ha, that's right. Lufa needs help from him now, and he wants to use his power to destroy us. I guess even if Yan Di spits at him, he will spit in his face, ha ha ha. Just as Xiao Gang said in the barrage, Lufa didn't take the insults of Emperor Yan to heart. Instead, a flash of light flashed on his body, and he became the human form of Beidong, so that he could communicate with Emperor Yan. It is worth noting that Kula also changed into the appearance of Yuzu. Among the three of them, only Baru was still standing there stupidly, still looking like an ugly monster. Emperor Yan glanced at him lightly. Seeing this scene, several lines of barrages floated by again. Malingling, haha, it's over, I think I know why Baru wants to be beaten. Duanmu Yan, Emperor Yan, humph. You have already chosen your own death. Looking at Emperor Yan, Lufa said lightly, Brother Yan, people who do great things will not care about the past. Emperor Yan turned his head and snorted coldly, not very happy with Lufa's words. If it weren't for that BD Lufa, he would still be the leader of Yangzing, and he wouldn't have been imprisoned for so many years. Now this guy actually went against his usual behavior and let him out in a nice way. It can be imagined that the other party obviously needs him. Therefore, Yan Di was very polite and didn't give Lufa a good face at all. Lufa seemed to have guessed his thoughts and continued in a calm tone, I have fallen out with Pierre now. As he said that, he smiled slightly and took out the Shura armor summoner from his arms. This is your Shura summoner. Seeing the Shura armor summoner in Lufa's hand, Yan Di snatched it without any hesitation. After fiddling with it and checking it a little, Yan Di snorted and said, who you are good or bad with has nothing to do with me. As he said that, Yan Di narrowed his eyes, pointed at Lufa suddenly, and shouted, I want to challenge you. Okay. Lufa smiled slightly, and his expression did not change at all. But before that, I have a request. Lufa said calmly, help me get rid of these little earthlings first. They also have the ability to summon armor, including Xingtian armor. Lufa looked directly at Emperor Yan, as long as you help me get rid of them. I will fight you. Seeing this, the audience's heart skipped a beat, and they couldn't help but start to worry about Xiao Tian and the others' safety. After all, this Yan Di is known as the most powerful person in the Milky Way. And he also has the legendary Shura armor in his hand. With the combination of the two powers, even if Xiao Tian and the other three join forces, I'm afraid they are not opponents. Righto. Dream on. Yan Di squinted at Liu Fa with contempt. Why do you want to negotiate with me? Are you qualified? Am I someone you can control? The three disdainful questions in succession made Liu Fa's face darken instantly. All the audience couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Duanmu Yan, ha 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 ha. This Yan Di brother is really interesting. He directly confronted Lufa was speechless, it was so satisfying, ha ha ha. Xiao Gang, he started to fight as soon as he disagreed with me. I like this temper. Ha ha ha. Xiaofei, this is the first time I saw Lufa's face turned red with anger, it made me laugh to death, ha ha ha. Dongshan, ha ha ha, he is indeed a martial arts fanatic, he has a bad temper, he just scolded Lufa, maybe Lufa will be beaten next. Back to the video, when Lufa's face was uncertain. The silly Baru took a step forward and said without any cover. I don't think you dare. Don't talk big. If you have the ability, just solve them and show me. While Baru was talking, Lufa and Kula all changed back to their original forms and were ready to fight. And Yan Di walked straight towards Baru, put his finger on the Shura armor summoner and pressed it lightly. Then, a dazzling purple light flashed on the body of Yan Di. In an instant, Yan Di disappeared in front of Baru, and Kula on the side took a step back as if he had seen a flood beast. From the audience's perspective, Yan Di, who disappeared on the spot, was equipped with a set of extremely gorgeous armor and instantly appeared in front of Baru. And the armor he was wearing was the legendary Shura armor. The Shura armor is based on the sacred and noble silver color. And it is inlaid with several mysterious purple energy beads. There is also a silver-white cloak behind the Shura armor that is fluttering. The whole armor exudes a noble, powerful, and gorgeous aura. There is no doubt that this is an armor that only an absolute king can control. Just as the audience marveled at the peerless elegance of the Shura armor. The Shura armor had already launched an attack on Baru. Bang! The Shura armor hit Baru's back with a heavy punch. And a large piece of sparks exploded. There was only a shrill scream, and the defenseless Baru staggered backwards and almost fell to the ground. Looking at the sudden attack, Shura armor, Lufa, and Kula on one side almost subconsciously took a few steps back. They didn't dare to enter the battle circle at all, so as not to get burned. After hitting Baru with a punch, Shura armor hit him with another punch without any fancy moves. Ah! This punch hit Baru's chest hard, and a large number of bone fractures sounded. With just one punch, Baru's entire chest collapsed. Covering his shriveled chest, Baru wailed in pain, and knelt on the ground trembling all over. But Shura armor had no intention of stopping. Another punch hit Baru's neck hard. After 3 consecutive punches, Baru had completely fallen to the ground and lay on the ground dying. Shura armor snorted coldly and stepped on him. When did the bug dare to come out and interrupt? Hey! Ha! A cruel cold light flashed on the faceplate of Shura armor. Shura armor suddenly raised his foot and stepped down heavily. Boom! The entire demon suppression tower shook violently. Under this powerful kick, Baru was directly blown into ashes. After dealing with Baru, the bug, Shura armor burst out with a burst of purple light. He returned to Emperor Yan again. Seeing Emperor Yan return to his true form, Lufa angrily stepped forward and questioned. You have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. Emperor Yan said coldly with disdain on his face. I said. It's just a talkative bug. Stop insulting the dog. Then, Yandi's cold eyes swept towards Kula again. Do you want to say something too? Kula, who was stared at by him, took a step back and kept a safe distance, then spoke. Why don't you think about it? If they are not strong enough, will we come to you? Hearing this, the martial arts fanatic Yandi's eyes turned and nodded sharply, okay. Take me to see if they are qualified. Watching the video, Shura Armor solved a vice captain of the Nether Legion with 3 punches and 2 kicks. The audience was all stunned and shocked beyond words. Xiao Gang, damn! Just 3 punches and 2 kicks to solve a netherworld demon. This is easier than drinking water and eating. It's too exaggerated. Xiao Tian, is this the power of Shura Armor? This is too terrifying. Even the netherworld demon at the vice captain level has no power to fight back. Zinan, awesome. Just the most basic punches and kicks can have such powerful power. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the Shura armor with full power is. Duanmu Yan, 1 gold and 1 silver, one is the emperor armor and the other is the king armor. This is too empty. I don't know if there is such a powerful person in our world. Loss. 45 Clown Plum. Are you crazy? Even Thunder Yadalis dares to stop you? Watching the Shura armor in the video kill Baru as easily as squeezing a bug to death. All the audience took a breath of cold air. They didn't expect the power of the Shura armor to be so terrifying. Although it is slightly inferior to the Emperor armor just now in terms of momentum. But this brutal and terrifying deterrence is even more than that. If the Emperor armor shows the supreme aura of suppressing the universe, and represents the extreme indifference and coldness of the way of heaven, then, the Shura armor shows the king's dominance that does not tolerate disobedience and is the only one in the world, and represents the cruelty and bloodthirstiness of the Shura way. Although these 2 sets of armor have different styles and completely different auras, but the same is their equally invincible posture and strength. The appearance of these 2 sets of armor also allows the audience to recognize the true upper limit of the armor warrior. Compared with the 2 of them, whether it is the Flame Dragon armor, the Xingtian armor or the Nawa armor, they are not good enough at all and have all become foils. After seeing the power of these 2 sets of armor, the audience couldn't help but sigh that the evil gold protector and Baru were really courting death. Xiao Gang, 6. If you don't court death, you won't die. How dare these 2 guys? They have no idea at all, but they dare to provoke. They are really the ceiling of the courting death world. There is no one before, and it is estimated that there will be no more in the future. Xiao Fei, I have to say that Baru is really stupid. Even their old Lu Fa didn't dare to confront the Flame Emperor with the Shura armor in his hand. As a result, this guy jumped in the face and provoked him. If you don't die, who will die? This wave, I can only say that I beg for a hammer. Kun Zhong, don't talk about Baru, the evil gold protector is the most outrageous. This guy knew the power of the Emperor armor, and it would be fine if he didn't take a detour when he saw Xiang Yang. Instead, they will actively lure him out and try to absorb the energy of the Emperor armor. This idea, this operation, is simply a show of heaven. Zinan, thanks to these 2 guys, their brains are not very smart. We have shown such a big April 20th drama and witnessed the style of these 2 sets of armor. My suggestion is to have more of this kind of death scene. Armor 2 Universe. The secret room of the Bawang group. The white mist transformed by Lufa's residual soul shook violently. Obviously, the video scene made him very uneasy. Baru, this idiot. Who asked him to challenge the Shura armor? After whipping the dead Baru in the video, the extremely angry Lufa began to spray Yandi wildly again. And this damn Yandi, the guy who only has muscles in his head. You dog-beating man, I lost another big man. After cursing for a while, he looked at the video that stopped abruptly. Lufa couldn't help but worry again. I don't know if Yandi can successfully complete the task and eliminate those armored warriors. Kai Universe. Welcome to the Teppanyaki restaurant. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect there are such idiots among the netherworld demons. How did this guy named Baru become the deputy captain? Xiao Gang shook his head gloatingly, doubting Baru's IQ. Xiao Fei spread his hands, who knows? Maybe there are relatives in the Netherworld Legion. But if it weren't for his risky behavior, we wouldn't have seen the power of Shura armor. Listening to Xiao Fei talking about Shura armor, Huan Ying was also amazed. Yet, I didn't expect that the Shura armor, which was only mentioned in a few words in the data, would be so powerful. It is worthy of being the armor in the legend. Looking at the excitement of the three friends, Xiao Tian suddenly said faintly. Are you too happy too early? According to the current information, the Shura armor is still in Lufa's hands. And in the future he will summon a more powerful enemy, Emperor Yan, to deal with us. Hearing this, the laughter of the other three people stopped immediately. Armor Universe 3. Happy House Ramen Shop. Armor Encyclopedia Issue 7, the second of the three famous scenes of committing suicide ends. The target of committing suicide, Nether Beast Baru. Suicidal behavior, attempting to challenge Shura armor. It's so exaggerated. What kind of Emperor armor is this? Shura armor is simply a bug-level existence. It's as easy as chopping melons and vegetables to fight monsters. Duanmu Yan was almost crying with envy. When can I get such a set of armor? I didn't think much of it at first, but when Emperor armor and Shura armor appeared, Duanmu Yan immediately felt that her Nawa armor was not so good. How come the armor warriors in other worlds have such a heaven-defying ultimate armor? Only they are left alone? I don't ask to be as perverted as the two above, but at least upgrade my Nawa armor. As he spoke, Duanmu Yan looked at Ma Lingling. Don't look at me like that. Ma Lingling was speechless for a while. I don't know much about armor. My friend told me all this. Hearing her say this, Duanmu Yan was immediately disappointed again. Suddenly, Duanmu Yan shuddered as if she remembered something. Doesn't the video title say there are three famous scenes of committing suicide? What about the other one? Could it be our world? At this time, the font on the light screen changed again. The seventh issue of the Armor Encyclopedia, the third of the three famous scenes of committing suicide, is about to be played. The target of committing suicide, the ugly demon Piccolo. The act of committing suicide, trying to stop Yadalis. Yadalis. Duanmu Yan's eyes lit up. Is this the ultimate armor of our world? Looking at the preview on the light screen, Ma Lingling was also stunned. She didn't expect there would be such a development. Could it be that the research and development of armor has made another major breakthrough? With strong expectations and curiosity, the two set their eyes on the light screen. Under the expectation of everyone, the video began to play slowly. Soon, 4 young people, 3 men and 1 woman, appeared in the camera. The audience recognized it at once. The boy who came out in front was Duanmu Yan, the summoner of Nawa armor. And the girl next to Duanmu Yan was Ma Lingling. As for the other two, the audience also knew their names through the narration of the video. The young man in green clothes was called Ma Kuahe, and the remaining one was called Kei Sheng. I don't know what happened. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the 4 people in this row were extremely nervous. They looked forward, as if they were expecting something. Just when the audience was a little curious, the camera turned. A young man half lying on the ground in a coma was revealed. The young man's face was sallow, his eyes were closed, and the whole person looked extremely haggard. It seemed that he had some disease and could not wake up. Kaisen Universe, Ramen Restaurant. Brother. When seeing the unconscious young man in the video, Ma Lingling, who was originally full of expectations, immediately became panicked. Brother. Duanmu Yan was stunned. You have a brother, why don't I know? His current condition does not look optimistic. Ma Lingling clasped her hands together, her eyes full of worry. Brother, what happened to him? How did he become like this? And why is my second brother here too? What is going on? In an apartment somewhere. Ma Qingshan frowned and looked at the video with a puzzled look. Duanmu Yan, Lingling, and Kuahe, how could they? And what about me in the video? After a moment of silence, Ma Qingshan's face darkened. Could it be that the violent virus in my body has begun to attack? Is this the end of my future? Ma Qingshan clenched his fists tightly, and his face was full of unwillingness. Back to the video screen. Under the gaze and expectation of everyone, Ma Qingshan, who was originally in a coma, had his eyelids twitching. And slowly woke up. Qingshan is awake. Great. Brother. Qingshan. Brother. How are you, brother? Seeing Ma Qingshan wake up from his coma, everyone was overjoyed. They began to greet him. At this time, a hand holding a white instrument suddenly stretched out from outside the camera. As the arm moved up and down, the white instrument scanned Ma Qingshan's body. It seems to be checking something. Duanmu Yan and others on the side saw the instrument start to work, and immediately held their breath and inhaled the sound. Not long after, the blue scanning light emitted by the instrument slowly retracted. Duanmu Gusheng turned the instrument in his hand and eagerly checked the scanned data. It was not until this time that the audience realized that in addition to Duanmu Yan and the others, there was actually a middle-aged uncle next to him. Xiao Gang, who is this strange uncle wearing a windbreaker and a hat? His outfit looks very familiar, as if I have seen it on TV. Dong Shan, if I am not mistaken, this seems to be the dress of the great detective Sherlock Holmes in the TV series? Is this uncle also a detective enthusiast? Ma Lingling, what strange uncle? This is Duanmu's father. The famous detective Duanmu Gusheng. He is my most admired idol. Xiao Fei, Duanmu Yan's father? Didn't the previous video imply that he had already done that? Kai-san Universe. Looking at the familiar figure in the video, Duanmu Yan's eyes suddenly turned red. Dad. Great, I knew you would be fine. Although his relationship with his father seemed to be stiff and not very close. But in fact, in his heart, he has always loved and admired his father. He is just not good at speaking and does not know how to express his love for his father. So when he learned that Duanmu Gusheng was missing, Duanmu Yan felt that the sky was about to fall. If it were not for his tough character, he would have been hit hard. Afterwards, although he found the suspicious points in his father's disappearance case with clues, but he still couldn't help but worry about Duanmu Gusheng's safety. Now that he saw that his father was safe and sound, Duanmu Yan's tense heartstrings were finally able to relax. Tianatian Hao Group. Virus Laboratory. When he saw Duanmu Shanggu in the video, Li Xiaoku's face suddenly darkened. He is not dead yet. How did that cold-blooded waste do things? Can't he even solve an ordinary person? Li Xiaoku's eyes were extremely cold, for my plan to go smoothly. We must find a way to eliminate this unstable factor. After pacing back and forth for a few times, Li Xiaozhou called Lang Shuet. He ordered him to go to the original location to explore again. We must find Duanmu Gusheng's hiding place. Back to the video. Duanmu Gusheng looked at the data displayed on the instrument, his face full of surprise. 100% human vital signs. The first generation of antitoxin serum was successful. Hearing Duanmu Gusheng's words, everyone present was extremely surprised and cheered. Great! Qingshan succeeded. Qingshan. Great! Great, brother, you finally recovered. Hearing this news, Ma Qingshan also showed a weak smile on his face. He raised his palm with some difficulty and slowly held Duanmu Yan's palm. Can I ask you for one more favor? Duanmu Yan nodded without hesitation and said, You say it. Please save my father. Don't worry, brother. Duanmu Yan held his hand tightly and promised solemnly. Kai-san Universe. Ma Qingshan's apartment. Anti-venom serum. Ma Qingshan's eyes lit up. Great. I knew there must be a way to get rid of the zombie virus. I just don't know how to synthesize this anti-venom serum. Ma Qingshan frowned and thought, it seems that I must find Duanmu Yan's father first. Back to the video screen. After agreeing to Ma Qingshan, Duanmu Yan rode her motorcycle to the Tian Group headquarters without stopping. Just after parking the motorcycle under the building, Duanmu Yan was about to go in. As a result, she ran into 4 oxers. Kun Zhong, damn! 4 oxers came up right away. These guys don't follow martial ethics. Is 4.6 going to fight in a group? Xiao Gang, judging from the momentum alone, each of these oxers is much stronger than the previous wolf oxer. Can Duanmu Yan handle it alone? Xiao Fei, it's really hard to fight in a group right away, or should we retreat strategically first? By Miao, the other side has more people and is at home, the safest way is to retreat first and then make long-term plans. Xiao Tian, wait, where is Yadalis? Yadalis should appear soon, right? After hearing what Xiao Tian said, the audience who originally wanted Duanmu Yan to retreat immediately became interested. 0134113112 Fila 1214314161. Yes. The protagonist of this video is the Yadalis armor. The situation is so critical now, it should appear soon, right? With curiosity, the audience stared at the light screen, looking forward to the performance of this mysterious Yadalis armor. Back to the video. The 4 hideous oxers walked out of the shadows and approached with a sense of oppression. The sharp needle oxer said coldly, "What are you looking for?" Facing these 4 oxers, Duanmu Yan was calm, without any fear or worry on his face. He even smiled faintly and responded, "Get back your people's hearts." The 4 oxers looked at each other and suddenly laughed. The buck-toothed oxer even shouted disdainfully, "Bullshit!" Duanmu Yan was not angry either, and his face was still calm. He raised his hand and instantly took out a golden and cool summoning body. The next second, he placed the Summoner of Thunder Yadalis on his waist. And then he threw his hands and inserted the 4 energy keys into the Summoner. Thunder Yadalis. Merge. 46. My suggestion is to wait a little longer. Real clown. Killed in 1 strike. Merge. As Duanmu Yan's voice fell, countless golden thunders burst out from the belt. In an instant, a set of armor with gold and silver as the main colors, which was very cool, appeared in the audience's field of vision. The whole set of armor is based on the 4 elements of lava, howling, hurricane and absolute steepness, and is a super armor formed by the power of lightning. Therefore, the corresponding element emblems are engraved on the chest, left and right arms and legs of this set of armor. This is an ultimate armor formed by the power of the elements of nature. Seeing the appearance of this set of armor, all the audience widened their eyes. Xiao Gang, oh my! What a cool piece of armor! This shape is quite handsome, completely different from the style of the Emperor armor and Shura armor, but the degree of gorgeousness is no less. Qingzai, is this the ultimate armor of the world of Nawa armor, the Yadalis armor? Just looking at the momentum, it is quite extraordinary. Dongshan, Yadalis armor? Contains the power of thunder. By Miao, it looks pretty fancy, but I don't know what the real power of this armor is. Kai-san Universe, Happy House Ramen Shop. Haha, Thunder Yadalis armor? It's so hot. It turns out that our world also has the ultimate armor. And I'm the one who summoned it. Looking at herself wearing the Yadalis armor in the video, Duanmu Yan's mouth was almost crooked with laughter. Thunder. Yadalis. Ma Lingling's big eyes like a little deer were wide open. Just now she was discussing the ultimate armor with Duanmu. Unexpectedly, such a gorgeous armor jumped out in the blink of an eye. And it was Duanmu who summoned it. After being shocked, the girl became a little proud again. It seems that letting Duanmu be the summoner of the Nawa armor was a very correct choice. Hehe, my vision is really good. For a moment, the man and woman stared at the light screen and laughed foolishly. Super Armor Research Institute. Thunder Yadalis, Thunder Yadalis. Is this the armor made by the fifth element that I have been pursuing? Kei Qualong looked at the golden armor in the video infatuatedly, and was so excited that he couldn't extricate himself. 12. It turns out that the fifth element is the power of thunder. It's so wonderful, it's so wonderful. I have no regrets in my life to be able to create such a great armor. Tianatian Hao Group Headquarters. Virus Research Laboratory. Li Xiaozhou looked at the Yadali's armor in the video with a gloomy look. Just through the screen, he could feel the uncomfortable breath on the armor. It was as if he had encountered a natural enemy. This faint sense of oppression made him very unhappy. This kind of armor should not be made. I think Lao Ke is really crazy. It seems that I have to intervene in his armor research. A hint of viciousness flashed in Li Xiaoku's eyes. I hope he can cooperate well, otherwise don't blame me for ignoring our friendship for so many years. Back to the video. The transformed Yadali's armor kicked his legs, and a green hurricane swept out of thin air. The four oxers were blown to a somersault. Yadali spread his arms and took off into the air with this force. Like a vigorous eagle, he instantly pulled away and landed steadily on the ground. Yadali's armor, the right palm placed on the chest, turned over. A ball of golden thunder rose up like a flame. The extremely huge and amazing energy leaked out faintly, causing the space around the fist to distort. Yadali's clenched his armored fist, and the explosive energy was instantly hidden in the fist. Come on! Provoked, the ghoul oxer roared, rushed forward in one step, waving the ghost-headed broadsword in his hand, and chopped down at Yadali's fiercely. However, before his hideous broadsword fell, Yadali's, who was late but first, hit him in the chest with a punch. Lightning Molten Flame Fist. The violent power of the mixed thunder and molten flame exploded directly on the ghoul oxer. Ah! The ghoul oxer screamed, arched his body and flew out like a shrimp. He smashed backwards fiercely, knocking down the three oxer companions behind him. The attack of Thunder Yadalis has just begun. He waved his hands, and the molten flame power just now turned into the roaring power in vain. The blue divine light deeper than the sea continued to solidify between his palms. Lightning Charge Palm. Yadalis rose up, and a giant ice blue palm solidified from the roaring land slammed out. Boom! The ghoul oxer, who had just climbed up, had no time to react at all, and was beaten into ashes by this terrifying giant palm that condensed the power of thunder and roar. The aftermath of the explosion shook the three oxers behind him away. This terrifying performance also attracted the amazement of countless viewers. Kai Universe, ERP Experimental Base. What a powerful Thunder Yadalis! 2 moves to solve an oxer, completely overwhelming strength. Zenon exclaimed in shock. Dong Shan was also very surprised. It's really amazing. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful armor in Duanmu Yan's world. The switching of multiple elements and endless tricks also mean that this set of armor has almost no shortcomings. It can be fully exerted in any environment and is not restricted by external conditions. This is what makes it really terrifying. That's right. Miyajin nodded, while quickly tapping the keyboard to record information. He agreed and said, not only is it suitable for any environment, but under the blessing of thunder power, the original elemental power is even more powerful. It can be said that the potential of this set of armor is quite amazing. Kai 2 Universe, welcome to the Teppanyaki restaurant. 0134113112 Fila 1214411051. Watching the battle in the video, Xiaogang exclaimed that it was exciting. It's really amazing. All magic attacks. Every move carries huge natural energy. It's completely a turret mage player. Xiaofei also nodded in agreement, with a hint of admiration and longing in his eyes. Although it can't match the violent and fierce momentum of the Shura armor in battle, But Yadali's elegant and calm fighting style really wins my heart. Alas, when can you give me a magic armor to play with? Hearing this, Huanying rolled his eyes and complained speechlessly. Really? You haven't even figured out the Fei Ying armor yet, but you're already aiming for other armors. I've already explored the capabilities of the Fei Ying armor, how can you say you haven't figured it out? Xiaofei was not convinced. Humph, you don't know this, right? Huan raised a finger and shook his head and said. A king told me before that there is still a lot of room for improvement in the armors of the three of you. According to him, you haven't used the true power of these three sets of armor at all. You were fighting completely with brute force before. Xiao Gang was stunned. Damn, is it true? Is the evaluation so low? Really? Xiaofei was a little unconvinced. Xiao Tian turned his head to look at Huanying and asked seriously, Huanying, I remember you once said that Qing Zizai can help us improve our strength. When can he come back? Huanying smiled. Don't worry, a king's things have been solved, and he is now in the car coming back. You will see him soon. Back to the video. After killing the ghoul Oxer in 2 moves, Talz's armor stepped on the ground with his right leg. Hurricane fly. With a little force on his legs, the whole person flew into the air as light as a feather, and landed in front of Oxer in the blink of an eye. Kong Oxer saw Yadali's approaching so close, and decided to fight him in close combat. He swung the blade in his hand fiercely and slashed towards Yadali's. Broken Tooth Oxer and Needle Oxer did not sit still and wait for death, and launched an attack at the same time. However, these three guys made a wrong idea. Yadali's long-range means are indeed infinitely varied and hard to defend. But his close-range attack is even more amazing and terrifying. Yadali's armor walked between the three Oxers with ease, lightly dodging their joint attack. In a blink of an eye, with just 3 punches and 2 kicks, all 3 of them were knocked out. Lightning Flame Kick. A ball of flame flashing with golden electric light appeared in the palm of Yadali's armor. He gently wiped the golden flame in his hand on his left leg. In an instant, a layer of golden divine light suddenly covered the armor of the left leg tendon. Then Yadali's kicked out fiercely with his left foot. He kicked the toothy Oxer into the air with 1 kick. Seeing another companion being seriously injured, the other 2 Oxers roared and attacked at the same time. However, how could Yadali's armor kill as he wished? He held his hands and touched the red crystal on the armor on his chest. 2 balls of green flame instantly enveloped his fists. Lightning Molten Flame Fist. 2 powerful and heavy punches. The heavy punch hit the 2 Oxers hard. The terrifying natural force exploded, and the 2 Oxers were all seriously injured. After Yadali's armor threw 2 punches, he didn't even look at them, and flew into the air again, launching a fatal attack on the toothy Oxer in front of him. Lightning Spiral Fist. A ball of golden fireworks flew out. It blew the toothy Oxer into pieces. The next second, Yadali's armor focused his murderous eyes on the last 2 Oxers. Lightning Tornado Kick. Yadali's armor kicked his legs, and the violent hurricane force wrapped around his legs. He jumped up and stuck to the Needle Oxer in an instant with lightning speed. Kicked him to pieces. Now only the Conch Oxer was left on the field struggling. Yadali's armor didn't bother with him. After a round of punches and kicks, he used the Earth Element's ultimate move again. Lightning Explosion Kick. A huge purple crystal the size of a millstone appeared out of thin air and was kicked away by Yadali's. It hit the body of the Conch Oxer, and the terrifying thunder force and the absolute force exploded, killing him instantly. In less than 3 minutes, the 4 Oxers who appeared were wiped out. At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded from behind. "UBD, you're still haunting me." Earl Oxer, wearing a top hat and holding an umbrella-shaped weapon, finally appeared. Seeing the target of this trip, Yadali's armor immediately shouted, "Baozu Chong, come out. If you have the guts, don't hide in someone's body, come out and fight." While speaking, Yadali's armor waved his arm. Heaven and earth thunder sword. A golden electric light fell from the sky and pierced the ground. After the dazzling golden light slowly dissipated, a gorgeous long sword was revealed. Seeing Yadali's put on his armor and picked up his weapon, Earl Oxer snorted coldly, picked up the umbrella-shaped sword in his hand, and said coldly, "What a joke, let's see whose sword is faster." As soon as the voice fell, the two flew into the air at the same time to compete in swordsmanship. However, before Earl Oxer swung his weapon, the Heaven and Earth Thunder Sword cut a deep dent on his body. Ah! Earl Oxer groaned in pain and almost fell to the ground. Yadali's took advantage of the situation and slashed the Heaven and Earth Thunder Sword in his hand. An extremely condensed blue sword light rushed out and slashed Earl Oxer fiercely. After such a heavy blow, Earl Oxer screamed in extreme pain and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Kunz Hong, it's really amazing. Yadali's record is about to surpass the gods. 3 punches, 2 kicks, and 1 sword to kill an Oxer, he is simply a killing god. Xiao Gang, 666. This efficiency is too high, so many Oxers were eliminated in a few minutes, as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. XIAO983FEI, I thought this Oxer wearing a hat was a very difficult boss, but I didn't expect it to be a matter of 2 swords, which is really boring. 1. Dongshan, the strength of Yadali's armor is so terrifying, there should be no Oxer who dares to challenge it now. However, just as Dongshan's barrage was sent out, Xiao Litzi, who was wearing a suit and tie and looked like a dog, came out clapping his hands. He pointed at Earl Oxer on the ground. He shouted to Yadali's armor, "Either you kill him completely, but your brother's father will officially lose his memory. Or you watch him mutate into the more powerful king of Oxer." As he said this, Leo, who was confident of winning, smiled evilly, "As for my advice, wait and see." As soon as he finished speaking, a thick black gas flashed by, and Leo turned into the ugly demon Beak dressed like a circus clown. Seeing his unique transformation mode, the audience immediately perked up. After all, this guy is not simple at first glance. He launched an attack at this time. This shows that he is either crazy or extremely confident in his own strength. This guy is likely to be a strong rival of Yadali's. This thought just arose in the minds of the audience, and the ugly demon Bick in the video was chopped to pieces by Yadali's Heaven and Earth Thunder Sword. He turned into ashes in the deafening flame explosion. The whole battle process was neat and tidy, and it took less than 2 seconds. It can be called a textbook-level instant kill. How is it possible to be so strong? The beaten ugly demon Bick turned back into little Leo. He only had time to say this sentence before he knelt on the ground and fainted. Looking at the messy ground and little Leo who fell upside down. The whole video was quiet at first, and then the overwhelming barrage floated out like snowflakes. Through these barrages, one can even imagine the scene of the audience in each universe laughing wildly. Dongshan, ha ha ha. I thought this guy named Xiao Litzi was so powerful, but I didn't expect him to be killed instantly with 1 sword, ha ha ha, I laughed to death. Xiaofei, ha ha ha. This guy is really amazing. He is a talent. How dare he challenge Yadali's when he can't even last 1 round. Xiaogong, this guy is so funny. He doesn't even know how much he weighs, but he jumped out in a hurry. With this strength, he is not as good as those Oxers just now. They at least held on for a while. Huanying, ha ha ha, it's really funny. I thought he was the mastermind and the final boss, but he turned out to be a guy who gave away his head, ha ha ha. Xiaosong, my suggestion is to wait a little longer. Ah, how is it possible to be so strong? From pretending to falling, this guy only used 3 sentences. I thought the skin on his body was just decoration, but I didn't expect him to be a clown. How funny. Kunzong, I didn't think it would be so funny before I clicked on the video. This guy is really funny. Among the 3 famous scenes of his death, this guy's death is the funniest. It's so funny. 47 Brother-in-law is Oxer. Kill. Ma Qing-shan transforms into Oxer. Kaisen Universe. Looking at the video on the light screen above the bar, Ma Qing-shan was amazed. What a powerful Yadali's armor. The combat capability is so strong that it is simply incomparable to the Nawa armor. As the former summoner of the Nawa armor, Ma Qing-shan can clearly sense the huge gap between the Nawa armor and the Yadali's armor. It can be said that the difference between these two sets of armor is simply heaven and earth. The Yadali's armor defeated the 5 great Oxers in a row, plus the powerful performance of a ugly mobike, which has completely conquered Ma Qing-shan. But when he thought of that ugly mobike, Ma Qing-shan's face changed. So little Leo is also Oxer. And what did he say before? Recalling that before the beginning of the video, I asked Duanmu Yan to rescue my father. And before the war, little Leo said to Duanmu. Ma Qing-shan looked at the video in disbelief. The Count Oxer lying on the ground. He just felt his throat dry. Could it be that this Oxer is actually my father? Ma Qing-shan subconsciously wanted to deny this speculation, but the facts did not allow him to refute. At this time, he was confused and his mood was extremely complicated. It was an accident that I was infected with the Oxer virus. But why did little Leo and his father become Oxer? What happened in this? Subconsciously, a bald figure emerged in Ma Qing-shan's mind. It must be related to him. Tianatian Hao Group Headquarters. Virus Laboratory. Watching the ugly demon Big being destroyed neatly in the video, Li Xiaozhou, who was always calm and restrained, rarely lost his temper and slept on the table. Little Leo, this idiot. And that cold-blooded guy, they are all a bunch of good-for-nothings. You can't even handle a little thing, and you've caused me so much trouble. When he thought about the future timeline, his great plan might be overturned in the hands of Duanmu Yan. Li Xiaoku's face was gloomy. He angrily watched the video, like a god of war, cutting melons and vegetables to destroy the oak-colored Yadali's armor. Li Xiaozhou gritted his teeth and slowly uttered a cold voice. This set of armor, and that Duan would have become my biggest worry a long time ago. We must get rid of them as soon as possible. Happy House Ramen Shop. Glanced at the summary slogan in the video, Duanmu Yan put her hands behind her head and said yearningly, I didn't expect that there is such a set of Thunder Yadali's armor above the Nawa armor. With such a set of armor, there is no need to worry about Oxer anymore. As she spoke, Duanmu Yan was thinking. I wonder how Yadali's armor compares to Emperor armor and Shura armor. At this time, Duanmu Yan suddenly noticed Ma Lingling, who had been silent from just now. What's wrong, Lingling? Hearing Duanmu Yan's voice, Ma Lingling, who had lost focus, immediately came back to her senses. He said with a forced smile, No, nothing. Duanmu Yan asked worriedly, Are you tired? Why don't you take a rest and watch the store? Ma Lingling pursed her lips and didn't say much. But the same idea as Ma Qing-shan emerged in her mind. What happened? Why in the future, Dad and little Leo, they all became Oxer? And the eldest brother, it seems that something bad has happened to him. In a trance, Ma Lingling only felt as if there was an invisible big hand, secretly controlling everything. This feeling made her shudder and her back went cold. Fortunately, Duanmu was by her side, which made her feel a lot more at ease. However, the next second, when she saw the title of the next video updated on the screen, this peace of mind immediately disappeared without a trace. Armor Encyclopedia Issue 8, The Eldest Brother-in-Law is Oxer. Kill. As the video was updated, the appearance of the title also triggered countless barrages. Xiaogang, Ox, 666. Could this be Duanmu Yan? She even wants to kill her brother-in-law, you are awesome. Kunz Hong, ha ha ha, awesome. I didn't realize Duanmu Yan was so murderous that she used her brother-in-law as a target. What a ruthless person. Sci-fi, this is really awesome. At most, we just mess with the mentality of our teammates and have some civil wars. But this guy is so good that he directly sacrificed his brother-in-law. Xiaosong, damn. A real-life version of killing relatives for the sake of justice. Are you also a righteous partner? I recognize this purity. Dongshan, I didn't expect that you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, are actually a killer. King Zizai, this, young people nowadays are so reckless, I don't understand, but I'm not shocked. JPG. Seeing the ridicule from the audience in other worlds on the barrage, Duanmu Yan almost fell off the stool, his face almost turned green. Damn. Why do they all assume it's me? Damn. I don't even have a girlfriend, where does the uncle come from? However, just as Duanmu Yan thought about it, a chill emerged from behind him. Duanmu Yan turned his head stiffly. Then he saw Ma Lingling blushing and looking at him with murderous intent. Duanmu, what are you going to do to my brother? Duanmu Yan's eyes were wide open. No, Lingling, how did you get involved so quickly? However, the words turned into, no, Lingling, listen to my explanation. Just when the two were playing, the video began to play slowly. The sun was shining and the sky was cloudless. In an open-air restaurant near the lake with charming scenery, Ma Qingshan was talking to his sister on the phone. Lingling, yes, I'm here. It's okay, don't worry, take your time. Okay, bye. After hanging up the phone, Ma Qingshan was about to look at the menu when he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Ma Qingshan covered his chest in pain and fell off the chair with a distorted face. Hearing the noise, all the other guests in the restaurant focused their attention. What's wrong? What's going on? What's going on? What's wrong with that person? It's so scary, is he sick? Looking at Ma Qingshan, who was covering his chest and emitting black air from time to time, the customers who were closer to him quickly shrank back. While screaming in pain, Ma Qingshan's back grew a series of ferocious red dorsal fins. With the appearance of the dorsal fins, a large mass of black gas gushed out, and the changes on Ma Qingshan's body intensified again. In just a blink of an eye, he turned into a terrifying oxer with a red head and horns. This weird scene scared the customers around him. These customers screamed and fled the restaurant. Monster! Run! Help! There is a monster! The restaurant, which was originally full of laughter, immediately became noisy and terrifying. Looking at the screaming and running people, Ma Qingshan stretched out his palm in confusion. However, when he saw the monster-like skin and palms, his eyes stung, and his face was full of panic and disbelief. What happened to me? How could I become like this? Miyajin, hiss. Is this the transformation process of Oxer? It really makes people feel weird no matter how many times they watch it. Zinan, isn't this the Ma Qingshan who appeared in the last video? I remember that he seemed to be Ma Lingling's elder brother. It seems that the elder brother in the title is referring to him. Xiao Tian, no wonder he had to inject some anti-venom serum in the previous video. Now it seems that he should have just become Oxer at this time. Ma Lingling, how could it be? Why did my brother become Oxer? When did this happen? Back to the video. When Ma Lingling rushed to the restaurant, she saw only a mess, and her brother had disappeared. Just when Ma Lingling was a little panicked, an uninvited guest also appeared. Beauty, who are you waiting for? Hearing the voice, Ma Lingling looked back and found that it was the weirdo who could transform into Oxer last time. She asked vigilantly, who are you? Why you again? Lang Shuet, wearing sunglasses and a black hat, walked towards Ma Lingling and said calmly, it doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I want the summoner. Ma Lingling slowly retreated, and said with a evasive look, I don't know what you are talking about. Lang Shui walked closer and closer, I'm not interested in knowing what your answer is. I only know that the summoner is with that stinky boy. I will definitely get it in exchange for you. At this time, Ma Lingling had been forced to the lakeside and had no way to retreat. She threatened with some fear, "Don't come over. If you come over again, I will call." "Call?" Lang Shui sneered, "You'd better call the one who cooks ramen over." While speaking, he stretched out his hand like lightning and grabbed Ma Lingling. Just when he was about to touch the other party, Qing Shan Oxer flashed out from the side and threw him away. "Stop it, what do you want to do?" Ma Lingling, who was rescued, stared at the suddenly appeared Oxer in a daze. She only felt that the other party had a strange sense of familiarity. Seeing Qing Shan Oxer appear, Leng Xiu snorted coldly and stepped forward. "Humph! Who are you talking to me now? Is it Oxer, or? Get out of here!" Ma Qing Shan immediately interrupted him when he heard that he was going to reveal his identity in front of his sister. Leng Xiu was knocked back by a punch in the chest, and he twisted his shoulders in annoyance. "Okay, then I'll give you a cruel tribute." As he spoke, a ball of black gas gushed out, and he instantly transformed into a cold-blooded Piccolo wearing blue armor. Patting his chest, Cold-Blooded Piccolo sneered and said, "Look, you should be one of us." Being provoked by him, Qing Shan Oxer remembered his current appearance and covered his face in pain. "I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen." With a roar, Qing Shan Oxer screamed and rushed towards Cold-Blooded Piccolo. The two sides started a fierce battle. However, how could he, who had just completed Oxerization, be a match for Cold-Blooded Piccolo? Before a few moves, he was knocked to the ground by Cold-Blooded Piccolo. At this time, Duanmu Yan, who received the news, also hurried over. "Duanmu, you are finally here, they are fighting. Why is Oxer killing each other?" Duanmu Yan was a little surprised at first, then said firmly, "It's okay, leave it to me." He waved his hand, took out the Nawa armor transformation device, and completed the transformation in an instant. It's just a little strange that, as soon as Duanmu Yan, who transformed into Nawa armor, joined the battle, he heard Qing Shan Oxer telling him to leave quickly. Just when he was a little puzzled, Cold-Blooded Pic snorted, grabbed Qing Shan Oxer and threw him far away. Qing Shan Oxer screamed and was hit hard on the table and chair, falling to the ground in a mess. He was about to get up and continue fighting when he saw Ma Lingling trembling with fear. Qing Shan Oxer was anxious, and hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "Are you okay? I won't hurt you." Seeing this Oxer approaching him again, Ma Lingling was so scared that her face turned pale. "Then don't come over." Seeing that his sister was so scared that she was about to cry, Qing Shan Oxer hurriedly stepped back. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, I. Looking at himself who was like a monster now, Ma Qing Shan, who wanted to explain, finally just screamed in pain and ran away. Seeing Ma Qing Shan in pain and madness in the video, the audience felt very sympathetic. "Dongshan, oh, what's going on? They are obviously brother and sister, but they can't recognize each other. Zinan, Ma Qing Shan must be very painful when he sees his sister so scared and defensive. Huanying, this can't be blamed on her, after all, she doesn't know that the monster in front of her is her brother. Xiaoshan, how can Ma Qing Shan become Oxer for no reason? What's going on? Kai-san Universe." In the bar, looking at his ugly appearance in the video, Ma Qing Shan exhaled deeply, his eyes were extremely complicated. "Is this my future destiny? Why does this happen to me?" But fortunately, through the last video, he already knew that he would return to his original state in the end. So he was not too desperate and depressed in his heart. But when he thought that he might have to be Oxer for a while, Ma Qing Shan had a headache again. "It seems that we must find Duanmu Yan's father as soon as possible." From the previous video, even if he didn't develop the anti-venom serum, he must know the clues. As long as I find him, I can turn back into a human in advance. Thinking of this, Ma Qingshan's eyes were firm. Immediately, he adjusted his mentality and continued to watch the video and collect intelligence. Back to the video. Qingshan Oxer ran away madly, and Nawa Armor fought with cold-blooded Piccolo. The two sides fought back and forth, and they were in a fierce battle. Compared to the defeat when they first met, Nawa Armor has made great progress this time. After fighting for more than 10 rounds, the two were evenly matched, and no one had an advantage. Seeing this, cold-blooded Piccolo, who was a little surprised, took out his weapon first. Nawa Armor also summoned his molten scale knife. The two sides went from bare-handed to hand-to-hand combat. Soon, the sound of weapons colliding could be heard, and sparks flew out from the intersection of the blades. The two fought back and forth, and the fight was very lively. But in the end, cold-blooded Piccolo was more experienced and had the upper hand. He seized the opportunity and slashed at Nawa's armor, knocking him back. Cold-blooded Piccolo carried the big knife in his hand on his shoulder and sneered, "I tell you, your father was killed by impatience. Damn it!" Hearing that this guy was related to her father's death, Duanmu Yan roared and rushed up again. However, he was so angry that he was thrown into disarray and attacked without any order. He was found vulnerable by Piccolo and slashed several times. "Remember this, kid, don't force me to be too cruel." As he spoke, Piccolo slashed at Nawa's armored chest and knocked him off the stairs. "Goodbye, ha ha ha." Piccolo, who won again, laughed wildly, picked up his sword, climbed over the railing and left. 48 General Duanmu beat up his brother-in-law. Oxer must die. Kaisen Universe. Happy House Ramen Shop. Watching the video of himself being beaten by cold-blooded Piccolo and rolling down the stairs. Duanmu Yan outside the video covered his face with his hands, feeling that he couldn't bear to watch. At this moment, Duanmu Yan missed the Yadali's armor in the last video very much. If the Yadali's armor was in hand, would he still have to suffer? Just blow up this blue-skinned oxer in a minute. Alas, I don't know when the Yadali's armor will appear. Ma Lingling rolled her eyes at him and said seriously, "Duanmu, who do you think this guy is?" In the last video, he was holding a weird-looking gun to collect the zombie virus, and this time he found my brother again. What do you think he is doing? Duanmu shook his head. How can I know what the monster is thinking? But one thing is certain, that is, he should know your brother. After a slight pause, Duanmu Yan looked at Ma Lingling. "Lingling, come to think of it, how did your brother become Oxer?" "I don't know about this either. If I hadn't watched the video, I wouldn't have known that I would be infected with the virus." Ma Lingling said worriedly. "When he handed me the Nawa armor, he didn't say anything. I thought he was just feeling unwell, so I didn't think about it. Now it seems that he might have been infected by the virus before that." Duanmu Yan comforted, "Okay, don't worry about it. Didn't the antitoxin serum appear in the last video? I think it won't take long for your brother to be able to return to his original state." In the bar. After watching himself escape in the video, Ma Qingshan felt inexplicably relieved. "Fortunately, I didn't fight with Duanmu Yan, otherwise Lingling would be in trouble again." He was celebrating, but other viewers were not satisfied. "Xiao Gang, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to beat up your brother-in-law? Why did you run away before you even hit him?" Picking nose, picking nose. Xiaofei, yeah, isn't this pure headline dog behavior? What about the brother-in-law? RNM. Give me back. Dongshan, although Ma Qingshan's experience is indeed worthy of sympathy, I still have to say that I want to see a river of blood. Hurry up and fight. Huanying, I've been waiting for a long time, my teppanyaki is almost cold, why haven't you turned it on yet? Xiao Tian. Huanying, why are you a girl joining in the fun? Huanying, rolling eyes, what's wrong with a girl? This is the brother-in-law beating up his brother-in-law. How interesting. So how can you miss such a fun family ethics drama? Xiao Tian. Ma Qingshan thought he was a very good-tempered person. But when he saw these 730 bullet screens, he couldn't hold it back. Looking at these guys who were watching the fun and making trouble on the bullet screen, his face turned black and he almost vomited blood. Damn! Are these guys too outrageous? Just now they were sympathizing with him and saying that his experience was pitiful. How come they wanted to see him get beaten up in the blink of an eye? The brother-in-law beat up the brother-in-law? And the blood flowed like a river? Is this something a human can say? These beasts! Ma Qingshan, who was speechless, picked up the mind keyboard and blasted the bullet screen. However, facing his rebuke, these guys were more confident and excited. Xiao Gang, oh! The brother-in-law himself is here, welcome the brother-in-law. Miajin, welcome, brother-in-law. Ma Qingshan, thank you. Welcome, you bastards. I almost got led astray by you bastards. What's wrong with you guys? Can't you be more peaceful? Why do you always want me to get beaten? Xiaofei, look, you're anxious again. Brother-in-law, I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Ma Qingshan, nonsense. How can I not be anxious? It's not you who became Oxer. Angry, angry. Xiaogong, that's enough. You'll have antitoxin serum to help you recover in the end. It's just a beating, why make such a fuss? Picking nose, picking nose. Ma Qingshan. Just as the barrage was in full swing, the video continued to play again. In the picture, Duanmu Yan and Ma Lingling had just finished investigating the news about the charlatan and were riding back on their motorcycles. At this time, Ma Lingling suddenly saw her elder brother Ma Qingshan, who was holding his chest on the side of the road with a painful look on his face. She hurriedly stopped Duanmu Yan. Duanmu, turn around quickly, I think I have a friend there. Who is it? Oh, don't ask, turn around quickly, hurry up. Although Duanmu Yan was a little confused, she still drove the motorcycle, turned around, and rushed in the previous direction. As soon as they parked the motorcycle next to the park they just passed, they saw a large group of people rushing out in a hurry. Run! Run! There's a monster! Help! There's a monster! Run! Looking at the passers-by crying and running for their lives, Duanmu Yan and Ma Lingling were shocked. Immediately realized that something was wrong and rushed into the park. Soon they saw the monster these people were talking about. Qingshan Oxer kicked over a trash can, knelt on the ground in pain, and pounded the ground hard. Oxer! It's the one that ran away last time. Duanmu Yan recognized this Oxer at once. After all, the scene of the other party and another Oxer killing each other was very impressive. I didn't expect to meet him in this park again today. This time, no matter what, he can't be let go. Thinking of this, Duanmu Yan's eyes were firm, and he immediately took out the summoner of the Nawa armor. I won't hurt anyone, you have to believe me. Seeing his sister and Duanmu Yan again, Qingshan Oxer stood up to help explain. 0134113112 Fila 1214441451. You have to believe me. However, it was hard to believe with this monster face. Duanmu Yan protected Ma Lingling behind her and said coldly, I don't care what crime you committed, anyway, today I want to burn the evil thoughts in you. Seeing this, Ma Qingshan couldn't hold it anymore and immediately sent a barrage. Ma Qingshan, damn it! Damn it! I just asked you to believe me, why did you suddenly convict me? Duanmu Yan, come out here. Angry, angry. Duanmu Yan, this. Xiao Gang, ha ha ha. There's a good show to watch, the brother-in-law beats up the brother-in-law online, and the brother-in-law wants to kill the brother-in-law offline, so happy. Huanying, ha ha ha, it's getting more and more interesting, fight. Fight quickly. Dongshan, I want to see a river of blood, fight me quickly. Back to the video screen. Qingshan Oxer screamed in pain, don't force me. Duanmu Yan chose to ignore it directly, and buckled his belt and inserted the energy key. Flame Nawa. Merge. A fiery red flame flowed past. And Nawa armor descended again. Looking at the horned oxer in front of him, Nawa armor snorted coldly. He rushed forward and punched, launching the first attack. The two sides started a fierce battle. The two punched and kicked each other, starting the most primitive hand-to-hand combat. As they fought, they were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. For a while, they were in a stalemate. Suddenly, Qingshan Oxer retracted his fist with a struggling look on his face. He looked at his hands that had turned into claws in pain. What am I doing? What am I doing? Seeing that the other party was in an inexplicable state of hesitation, Nawa armor naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. He directly stepped forward and started a new round of attack. Qingshan Oxer was in great pain. He was in doubt about his identity and had to resist the attack of Nawa armor. The double pressure of mental and physical made him flustered and could only support himself. Who am I? Who am I? The huge pain caused Qingshan Oxer to roar. He grabbed a ferocious blade while the black air was dancing wildly and chopped at Nawa armor. It seemed that he wanted to vent the pain and confusion in his heart in this way. Nawa armor was not careful for a while, and was chopped several times by the opponent's wildly dancing blade, and half knelt on the ground in a slightly embarrassed manner. At this time, Qingshan Oxer, who had vented all his anger, glanced at Ma Lingling beside him. Looking at his sister, he was shocked, and his originally dazed brain regained consciousness. He started fighting against the Zangbo virus in his body again. I won't hurt anyone, I won't hurt anyone. Ma Lingling looked at the oxer who was holding his head and wailing in pain with hesitation. Psef, for some reason, she always had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seemed that the other party was someone very important to her. In a trance, Ma Lingling remembered the first time she met this oxer. At that time, her brother asked her to meet, but when she arrived, she only saw her brother's mobile phone, and then oxer appeared this time. Just now, she also saw her brother on the side of the road, so she asked Duanmu to turn around. It can't be a coincidence? Impossible. Ma Lingling covered her mouth in disbelief, and dared not continue to associate. At this time, Nawa armor, who got a chance to breathe, took the opportunity to summon his weapon. Gently waving the molten scale knife in his hand, Nawa armor said coldly, "Tell me who is behind this." Ma Qingshan, who had just regained consciousness, fell into confusion again after being disturbed by Nawa armor. Longjian, come on. The two sides started a weapon competition again. No, it's impossible. Ma Lingling was confused when she heard the clanging sound of metal clashing. On the other side, as the battle progressed, Ma Qingshan's consciousness once again took the upper hand. He resisted the chaos in his mind and persuaded, "Don't fight, I won't fight back." However, Nawa armor snorted coldly, playing tricks. He went up with the knife again. And the sharp slash fell fiercely on Qingshan Oxer, exploding a large piece of sparks. Looking at Qingshan Oxer who really didn't fight back, Duanmu Yan sneered. "Don't pretend, you can go to the police station later to reflect on your sins." As soon as the voice fell, he raised the knife again and swung Qingshan Oxer with a backhand. Kai-san Universe. Inside the bar. Watching the video of himself rolling on the ground like a gourd, Ma Qingshan was almost numb. FK. It's really too much. What's wrong with this Duanmu Yan? Does this guy have hyperthyroidism or a bag in his brain? I told you not to fight, why did you still go? Ma Qingshan felt that his lungs were about to explode. He paced back and forth breathlessly, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. No, this guy is so cruel, he must have violent tendencies, Lingling must not be with him. Back to the video. The Nawa armor clip has matured, and the armor on the arm net and legs is rubbed. A ball of blazing flames was held in the palm of his hand. Nawa armor wiped the flames in his palm onto the knife. The next second, a startling red divine light burst out from the Ronglan knife. Flame attack. Nawa armor swung the knife, and the 3-meter-wide red blade light carried unparalleled power and slashed down diagonally. Boom! There was only a loud bang, and Qingshan Oxer fell to the ground with a scream. Xiao Gang, tisk tisk, to be honest, Duanmu Yan's brother-in-law is really not authentic. The brother-in-law has already stopped fighting back, but is still chasing after him. Xiao Fei, the most amazing thing is that he has activated his ultimate move. He is really beating me to death. It is really tragic to have such a brother-in-law. Xiao Song, old ma. Ma Qingshan. Qingzai, Duanmu Yan is still too young. He is not even married yet, but he dares to attack his brother-in-law. He will definitely suffer in the future. Maybe he will break up the couple. Duanmu Yan. Wrong, please let him go. Ma Qingshan, asterisk. Back to the video. No. Seeing that Duanmu Yan was about to attack, Ma Lingling exclaimed and hurriedly stepped forward to grab his arm. Duanmu, let him go. Duanmu Yan was shocked. What are you talking about? Just when the two were about to argue, an unexpected person appeared again. If you want to kill this oxer, you need my consent. The mysterious cold-blooded Piccolo carried a big knife and appeared again in front of Qingshan Oxer. Seeing the monster in front of him, Nawa armor stepped forward again to fight. The two of them faced each other with their blades and fought each other. Feeling the huge force coming from the knife, cold-blooded Piccolo praised slightly. Boy, you have made progress. Nawa armor's eyes pressed. Who are you? With a cold snort, cold-blooded Piccolo blocked the molten scale knife. If you want to know more about your father, get out of here. As soon as the voice fell, cold-blooded Piccolo opened his 5 fingers, and several blood-colored energy balls burst out. It instantly bombed the ground, raising a large amount of dust. Taking advantage of the obstruction of vision, he pulled up Qingshan Oxer on the ground. Let's go. After the smoke and dust cleared, he looked at the empty park. Nawa armor was annoyed. Damn it, he escaped again. Kaisen Universe. Happy House Ramen Shop. Looking at Duanmu Yan who looked so sorry in the video, Ma Lingling couldn't hold back any longer. Duanmu. Seeing Ma Lingling looking at him with murderous intent, Duanmu Yan felt wronged. Why should he be held accountable for what he did in the video? He obviously didn't do anything. It was all an unprovoked disaster. But Duanmu Yan knew that women in anger were irrational. It was impossible to reason with them. Duanmu Yan apologized at the speed of light. Lingling, I was wrong. Ma Lingling snorted and asked again. Then tell me, what was wrong? Hearing this familiar rhetoric, Duanmu Yan's eyes went dark, his mouth twitched, and he felt like a mouthful of blood was about to spurt out. It was none of his business. How could he know what he was wrong about? At this moment, he wanted to rush into the video and slap himself hard. I told you to be impulsive, but why can't you control your hands? 49 Duanmu, can you believe what Oxer said? Oxer is Oxer. Back to the video, the screen continued to play. After a careful search, it was found that the 2 Oxers had really left. Duanmu Yan had to take Ma Lingling out of the park and return to the Happy House Ramen Shop. Not long after sitting down, Duanmu Yan began to sigh. When he thought of letting the Oxer escape again, Duanmu felt uncomfortable as if there were ants crawling on his body. Duanmu Yan complained to Ma Lingling, why did you stop me just now? If you hadn't stopped me that time, that oxer would have been solved by me. Oh, I don't know. Ma Lingling was very entangled. She vaguely guessed that the oxer was her eldest brother. But she didn't know how to tell Duanmu. Besides, didn't he say he wouldn't fight back? Duanmu Yan shook her head and asked, "Do you think oxer's words are credible?" But he really didn't fight back in the end. Ma Lingling tried, "Don't you think he deliberately wants you to get rid of him?" Hearing her say this, Duanmu Yan was also a little puzzled. Yet, why didn't he fight back? Seeing this, the audience outside the video began to laugh again. Xiao Fei, it's so funny, the person ran away, but he still can't forget it. Duanmu Yan really loves oxer. Xin Nan, fortunately, he ran away, otherwise Duanmu Yan would really kill him, and he would regret it. The first one who didn't let him go was Ma Lingling. Mei Zhen, speaking of it, Duanmu Yan is really murderous. As soon as he saw oxer, he would start without saying a word. Kunz Hong, you are worthy of being General Duanmu. You don't care whether oxer is good or bad. Anyway, they can't be trusted. Bai Miao, oxer is oxer. This is the real armor hero. As the enemy of the evil forces, you should stand firm and use tough means to deal with these evil guys without any concerns. Xiao Song, oh, really? Then why did you let Bing Er go in the previous 740 operation? Shouldn't she also be an evil force you classified? Bai Miao. Xiao Song, hey, Bai Miao, are you still there? What do you mean? Bai Miao, shut up. Angry, this is an internal matter of our armor hero, and it has nothing to do with you as a reporter. Xiao Gang, ha ha ha. Someone is anxious, but I won't say who it is. Xiaofei, tisk tisk, he just made him angry, worthy of being a reporter, he killed with just one sentence. I am so happy, ha ha ha. Kai Universe. ERP Experimental Base. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Bai Miao, who was speechless and angry after being criticized on the barrage. Xin Nan and the other three looked at each other and laughed out loud without any moral integrity. Oh, my stomach hurts from laughing so hard. Bai Miao has finally suffered this day. Dong Shan covered his stomach and laughed until tears came out. Mei Zhen shook her head and said with a gloating smile, "Who told him to act too tough on weekdays? And he always criticizes this and that in the video. He deserves to be attacked this time. It's a good opportunity for him to learn a lesson." Listening to the complaints of the two partners, Xin Nan also felt a little funny. It seems that Mei Zhen still feels a little unhappy after being rejected by Bai Miao before. Since she learned that Bai Miao was the summoner of the Black Rhino of Water Armor. Mei Zhen I have been trying to contact him and persuade Bai Miao to join the team. But I don't know what Bai Miao was stimulated by. He said that he would continue to observe and watch a few more videos to judge whether they are worthy of cooperation. After saying this, even Mei Zhen, who has a good temper, was a little angry. Then the two sides parted unhappily and temporarily cut off contact. Thinking of this, Zinan sighed softly. It seems that if we want to pull together a complete team and collect 5 sets of armor, there is still a long way to go. Kaier Universe. Welcome to the teppanyaki restaurant. Ha ha ha, it's so refreshing. I finally see this arrogant man get defeated again. That's right. I get angry when I see that guy pointing fingers all day and looking down on this and that. Now there is finally someone who can control him. Xiao Gang and Xiaofei were both very interested in complaining about Bai Miao. When they were improvising, they even clinked their glasses and drank from time to time. The two of them were getting along well, and Huanying and Xiao Tian were no longer surprised. Since the common enemy Bai Miao appeared, Xiao Gang and Xiaofei had a common topic. They should have been enemies, but they rarely joined hands and sprayed Bai Miao together. For such a development, Huanying can only say, "Please increase the intensity." Originally, Huanying was a little worried about how to ease the relationship between Xiaogang and Xiafei. Unexpectedly, Bai Miao, such a great tool, appeared. With such a common target, the noisy Huanying teppanyaki restaurant in the past has become harmonious. Even the number of customers who come to eat has increased a lot. Sure enough, the math teacher was right, the triangle is the most stable structure. In order to maintain the unity of the team, we have to introduce external pressure. After sighing slightly about the recent changes, Huanying looked at Xiao Tian, who was in a daze. Xiao Tian, what are you thinking about? I always see you looking thoughtful. Hearing Huanying's voice, Xiao Tian also came back to his senses. I'm just wondering, who is that Kula, and why is she possessed by Yuzu? Huanying smiled mischievously. I didn't expect you to care so much about Yuzu. Xiao Tian coughed dryly. It's just a precaution, after all, we will have to fight Kula in the future. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you be invincible. Besides, Yuzu is in the same camp as us, so... Huanying interrupted with a smile. Okay, I know you are just concerned about your friend, so you don't have to explain so much to me. Back to the video. In order to confirm her inner guess, early in the morning, Ma Lingling asked her elder brother Ma Qingshan to come to a restaurant. Both the brother and sister were full of thoughts, and after exchanging some recent news with each other, Ma Qingshan took out the prepared words. Lingling, I had something to do that day, so I left first. Later, I was busy and forgot to call you back. After a lame explanation, Ma Qingshan asked, you suddenly came to me today, is there something wrong? Ma Lingling listened to the explanation of her elder brother Ma Qingshan silently, with a complicated look. After he spoke, Ma Lingling gritted her teeth and said, actually, I already know. Ma Qingshan's heart skipped a beat, and he pretended to take a sip of water. Then he asked calmly, what do you know? Seeing that her brother was still hiding something, Ma Lingling lowered her head and said sullenly. That day, that oxer, that was my brother. Right. Ma Qingshan's pupils shrank, and the smile on his face froze. Looking at her brother's appearance, Ma Lingling felt very uncomfortable. Ma Lingling held her brother's hand, with worry written all over her face. Brother, how could this happen? It's done, now that my sister knows about it. Ma Qingshan didn't need to continue hiding it, and he sighed helplessly. Forget it, it's good that you know it. This way, my brother can relax a little bit. Although she had already guessed that her brother had become Oxer. But when this answer was truly confirmed, she couldn't help but feel sad. Ma Lingling comforted, brother, take good care of yourself. There must be a way to cure this disease. Dad, that's right. Dad must. Hey, don't say any more. Ma Qingshan interrupted her. He didn't want his father to know that he was infected with the virus and turned into Oxer. In fact, if there hadn't been an accident, he wouldn't have confessed to Ma Lingling. Since things have already happened, all he can do now is not to let his relatives worry about him. Ma Qingshan pretended to be relaxed and said, don't worry too much, I know what's going on. Since escaping is not a solution, you have to face it bravely. Hearing this, the chat group started a discussion. Xiao Gang, the eldest brother-in-law, has a good personality. Such a terrible thing happened to him, but he can't face it actively. Huanying, and he is also very gentle to his family. He is a very responsible brother. Xiafei, it's a pity that he met a brother-in-law who doesn't follow martial ethics. He caught him and beat him up immediately. It's so miserable. Dongshan, Duanmu Yan is too much this time. Duanmu Yan? You bastards! You were the ones who were watching the show and making a fuss just now, and now you are scolding me, where is your face? Xiao Song, what does this have to do with us? The Nawa armor transformer is in your hands, and your fist is also on your body. Why do you blame us after hitting someone? Xiao Song, young man, as a man, not being a burden is a big minus. Don't forget that your brother-in-law can see your barrage. Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan, dear brothers and sisters, I was wrong. Kneeling at the speed of light. Watching Duanmu Yan's face changing at the speed of light on the barrage, the audience in other worlds laughed even more happily. Back to the video. After a slight silence, the brother and sister chose to skip this topic. Ma Qingshan asked, by the way, where is the summoner you were asked to bring? After the beating yesterday, Ma Qingshan thought about it and felt that it would be better to take back the summoner of Nawa armor. In this way, next time he can't control his transformation, at least he won't be beaten. On the other hand, he just received instructions from his father to bring the summoner back. So before coming, he specifically told Ma Lingling. However, facing the expectant elder brother, Ma Lingling's eyes were evasive, hesitating and unable to speak. Ma Qingshan was a little confused, and his tone couldn't help but rise a little. Lingling, didn't I tell you on WeChat that you must bring the summoner? Ma Lingling persuaded, but your current body is not suitable for being a summoner at all. Hearing this, although Ma Qingshan was still a little angry that his sister didn't listen to him. But when he thought that she was considering her own body after all, he was also a little relieved in his heart. As a result, the next second, the relief that had just surged was immediately shattered into slag. Ma Lingling said with light in her eyes, "Brother, do you still remember the person named Duanmu Yan last time? I believe he can replace my brother as a summoner. So you can rest assured to recuperate at home." Kai-san Universe. Inside the bar. Looking at his silly sister in the video, Ma Qingshan suddenly felt like he had a heart attack. No. Where is my sweet little cotton-padded jacket? Where is my cute and lovely sister? How come she suddenly became a black-hearted cotton? And what's with that expression that seemed to be introducing her boyfriend to her family? The thought of the sister who was closest to him actually fell into the arms of a strange man. Ma Qingshan's heart was bleeding. Wu, damn Duanmu Yan. Take my Nawa summoner and beat me up. He even kidnapped my dearest sister. UBD. Wait for me, as long as I am here, you can't kidnap Lingling. Ma Qingshan said viciously in his heart. Back to the video. Ma Qingshan looked at his sister in shock, as if he had just met her. Lingling. How can you be like this? Ma Lingling looked at her elder brother stubbornly, tears welling up in her eyes. But, I can't let you take risks again. With a sigh, Hui Qingshan felt a headache. No, you must bring the summoner back to me. Brother, you are not suitable to be a summoner now, just give it to me, okay? Ma Lingling said earnestly, holding her elder brother's hand tightly. It was obviously just a very ordinary word, but for some reason, Ma Qingshan felt inexplicably harsh. Yes. I have become an oxer monster now, so naturally Duanmu Yan is not suitable to be the summoner. Although he knew that his sister didn't mean that, Ma Qingshan couldn't help thinking so. A complex feeling of irritation and unwillingness arose spontaneously. Kr. Brother. Ma Qingshan, feeling irritable, gently shook off Ma Lingling's hand and stood up suddenly. He said angrily, "How can I explain to Dad if I can't get the summoner back?" Looking at the tears on his sister Ma Lingling's face, Ma Qingshan didn't say anything more. After sighing, he picked up the clothes on the back of the chair and left the restaurant. Looking at his brother's back, Li shed tears a little aggrievedly. But she was more determined in her heart. Thinking of the last time her brother summoned the Nawa armor and almost went into shock and fainted, Ma Lingling made up her mind that for the sake of her brother's health, even if he didn't understand her, she must not let him transform again. 0.7. The audience felt sympathy for the girl crying silently in the video. Welcome, Lingling is such a good girl, but she is bullied by both sides. Not only is she blamed by Duanmu Yan at home, but now even her own brother doesn't understand her. It's really heartbreaking. Miyajin, alas, no matter what time it is, the one caught in the middle is the most uncomfortable. It's not easy for Lingling to endure all the pressure and grievances silently. Xiao Gang, the little sister cried so sadly that even I couldn't bear to watch it. If you ask me, it's all because of that violent Duanmu Yan. If he hadn't beaten up his brother-in-law without knowing right or wrong, the scene wouldn't have been so ugly, and the brother-in-law and Lingling wouldn't have had any disagreements. Xiao Fei, that's right. I advise Comrade Duanmu Yan to take care of herself, reflect on herself, and apologize. Xiao Song, apologize. You must apologize. Ma Qingshan, ahem, now that things have come to this, as a victim, I have to stand up and say a few words. In view of the huge harm that Duanmu Yan has caused to me and my sister, it is necessary to make a self-examination. Ma Qingshan, it's best to write a letter of repentance and post it on the barrage so that everyone can see it. The requirements are not high. After all, I'm not a demon, so 20,000 words will be enough. Ma Qingshan, of course, I'm not a demon, so even if I don't write it, I won't tell my parents, hee. Looking at the condemnation of everyone on the barrage, the person involved, Duanmu Yan, was almost numb. No, how come I have become a rat crossing the street that everyone wants to beat in the blink of an eye? And I have to apologize again? Didn't I apologize just now? And what does this Ma Qingshan mean? A 20,000 word confession has to be posted in the barrage? Duanmu Yan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot when she saw the end, and her hands were shaking with anger. Threat, the last sentence is definitely a threat. You still say you are not a demon. 50 what? Lingling is also infected with the virus? Duanmu would not kill his wife to prove his truth, right? Back to the video. The camera came to the inside of Tianatian Hao Group. In the chairman's office. Give me the medicine. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes sat in the boss chair. Impatiently grabbed a small pill on the table, unwrapped it and put it in his mouth. This man is Ma Tian, the chairman of Tian Group. And next to Ma Tian stood a bald man named Li Xiaozhou. Looking at the names marked on the light screen above the two people's heads. The audience also sorted out the relationship and names of the characters. Dongshan, they all have the surname Ma. Could this Ma Tian be the father of Ma Lingling and my brother-in-law? Even if not, the relationship between the three of them must be very unusual. No wonder my brother-in-law always wears a suit, it turns out that his family is a company. Ma Qingshan, don't guess, Ma Tian in the video is indeed the father of me and Lingling. Also, can you please not call me uncle? Xiao Gang, so, uncle is really the eldest young master, rich brother v me 50. Side-eyed smile. Xiaofei, where is the bald guy in the video? Judging from his appearance, this guy doesn't look like a good person. I always feel that he has a sinister feeling, and he is a villain at first glance. Listening to Xiaofei's comments, Ma Qingshan did not answer this time. Looking at Uncle Li and Ji Guanman in the video. Ma Qingshan himself is a little confused now, who is Li Xiaozhou? When he thinks of the Earl Oxer in the last video, and the crazy little Leo. Ma Qingshan's heart is shrouded in a thick haze. Why are Dad and little Leo also infected with the virus? Thinking of Li Xiaoku's virus research laboratory, Ma Qingshan's face is gloomy and uncertain, and he subconsciously clenched his hands. Uncle Li, Li Xiaozhou, what role do you play in it? Back to the video. Li Xiaozhou asked softly, Boss Ma, do you still have headaches recently? Hearing the inquiry, Ma Tian rolled his eyes and swallowed the pills with water first. He then said impatiently, nonsense, I have no headaches every day, I take medicine every day. Kai-san Universe. Happy House Ramen Shop. Looking at Ma Tian in the video, Duanmu Yan's eyes flickered slightly. So this is Lingling's father. I didn't expect this girl to be a rich and beautiful woman. Facing Duanmu Yan's strange eyes, Ma Lingling scratched her face and said confidently. Duanmu, I didn't hide it on purpose, it was you who never asked. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but now I'm showing my cards and I won't pretend anymore. That's right, I'm the eldest daughter of Tian Tian Group. Looking at Ma Lingling, who looked funny and glanced at him from time to time, as if she was worried that he would be angry. Duanmu Yan, who was still a little emotional, immediately let go. Duanmu Yan coughed twice and asked naturally. Lingling, is your father in poor health? What medicine does he usually take? Originally, Duanmu Yan just wanted to know more about Ma Lingling's father for future plans. But Ma Lingling's expression was a little strange. I don't know either. Dad didn't seem to have headaches before. Is it because he has been overworked in recent years and has not taken good care of his body? Is that so? Duanmu Yan was slightly stunned. She looked at Li Xiaozhou in the video thoughtfully. Back to the video. Just when the two CEOs in the group were chatting, Ma Qiahe, who quietly came into the office, walked through the aisle and jumped out from the corner. It seemed to be a surprise for Ma Tian. Dad, I'm here. English. Ma Tian, who was massaging his forehead to relieve the pain, saw his second son who had returned home. A trace of surprise flashed across his face. Qiahe. Li Xiaozhou smiled and praised, as expected of someone who just came back from abroad, you speak German. It's English. Ma Qiahe corrected in a low voice. The audience laughed at Li Xiaoku's frustrated look. Kunz Hong, ha ha ha, this bald man can't even tell the difference between German and English, this time he's really embarrassed, shut him up. Xiaofei, it's really hard to hold back, looking at his appearance, he's a senior executive of a group after all, how can he not tell the difference between English and German? Xiao Gang, I think this Ma Qiahe is quite interesting, he and his elder brother Ma Qingshan have completely different personalities. Welcome, not only that, their family is full of handsome men and beautiful women. They are rich and good-looking, at Xiaofei, at Bai Miao, you really should learn what the rich second generation in other worlds look like. Xiao Fei. Bai Miao, humph. Such a superficial woman. I, Bai Miao, have no need to explain to others what I have done in my life. Xiaosong at Bai Miao, what do you say about Binger's incident last time? Bai Miao, I'm leaving now. I won't bother you anymore. Xiaogong, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The one who is angry at the arrogant guy is the big reporter Xiaosong. Back to the video. Ma Tian pointed at Ma Qiahe and smiled at Li Xiaozhou. I don't know how much money I spent on him. After chatting, the three of them came to the sofa from the office area and started talking about business. Li Xiaozhou said with a serious face. Qiahe, did you remember the homework that Uncle Li gave you yesterday? Ma Qiahe put his hands in his pockets, looking like it was all child's play. It's already been done. It's too simple. Recalling yesterday's instructions, Ma Qiahe summarized them. As the summoner of the tsunami armor, after Uncle Li and his team find the infected person, I will go and beat Oxer's eyes red. In this way, Uncle Li and his team can recover the mutated virus to study the vaccine. Raising a finger, Ma Qiahe continued, finally, I will go and beat Oxer to death. Let the police take the criminal away. After repeating the whole process, Ma Qiahe sat next to Ma Tian. Dad, am I right? Ma Tian nodded with a smile, ha ha ha, yes, yes. After watching this video, the audience was all a little surprised. Duanmu Yan, tsunami armor? Is this a new armor? My teammates are finally showing up, great. The days of fighting alone seem to be over. Xiao Gang, rice-eating armor? This name is too funny, do you need to eat rice to transform when fighting monsters? Ma Qiahe, what do you mean by eating rice? It's tsunami. You are a foodie, you just think about eating all day. Xiao Tian, Nawa armor is the power of molten flame. I wonder what elemental power this tsunami armor is. Dongshan, this video reveals a lot of information. In addition to tsunami armor, is there anything else about collecting viruses and researching vaccines? Duanmu Yan. At Lingling, yes, Lingling, why didn't you tell me about such an important thing before? Ma Lingling, I don't know. This is the first time I heard that they should make oxers' eyes red and then collect them. Miajin, research vaccines? From this point of view, this Tianatian Hao group is still a pretty decent and good company. Zinan, that's what I said, but I always feel something is wrong. Just as the audience sent messages to exchange barrages. Ma Kuahe changed the subject and looked at his father curiously. Hey, where's the eldest brother? Why can't I see the eldest brother? Hearing this, Ma Tian's expression changed slightly, his smile dimmed a little, and he gave Li Xiaozhou a look. Li Xiaozhou understood and explained, oh, where's the young master? Mr. Ma has other arrangements. Ma Kuahe nodded, but didn't think much about it. At this time, the camera turned to Ma Qingshan. In the bar, Ma Qingshan was holding a towel and carefully wiping the bar counter. Suddenly, a familiar pain came from the chest again. Ah! Ma Qingshan screamed in pain, and fell on the bar counter, knocking over bottles and jars. Fortunately, the virus did not turn him into a violent oxer this time. But even so, Ma Qingshan was sweating profusely and looked listless. After a long time, the pain subsided slightly. Panting, Ma Qingshan, who had recovered slightly, recalled the infection of the virus some time ago. At that time, he was carrying a can of virus reagent and walked carefully to the laboratory. Unfortunately, he ran into his absent-minded sister Ma Lingling. Then the tragedy happened. Bang! The virus reagent in Ma Qingshan's hand flew up and fell to the ground. Looking at her brother who fell to the ground and the can of chemical reagent, Ma Lingling, who had just woken up from a dream, realized that she had made a mistake. She hurriedly wanted to collect the exposed green liquid again. Don't touch it! Ma Qingshan shouted in horror, but it was too late. Ma Lingling's hands were already stained with some green reagents. Ma Lingling didn't know what this was, but Ma Qingshan knew it very well. This was the latest generation of the zombie virus that had just been extracted in the laboratory for research. Once humans were infected, the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of the serious consequences, Ma Qingshan took 2 steps at a time and ran to his sister's side. He didn't care about the reagents, and grabbed Ma Lingling's palm and began to check it. Seeing his eldest brother's nervous look, Ma Lingling was a little confused. What's wrong, brother? Is it serious? Looking at the virus reagents in his and his sister's hands, Wu Qingshan's pupils shrank. But when he thought that nothing strange had happened to the two of them, he temporarily put his mind at ease. Facing his curious sister, Ma Qingshan didn't explain too much. Time goes back to the present. After recalling this incident, Ma Qingshan immediately grabbed his mobile phone and called his sister. Unbeknownst to him, in the corner of the bar, a man was listening to his phone call. Hello, Lingling, it's me. What's up, brother? Ma Qingshan hesitated and said, nothing, I just want to ask if you have any health problems recently. Ma Lingling on the other end of the phone was a little strange. Brother, why do you keep asking me this recently? I'm fine. Ma Qingshan was relieved to hear that his sister was fine. That's good, that's good. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me immediately. Hearing his mysterious words, Ma Lingling was even more puzzled. Brother, what are you talking about? Anyway, just remember it. Yeah, okay, got it. Okay, bye. After hanging up the phone, Ma Qingshan felt relieved, but he also had many more questions. He held the phone in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. After watching Ma Qingshan's memories and his phone call with Ma Lingling, the audience also became curious. Zinan, so this is how Ma Qingshan was infected with the virus, but where did these viruses that can turn people into oxer come from? Dongshan, shouldn't viruses be stored properly? How can you be so careless? Xiao Tian, but the strangest thing is that both Ma Qingshan and Ma Lingling were infected with the virus, but why did only Ma Qingshan mutate? Xiao Gang, if Ma Lingling turns into oxer, will Duanmu kill his wife to prove his truth? Kunz Hong, his nickname is General Duanmu, what do you think? By Miao, if Duanmu Yan really attacks Ma Lingling who has transformed into oxer, I should call him the most armored summoner. Looking at the video on the ground on the screen and the comments from the audience, Ma Lingling was in a trance. It turns out that all this is my fault. It was me who caused my brother to be infected with the virus and turned into oxer. I am the culprit. When she thought that her dearest brother had become like this because of her carelessness, Ma Lingling blamed herself. Thinking of her brother's pain because of the virus in his body, big tears fell from the corners of Ma Lingling's eyes. Seeing Ma Lingling in tears and heartbroken, Duanmu Yan felt bad too and hurried forward to comfort her. Okay, 270, Lingling, don't blame yourself too much, it's just an accident. What we need to do now is to figure out the factors that affect these viruses and why they don't work in your body. Perhaps we can use this method to develop antitoxin serum in advance to help your brother escape from the sea of suffering. After listening to Duanmu Yan's words, Ma Lingling nodded militarily. Tianatian Hao Group, Virus Research Laboratory. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. So Qingshan was infected with the virus in this way. Li Xiaozhou stared at the video screen, with a strong interest in his eyes. What's more interesting is that Lingling, the little girl, is immune to the Zhangbao virus. It seems that there is some special antibody in her body. Squinting his eyes, Li Xiaozhou thought of more. Perhaps the antitoxin serum that appeared before was also developed through the antibodies in her body. I didn't expect that an insignificant little girl would be able to do this. After thinking for a while, Li Xiaozhou quickly dialed a phone. Back to the video. The camera turned, 0134113112 Fila 12145128 Lang Shui and Xiao Litzi appeared in the picture. To the surprise of the audience, these two guys were quite familiar. Lang Shui, wearing sunglasses and a black hat, said, I was in the bar that day and heard the young master talking on the phone with the young lady. Xiao Litzi thought he could write some important news to tell him. Unexpectedly, it was some trivial matters. Xiao Litzi complained, what's the big deal about calling my sister? I'll tell you. Lang Shui leaned close to Xiao Litzi's ear and told him all the information he had overheard before. Little Leo was shocked. Hey, so why did the young master call Ma Lingling to ask about her health? Lang Xiu rolled his eyes, stupid, Lingling is also infected with the virus. Little Leo looked straight at Lang Xiu, how do you know what I'm thinking? Hearing this, Lang Xiu sneered and took off his sunglasses. I tell you, your head is like the rotten water behind the kitchen, you can tell by smelling it. Little Leo. Kunz Hong, ha ha ha, this Lang Xiu's evaluation is too accurate. Now when I see little Leo, I think of the scene where he rushed towards Yadalis without knowing his own strength and was killed in one click. Dongshan, if he wasn't stupid, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Xiao Tian, wait, something is wrong. How did Lang Shui get involved with Xiao Li? He also called Ma Qingshan and Ma Lingling young master. Duanmu Yan, with such a name, does this guy also belong to Tianatian Hao Group? Ma Lingling, but I don't even know him. Xin Nan, it seems that things are getting more and more complicated. Xiao Li, Lang Shui. This Tianatian Hao Group is not as simple as it seems, and it hides deep secrets.